Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
As time passed, the number of intelligent entities within the swarm network grew. Under Luo Wen's deliberate selection, most of them were scientists. Some were given new identities and returned to the Imperial Space Research Institute, continuing their previous projects. Others joined Starlight Enterprises, heading private laboratories under its banner. One day, in a Starlight Enterprises laboratory specializing in extraterrestrial environments, a new experiment began. The rat folk currently lacked any means to explore outer space and thus had no knowledge of its conditions. However, Luo Wen, being educated, knew the basics: low temperatures, lack of oxygen, microgravity, and pervasive cosmic radiation. These experiments, being difficult to justify officially, couldn't gain approval in the rat folks' official Space Research Institute. As a result, they were relegated to private labs funded and staffed by Luo Wen's recruits. Thanks to unlimited resources and funding, this lab had made notable progress. They developed devices capable of simulating vacuum environments and generating various forms of space radiation. Space radiation, a dangerous mix of gamma rays, high-energy protons, and cosmic rays, was exceedingly harmful to living organisms. The lab publicly claimed its research aimed to develop protective suits that could provide oxygen and shield wearers from radiation. This explanation served as a cover story, as Starlight Enterprises, which conducted mineral explorations, needed such suits to enable workers to delve deeper underground and endure radiation emitted by certain ores. For Luo Wen, exterminating the rat folk was a simple option, but leveraging their intelligence to develop technology was far more valuable. As such, he preferred deception when possible. On this particular day, the lab received a rare 30-centimeter-long arthropod. Allegedly caught by a fishing vessel, this marine creature could swim yet had wings. Though beetle-like in appearance, it also possessed pincers and 8 spider-like legs. Its exoskeleton, made of a unique material, could withstand immense deep-sea pressure. This previously unknown organism was acquired through the lab owner's extensive connections. With researchers specializing in biological materials, the lab routinely studied various organisms to observe their behavior under space radiation, hoping to find nature-derived solutions to counteract such conditions. When the researchers saw this beetle, they were awestruck. Its appearance defied conventional understanding. While dissection could yield significant discoveries, or at least a few research papers, the specimen was too valuable to destroy. Starlight Enterprises had gone to great lengths to procure it specifically for extreme environment testing. Luo Wen found the situation frustrating. He couldn't risk revealing his true form as a test subject for research. Yet, his progress through other avenues had been slow. Achieving space travel in the short term seemed unlikely, and the most viable solution appeared to be manufacturing spacecraft through the rat folks' ingenuity. But Luo Wen wasn't planning a leisurely trip to space. He needed to survive in the harsh conditions of outer space for extended periods. Space's extreme environment made rushing in unprepared a recipe for failure. Over the years, he had accumulated countless genetic fragments, but these were all derived from Earth-like conditions. Whether they would remain functional in space was uncertain. Therefore, he required a simulated space environment to test and evolve his genes under vacuum, radiation, and anaerobic conditions. This research base included a small number of insiders loyal to Luo Wen. It wasn't that he didn't want an entirely loyal team, but the swarm network's ability to recruit intelligent individuals had been discovered too recently. The network still lacked the numbers needed for a fully in-house lab. Luo Wen couldn't afford to wait decades for this ideal. Simulating and evolving new abilities in such an environment wasn't a quick process, and waiting for a fully loyal lab might take a century. He wasn't willing to accept such delays. Instead, he prioritized reducing the timeline. Although the lab's reliance on outsiders compromised security, Luo Wen wasn't irreplaceable provided the brood nest was safeguarded. Moreover, the researchers were tightly monitored to prevent leaks. Without their knowledge, parasitic organisms had also infiltrated their bodies. These parasites, derived from iron wire worms found in mantises, could release special chemicals into their host's nervous system when necessary. These chemicals disrupted protein synthesis, mimicked neural signals, and sent erroneous commands to the host's body. If someone attempted to divulge secrets, their vocal system would fail, rendering them mute. Persistent attempts could trigger uncontrollable self-destructive behavior. In this way, these researchers could be considered half-loyal to Luo Wen. The test chamber was soon prepared. Luo Wen wasted no time stepping into the enclosed space. The chamber, a sealed environment spanning a few square meters, had 99% of its air evacuated. Luo Wen's first challenge was to adapt to surviving without oxygen. The initial test results exceeded his expectations. After merely sleeping in the chamber, his body underwent subtle yet significant internal changes. The fiber-like structures in his body, originally developed after being disemboweled by the yellow earth ants to rapidly seal wounds, evolved further into a valve-like structure. These valves partitioned his body into isolated compartments. Normally functioning like sieves, they didn't impede bodily systems. In emergencies, they could seal all external openings, transforming his body into a completely sealed environment. Additionally, the energy stored in his tail lard organ could sustain his body for extended periods. This energy cycled within his body with minimal waste, producing only trace amounts of gas. These gases could be funneled into isolated chambers within his body for eventual release. Remarkably, these chambers could form anywhere in his body using the valve structures. By releasing gases, they could even provide propulsion for directional changes during flight. With modifications to key muscle groups, such as enhancing powerful sphincters, these gases could accelerate flight. While current speed limits remained low, the absence of atmospheric drag in space promised greater efficiency. Having solved the issues of bodily insulation and internal circulation, Luo Wen now needed to address energy acquisition. With this, he could survive in anaerobic environments for extended periods. However, outer space presented more than just a lack of oxygen, and oxygen deficiency was the easiest problem to solve. Despite starting strong, Luo Wen's subsequent experiments didn't go as smoothly. His next challenge was testing his survival in cold environments. Luo Wen's body already possessed genes for cold resistance, allowing him to endure ordinary frigid conditions with ease. However, the extreme cold of outer space was an entirely different matter. Luo Wen vaguely recalled space temperatures being around -200 degrees Celsius, but the exact figure escaped him. The rat folks' industrial limitations meant their laboratory could simulate temperatures only down to about -150 degrees Celsius. Even at this threshold, Luo Wen faced a significant setback. Shortly after entering the simulated environment, his body began losing heat rapidly. Frost formed on his surface, and his bodily fluids started to freeze. At this point, his emergency systems activated, putting him into hibernation mode. His metabolism slowed drastically, nearly halting fluid flow and paralyzing his body. Had Luo Wen not already been a networked being, his consciousness would likely have been forcibly shut down into a dormant state, leaving his body to slowly succumb to the cold's ravages. However, hibernation couldn't halt the damage caused by extreme cold. Within 5 minutes, his body began deteriorating at the cellular level. In the past, such circumstances would have meant death, his consciousness fading painlessly in slumber. Now, he was able to alert the insiders monitoring the experiment to halt the test and extract his body. Afterward, his body cocooned itself for 3 days to repair the damage. This remarkable recovery left the semi-insiders astonished. During this recovery period, Luo Wen reflected deeply. He realized his overconfidence, inflated by the success of the anaerobic experiment. Even with his exceptional talents, evolution required time. Plunging into an environment beyond his limits meant his body would collapse before his abilities could manifest. In simpler terms, he had overstepped his bounds. Taking this lesson to heart, the second experiment was conducted with the chamber temperature set between -50 and -60 degrees Celsius. After filling his tail lard organ with energy reserves, Luo Wen entered the chamber. The lowest temperature he had previously endured in nature was around -20 to -30 degrees. Dropping an additional 30 degrees was uncomfortable but bearable. His internal hibernation gene attempted to force him offline. As his limbs gradually numbed, Luo Wen didn't resist, allowing himself to enter hibernation. His body cocooned itself, while his consciousness returned to the swarm network. 2 days later, his body emerged from the cocoon. In the third experiment, Luo Wen's hibernation system no longer triggered warnings upon entering the chamber. This time, several genes fused during his hibernation, though their exact origins were unclear given the sheer number of samples he had accumulated over the years. The resulting fusion prompted his body to secrete an oily substance. This substance mixed with his bodily fluids, lowering their freezing point. As secretion continued, its concentration in his fluids increased, further reducing their freezing point. Previously, in similar conditions, his bodily fluids had begun to crystallize. But now, thanks to the oily substance, this did not occur. His fluids continued to flow normally, maintaining his bodily functions. In subsequent tests, the chamber's temperature was gradually lowered while the oily substance concentration increased. However, at -100 degrees Celsius, the substance's effectiveness waned, and crystallization began. As the temperature dropped further, Luo Wen's hibernation system reactivated, forcing him offline. His body entered hibernation but failed to cocoon itself. At this point, his genetic repository lacked anything capable of countering such extreme cold. Yet, as the temperature continued to plummet, his body avoided destruction. Instead, his innate talents initiated the evolution of his hibernation ability. His cells began shrinking, expelling non-essential materials outside their walls. The expelled material crystallized outside the cells, forming a protective layer. When the chamber reached the rat folks' technological limit, Luo Wen's cells had expelled 90% of their contents, retaining only their core components. The external crystallization also provided some protection. At this point, Luo Wen's consciousness forcibly returned to his body. However, with his fluids completely frozen and circulation halted, he couldn't move. He signaled the laboratory to cease energy input, allowing the chamber temperature to gradually rise. As the crystals outside his cells melted, they were reabsorbed, and his cells began to regain activity. When the temperature reached -100 degrees Celsius, the oily substance resumed secretion, restoring fluid circulation and returning his body to normal. Afterward, Luo Wen confirmed that his body hadn't sustained any damage from this test. Yet, he found little cause for celebration. Beyond -100 degrees, he lost all mobility. He wasn't venturing into space to sleep. This outcome fell far short of his requirements. Moreover, the oily substance had reached its evolutionary limits, offering no further potential. Luo Wen needed to explore alternative methods to combat extreme cold. For now, there was no need to stubbornly pursue this avenue. While the rat folk worked on upgrading the chamber's capabilities, Luo Wen would dispatch numerous bugs to the planet's poles in search of rare organisms capable of surviving and functioning in ultra-low temperatures. After a few days of rest, Luo Wen began his experiments with space radiation adaptation. While the experiments simulated space radiation, Luo Wen lacked precise knowledge of the specific types of radiation in space. The rat folk hadn't yet sent spacecraft beyond the atmosphere, leaving them unable to measure such conditions. As a result, the radiation used in these tests primarily came from mineral samples or byproducts of other experiments. Although not identical to space radiation, they served as a starting point for finding countermeasures. In reality, any object in nature with a temperature above absolute zero emits radiation in the form of electromagnetic waves and particles. Luo Wen's concern was with harmful radiation levels exceeding safety thresholds, which could cause decay in his body, damage his nervous system, and harm other organ systems. In the first test, after 1 hour of exposure to harmful radiation, Luo Wen's body began cocooning. However, this cocoon offered little protection against radiation penetration. As time passed, the cocoon's internal temperature rose under continued radiation exposure. After 20 hours, irreversible cellular damage began to occur. In the past, Luo Wen would never have dared to conduct such risky experiments. However, his brood nest body had become more like a tool, a uniquely irreplaceable tool, but one that could serve as an ideal experimental subject. Over the years, as a swarm network entity, Luo Wen had mostly operated by projecting his consciousness into temporary hosts among the network's nodes. His original body often remained hidden deep under the ocean, rarely utilized. This shift in perspective had profoundly changed Luo Wen's mindset. He now saw himself as a mecha pilot, with the nodes including his original body acting as his mechas. Depending on the situation, he could switch between various mechas such as insects, birds, pterosaurs, dinosaurs, beasts, or even ratfolk, all tailored from genetic templates. If a mecha broke down, he could simply replace it. The brood nest, while special, was just another mecha. Of course, he still prioritized the protection of his brood nest and his original body, as they represented the swarm's ultimate potential and could not be destroyed simultaneously. But sacrificing one occasionally was acceptable. As it was now, prolonged exposure to high-intensity radiation provided Luo Wen with valuable data, but it caused irreparable damage to his original body. Under the mournful gazes of the semi-insiders, the body was incinerated. A month later, an identical creature was delivered to the lab. The semi-insiders were baffled. Wasn't this specimen supposed to be extremely rare? Radiation protection experiments involved a wide variety of radiation sources, making them a lengthy endeavor. Luo Wen understood this and focused on ensuring progress wasn't hindered by human factors. Beyond that, he could only wait. Meanwhile, the Imperial Space Research Institute saw significant developments. With the strong support of the Kerrigan Empress, the institute expanded rapidly, influencing many young scholars' career choices. Within 5 years, its staff grew to over 20 times its initial size. It had originally been established by integrating experts from the Kingdom of Kerrigan and the Kingdom of Marakan, with nearly 20,000 personnel at its inception. The collaboration of so many brilliant minds accelerated progress on the lunar exploration project. The rat folk had been developing aerospace technology for years, but concepts alone weren't enough. Under Luo Wen's guidance, though he was no academic, their technological priorities were severely misaligned. Lacking a robust industrial foundation and a complete system, building a lunar rocket was a pipe dream. In previous years, the rat folk had launched numerous prototype rockets, all of which failed. To Luo Wen, some didn't even outperform firecrackers. Still, failure is the mother of success. Through repeated setbacks, the rat folk gained valuable experience and refined their designs to resemble rockets from Luo Wen's memories. However, they eventually hit a wall. Theoretical blueprints could no longer be realized. Supersonic flight demanded strong, pressure-resistant, heat-tolerant, and lightweight materials, which the rat folk's material sciences couldn't provide. Increasingly precise rocket engines exceeded the capabilities of rat folk machinery. The refinement of rocket fuels, oxidizers, and accelerants was beyond their technological reach. Many associated technologies faced similar challenges. Without external intervention, the project might have been abandoned due to its immense cost. But the Kerrigan Empress, being a networked being, proposed a groundbreaking solution, consolidating all related fields under the Research Institute's jurisdiction. This bold move shocked many. The Space Institute already consumed a significant portion of the Empire's budget with minimal results, mostly launching overpriced fireworks for public entertainment. Jealous of its funding, critics had repeatedly called for its dissolution, only to be overruled by the Empress. As the founding monarch, her authority was unparalleled, leaving dissenters little recourse. The Empress's latest expansion plans sparked a wave of rumors and slander. Some claimed she was infatuated with a handsome researcher, others questioned her sanity. There were even whispers of the American kingdom's remnants attempting to exploit the situation to restore their monarchy. People quickly forgot how Kerrigan had unified the empire. Or perhaps the enormous stakes encouraged selective amnesia. Fortunately, Luo Wen was a helpful bug. Those spreading the wildest rumors, whether overtly or covertly, began dying in their sleep. Luo Wen's intervention rekindled memories of the fear once instilled by unfortunate accidents. The rumors swiftly disappeared, restoring peace and harmony to the empire. Ordinary citizens, bewildered by the rapid turn of events, could only marvel at how quickly the tide shifted. The Institute's expansion proposal passed with unprecedented speed, facing no further resistance. Many of the tens of thousands of personnel now in the Institute came from fields merged during this restructuring. As supporting systems improved, a prototype rocket based on conceptual blueprints was finally constructed 5 years later. Around the same time, Luo Wen resumed adaptation experiments in Starlight Enterprise's private lab. Once assembled and inspected, the new rocket underwent its first launch test 2 months later. Unfortunately, shortly after liftoff, it exploded into a spectacular firework, witnessed by officials and citizens across a 100-kilometer radius. While the test failed, it revealed numerous issues. 6 months later, a new rocket was built. The new rocket measured 15 meters tall and weighed 13.5 tons. Its nosecone housed gyroscopes, an inertial navigation computer, and a radio command receiver. The middle section contained fuel and oxidizer tanks, using a combination of alcohol fuel and liquid oxygen oxidizer. The tail housed the engine and fins. The system worked by pumping fuel and oxidizer through separate pipelines into the engine's combustion chamber, where they mixed, ignited, and burned. The high-temperature, high-pressure gases expelled from the bottom generated thrust. When Luo Wen examined the system and blueprints, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Upon seeing the rocket's design blueprints, Luo Wen inexplicably thought of the Gatling system. Both designs involved 2 chambers working in tandem with a reaction chamber. However, Luo Wen couldn't yet find genetic organs capable of producing the necessary fuel and oxidizers, nor could biological structures achieve the strength required for a rocket combustion chamber. Otherwise, Luo Wen might have been able to create a biological rocket based on this theoretical framework and the blueprints. The rocket's direction was adjusted not only by movable air rudders on its 4 tail fins but also by 4 gas rudders installed within the nozzle, which directed the rocket's exhaust flames. After ignition, the rocket flew smoothly and ascended to an altitude of 500,000 meters before running out of fuel and falling back to the ground. This marked the first time that the Ratfolk's flying machine had reached such heights. Previous prototypes had struggled to even cross the 10,000-meter mark. The sudden leap in altitude represented a significant breakthrough and greatly excited the Ratfolk. Empress Kerrigan declared a 2-day national holiday to celebrate the achievement. The launch also provided a wealth of data. The Ratfolk devised multiple improvement plans based on the shortcomings identified during the launch. The dramatic advancement of the new rocket had a significant impact on the Kerrigan Empire. For the first time, the Ratfolk saw the possibility of success. Empress Kerrigan capitalized on this momentum by increasing funding to the Imperial Space Research Institute. The researchers at the institute were the most motivated by this success. With unlimited resources and full departmental cooperation, they managed to create an improved rocket within just 1 year. The main navigation and propulsion systems of the new rocket had shown no issues in the previous test. The failure was due to running out of fuel, so the new prototype focused on addressing this problem. The new rocket retained its streamlined design, narrow at the top and wider at the base, but was significantly larger, 34 meters tall with a diameter of 3 meters. Additionally, 4 booster rockets, each 19 meters long, were strapped to the lower half of the main body, making the new rocket resemble the previous generation encircling a new central core. This unique configuration brought the total weight to an astounding 280 tons. The fuel was also upgraded, switching from alcohol to kerosene. The sheer size of the new rocket made it visually imposing even when stationary. However, the larger size and the inclusion of 5 propulsion systems meant that the fueling and oxidizer loading processes were time-consuming and complex. On the launch day of the new rocket, thousands of Ratfolk gathered outside the 3-kilometer exclusion zone to witness the event. Excitement gave way to fatigue and hunger as the lengthy preparations dragged on. Finally, the launch was ready. Empress Kerrigan personally gave the launch order. Flames erupted from the rocket's base, accompanied by billowing smoke that quickly obscured the rocket. In moments, the rocket pierced through the smoke and soared skyward. The Ratfolk watched as the rocket, trailing a fiery plume, shrank into a distant speck before vanishing entirely. The crowd stared skyward for a while longer before erupting into deafening cheers. The 4 boosters propelled the massive rocket to an altitude of 1,500 kilometers, successfully breaching the atmosphere before detaching. The primary stage's thruster was remotely ignited, and the rocket's navigation system recalibrated its trajectory. With renewed propulsion, the rocket continued toward the moon. Having escaped the atmosphere, the rocket faced significantly less air resistance. With only 1 engine left, it traveled nearly 100,000 kilometers before losing power. Captured by planetary gravity, it became an orbiting satellite. The launch plunged the Ratfolk into a frenzy of celebration. Luo Wen, too, was thrilled. Although the rocket was still far from reaching the moon, breaking through the atmosphere was a critical milestone. The remaining challenges of expanding the fuel capacity and increasing thrust were far easier to tackle than the initial development of a rocket. Meanwhile, Luo Wen's experiments had also made progress. First, his optical stealth system was functional. Its principle relied on nanometer-scale crystalline structures in his skin, forming specialized pigment cells. By controlling the spacing between the crystalline structures, these cells reflected different wavelengths of light. Over the years, Luo Wen had gained full control over this ability. Since many forms of radiation were transmitted via light, Luo Wen's eyes, which could perceive a broader spectrum than human eyes, clearly detected wavelengths invisible to others. Through continuous experimentation and observation, Luo Wen identified several wavelengths harmful to his body and adjusted his crystalline structures to reflect them. As for the remaining types of radiation, Luo Wen had no immediate solution and could only endure them by thickening the keratin layers on his outer body. His experiments on cold resistance, however, were at a standstill. While he could survive extreme cold by stalling his biological functions, this method lacked practicality. Yet, breakthroughs often came unexpectedly. After the new rocket breached outer space, several more launch tests followed. Though they didn't achieve further breakthroughs in flight distance, they successfully sent satellites and observation devices into space. Data from these devices revealed that outer space was cold, oxygen-deprived, and filled with various types of radiation. Without solutions to these challenges, the rat folk couldn't venture beyond their planet. Luo Wen realized early on that with relevant theoretical knowledge, he could conduct more effective experiments. For instance, with the theory behind rocket fuel and oxidizer systems, Luo Wen only needed to address a few key issues to develop a biological rocket. This approach was far more efficient and reliable than blindly relying on innate talent. In terms of time, evolving abilities for lunar travel through pure imagination would take an unmeasurable amount of time. But with theoretical knowledge and targeted evolution to address critical issues, Luo Wen estimated it might take only a century. Had he possessed this knowledge earlier, there would have been no need to cultivate the rat folk civilization. However, a mature rat folk civilization now proved invaluable. Not only did they continuously convert more members into the swarm, but they also provided Luo Wen with theoretical insights, serving as highly effective tools. The discovery of space radiation spurred numerous research efforts, with many experimental results and papers published. One paper, in particular, inspired Luo Wen greatly. To cosmic radiation, the radiation Luo Wen dealt with in the laboratory was child's play. According to calculations, unless he thickened his keratin layer to over 3 meters, he would be unable to withstand such radiation. A 3-meter thick keratin shell would require his body size to reach at least 20 meters to support the armor, and the weight would likely exceed 100 tons. Given the rat folk's current level of technology, even another century might not suffice to send him to the moon. Thus, the idea of enduring radiation physically was no longer feasible. The paper Luo Wen read discussed the hypothesis of planetary magnetic fields shielding against cosmic radiation. The author speculated that planets naturally generated a massive protective field, deflecting or neutralizing harmful radiation from space, as evidenced by the ability of life to thrive on planetary surfaces. The paper concluded with a proposal to research this field and replicate it in a small-scale magnetic device, which could be installed on rockets or personal protective suits to counter space radiation. Through the swarm network, Luo Wen quickly tracked down the author, who turned out to be working in a private laboratory under Starlight Enterprises. Unbeknownst to this rat folk, they were suddenly entrusted with a critical mission, promoted to lead a new laboratory, granted unlimited funding and personnel, and tasked with a single goal: developing the magnetic device envisioned in the paper as quickly as possible. Luo Wen's genetic library contained numerous organisms with unique understandings of magnetic fields, but none offered a complete framework. Even his anti-gravity wings, beetle elytra, were merely a rudimentary application of magnetic fields. Thus, Luo Wen needed a comprehensive theory to integrate and enhance these capabilities. Developing a magnetic organ was far more feasible than enduring cosmic radiation directly. Time flew by, and in just a few years, the rat folk's aerospace industry made remarkable strides. Rockets underwent continuous propulsion system upgrades, bringing them closer to reaching the moon. 2 years ago, they even managed to send a 4-clawed beast into space. Unfortunately, their rockets still lacked re-entry systems. The creature contributed a wealth of data before becoming a permanent fixture in planetary orbit. Last year, a rat folk was sent into low Earth orbit and successfully returned. Although they suffered numerous ailments afterward, they survived. Luo Wen was intrigued but frustrated. After studying the equipment used by the astronaut, he found little of immediate value. For instance, the rat folk's protective suit had multiple layers, including a vacuum layer to mitigate extreme temperatures in space. However, Luo Wen had no idea how to grow a vacuum layer within his body. There was good news, though. The radiation protection technology used in the rat folk's spacesuits originated from a private laboratory under Starlight Enterprises. The researcher, a rat folk named Karen, did not disappoint. They successfully developed a compact magnetic field protection device, which was further refined with ample resources and support. Eventually, the technology was streamlined into a metallic fiber material. The outermost layer of the rat folk's spacesuits was composed of this material. By forming a closed loop, it generated an induced current that produced a counter-electromagnetic field to block radiation. Luo Wen couldn't coat his body with such material, but he could use the theory to evolve an organ or ability with similar functionality. After a period of research and experimentation, he was nearing success. First, Luo Wen utilized genes from an electric fish species, whose specialized muscle tissue formed a natural electric organ. These fish also had numerous energy storage cells functioning like miniature stacked batteries. When the nerve center acting as a discharge hub sent signals, the electric organ released electricity, connecting the energy storage cells in series to generate high voltage. This structure could power a small magnetic field generator. To construct the generator, Luo Wen turned to the genes of a metal snail species that lived at depths of 3,000 meters, near hydrothermal vents and undersea volcanoes. Luo Wen had discovered these snails during a deep-sea exploration. While they didn't taste particularly good, their genes were worth collecting. The snails had metallic scales on their footpads and metal shells with natural magnetic properties, giving them a futuristic appearance. Using this trait, Luo Wen incorporated metal particles into his shell, arranging them into a biological magnetic field generator. The electric organ provided energy, successfully creating a small magnetic field on his body's surface. Not only did this magnetic field effectively block radiation penetration, but it also provided an unexpected bonus. The magnetic field's containment effect significantly reduced heat dissipation, stabilizing Luo Wen's ambient temperature. This serendipitously solved the problem of extreme cold in space, a long-standing concern for Luo Wen. Though unsure of the exact mechanism behind this result, Luo Wen chalked it up to an evolutionary anomaly. There was, however, a drawback. The system required a substantial intake of minerals to function. To make it viable for the swarm, the queen ant's diet would need to include specific minerals. Alternatively, Luo Wen considered enhancing the fungal carpet by integrating the metal snail's genes. Since it could already break down rocks and minerals, this genetic addition might enable it to extract the required materials more effectively. With the challenges of oxygen deprivation, low temperatures, and cosmic radiation resolved, Luo Wen made significant progress toward spacefaring capabilities. The remaining hurdle was energy acquisition. Once solved, Luo Wen would evolve into a true space-dwelling organism, with the swarm following suit. Another year passed. The rat folks' rocket propulsion research hit a bottleneck. Returning to old methods, they increased the number of thrusters from 1+4 to 1+6, and then to 1+8, bringing their rockets ever closer to the moon. Over the same year, Luo Wen delved into numerous research papers and discovered a new application for the swarm network. He could extract and clone specific memories from the rat folks' collective intelligence. It felt like forcibly downloading a book into his mind, allowing him to sift through the useful parts. While this saved time compared to traditional reading, it came with downsides. The memory extraction captured an entire time frame, including potentially unsavory personal experiences. After a particularly embarrassing incident, Luo Wen expunged the cloned memory with great effort and resolved to use this method sparingly. Still, a year of study provided Luo Wen with ideas on how to harvest energy in space. With setbacks in rocket propulsion research, some of the rat folk proposed building a space station in planetary orbit as a means of collecting data and conducting further studies. This idea inspired a subset of researchers to pursue related projects. One article suggested creating a self-sustaining ecosystem chamber aboard the space station. Plants could absorb carbon dioxide and release oxygen, while rat folk would breathe the oxygen and produce carbon dioxide, establishing a closed-loop system. Although implementing such a system would be far more complicated than the article implied, the concept gave Luo Wen a new direction for his experiments. Previously, Luo Wen had focused on directly harnessing cosmic radiation. He had made some progress. Certain thermal radiation could provide large amounts of heat energy, but he had yet to find a method to convert that heat into biological energy, leaving him stuck in a dead end. Now, he had a fresh idea. Luo Wen already had the ability to integrate plant cells into his body, even incorporating chloroplasts. The ecosystem chamber concept seemed feasible for internal adaptation. Driven by inspiration, he began working immediately. His body was already sealed into an airtight structure from prior experiments with survival in oxygen-deprived environments, making it a natural closed chamber. He added numerous chloroplasts to his skin cells but quickly ran into compatibility issues. His optical stealth system and magnetic field generation system were also located in the skin. Adding chloroplasts risked disrupting their functions. Unable to resolve this, Luo Wen relocated the chloroplasts to a lower part of his body. However, this introduced a new challenge: limited light exposure. He experimented with using the nanocrystals from the optical stealth system to reflect light to the chloroplast's new location. This required creating dedicated light pathways and adding additional nanocrystals inside his body to enhance reflection. Otherwise, the small contact area would result in inefficient energy conversion, a highly inconvenient solution. Luo Wen resigned himself to this approach until a few days later, when he came across another paper. It suggested that plants could grow under artificial lighting or bioluminescence. The revelation hit Luo Wen like a bolt of lightning. Though he knew little about bioluminescence, this solution seemed promising. While installing artificial lights inside his body was out of the question, bioluminescent organisms provided an ideal alternative. Many insects and deep-sea creatures naturally emitted light. Luo Wen began experimenting immediately. Bioluminescent organisms typically contained a special gene that produced light cells. These cells housed two chemicals that reacted under specific catalysts, releasing energy almost entirely as light with minimal heat, a highly efficient illumination method. Luo Wen relocated the chloroplasts to an internal cavity surrounded by light cells. He then modified his respiratory system to direct carbon dioxide into the cavity, where the chloroplasts absorbed it and released oxygen. The result? Luo Wen became a glowing organism, or perhaps, a biomecha with built-in lighting. This system was far more reliable than his earlier design, but still fell short of a perfect cycle, requiring periodic replenishment of water and other materials. Thanks to his tail large storage organ, however, this periodic replenishment could be measured in years. Thus, Luo Wen had addressed almost every challenge posed by space travel. All that remained was acquiring a suitable vessel. Overlord, don't you think our latest masterpiece is stunning? Morgan asked, his tone full of self-admiration. Luo Wen, observing the rocket remotely through Morgan's perspective, replied via the swarm network, stunning? I'm speechless. Your praise is most gratifying, Overlord. That wasn't praise, you fool. Can't you tell I'm being sarcastic? Perhaps it's a limitation of consciousness communication. I cannot detect tone. Luo Wen briefly considered retraining the rat folk scientist before turning his attention back to the rocket. Admittedly, the design left him astonished. The rat folk had devised a novel approach, strapping 36 secondary thrusters onto a single rocket. As a self-proclaimed intellectual, Luo Wen couldn't help but criticize the design's absurdity. The drag in the atmosphere alone would be monumental, and directional control seemed nearly impossible. Regret bubbled within him. He had entrusted his body to this mission. Yes, this was the vessel that would carry Luo Wen to the moon. It represented the pinnacle of rat folk ingenuity, resembling nothing more than a giant stick bound with over 30 grenades. This was the rat folk's first serious attempt to land on the moon. Even Empress Kerrigan had arrived at the command center to personally oversee the launch ceremony. Can this contraption really fly? Luo Wen asked, skeptical. Rest assured, Overlord, Morgan replied confidently. We are highly experienced with strapped booster rockets. While the drag is indeed significant within the atmosphere, it becomes irrelevant once we breach it. Our calculations confirm that 36 secondary thrusters can definitely propel the rocket's core to the moon. Fine. Your verbosity convinces me. Luo Wen felt a sliver of relief after Morgan's detailed explanation. Luo Wen's body, secured under the guise of a volunteer organism, had been placed in a transparent box filled with observation instruments and loaded onto the rocket. Accompanying him were other equipment and an all-terrain rover. Shortly afterward, Morgan confirmed via intercom, Overlord, the special organism has been secured on the rocket. Luo Wen nodded, then remembered this was consciousness communication and replied, understood. The connection between Luo Wen's main body and the brood nest remained his closely guarded secret. Even the most loyal and network-integrated rat folk had no access to this information. It wasn't a matter of mistrust but of caution. Luo Wen had long believed he wasn't the universe's only exceptional being. Who knew what other peculiar abilities might exist? Better safe than sorry. Paranoia was the ultimate survival skill. Once everything was ready, Empress Kerrigan issued the command, and the rocket launch countdown began. 10 seconds later, amidst billowing smoke, the rocket resembling a cluster grenade spewed flames as it shot toward the sky. The rocket steadily gained altitude. Its bundled secondary boosters, grouped in sets of 4, detached from the main body once their fuel was depleted. Perhaps due to the rocket's overly unique design and significant air resistance, Luo Wen experienced violent vibrations while confined in the cargo bay at the rocket's nose. The ride was exceedingly uncomfortable. Were it not for his resilient body, he might have been smashed to pulp within the cramped confines. Fortunately, the rocket's speed was commendable. After 20 minutes, utilizing a total of 3 sets of 12 secondary boosters, it successfully exited the atmosphere. The rocket then employed another set of boosters to reach planetary orbit. The boosters shut down as the rocket was captured by the planet's gravity. This planet had 2 moons, both similar in size and mass. The yellow-white moon appeared larger than the red-white one due to its closer proximity. Luo Wen's target this time was the yellow moon. After several failed attempts, the rat folk had calculated a precise and feasible landing trajectory through meticulous computations. The rocket remained in orbit for more than 10 hours, circling half the planet. Then, the boosters reignited, propelling the rocket onto a lunar-bound trajectory. The next 2 days were uneventful. Luo Wen spent this time in idle stasis, sparing himself the misery of enduring the cramped space. Vitals of the test subject are normal, but signs of low activity suggest potential injuries from severe vibrations during atmospheric exit, a uniformed female rat folk reported to Morgan while monitoring the instruments. Empress Kerrigan had left shortly after the rocket exited the atmosphere. Now, Morgan, the director of the Imperial Space Research Institute, was overseeing operations. Morgan was well aware of the test subject's nature. It was undoubtedly one of the swarm Overlord's specially engineered bodies. Morgan also knew about the Overlord's experiments in private laboratories, and this body was likely one of the results. This mission served to test its performance in space. 2 days later, through Morgan's perspective, Luo Wen learned that the rocket was approaching the yellow moon's orbit. In 3 hours, it would collide with the yellow moon. Yes, collide. With no atmosphere on the yellow moon to slow descent, the rocket's impact would be direct and unmitigated. This meant Luo Wen was in for a hardcore landing. As the rocket approached, tension mounted in the control center. The rat folk responsible for monitoring data didn't dare blink. The rocket, now with only 4 secondary boosters left, was running out of fuel. 30 minutes before impact, the last 4 boosters exhausted their fuel and began detachment procedures. The metal framework securing the boosters to the rocket was remotely unlocked. This 1+32 configuration was being used for the first time, and this was also the first time a ratfolk spacecraft had traveled this far. Inevitably, a malfunction occurred. One of the secondary boosters failed to eject properly due to a malfunction in its release mechanism. As a result, it collided with the rocket's main body during separation, damaging the rocket's engine base. In the ground control center, piercing alarms blared. Observation devices showed damage to the rocket's engine on the right side, though the extent was unclear. Shortly thereafter, black smoke began billowing from the rocket's base. After limping along for several more minutes, the engine exploded, followed by the fuel tank. The rocket's nose, along with the cargo bay, was blasted away from the plume of smoke, veering off its planned trajectory. Panic erupted among the rat folk as they frantically recalculated the trajectory. Luo Wen recalled an old adage from a wise man: ugly weapons are usually unreliable. Thinking back to the rocket's cluster grenade-like design, he realized why he doubted its reliability from the beginning. Given its catastrophically ugly design, an accident seemed almost inevitable. Luo Wen was speechless. His body was now tumbling and spiraling through deep space, potentially destined to become a mere speck of decoration in the cosmic void. However, he could always self-destruct his body and regenerate back on the planet, so losing one insect form wasn't a major issue. The real problem was the lengthy delay for another lunar mission, and the bitterness of seeing his long-awaited hopes dashed. Time ticked away. After intense calculations, the rat folk gathered new information. "Overlord, are you still there?" Morgan asked. "What's the situation?" Luo Wen's voice echoed in his mind. "Overlord, the outlook is grim." Luo Wen had anticipated this outcome. It seemed another delay was inevitable. However, there's still a chance to salvage the situation, Morgan added after a pause. Luo Wen was momentarily irritated, suspecting Morgan was deliberately being cryptic, though he had no proof. Perhaps he could just dig into Morgan's mind to find out. The rocket's nose and cargo bay will be captured by the yellow moon's gravity in 10 minutes, entering its orbit, Morgan quickly continued, sensing Luo Wen's ominous thoughts. But before Luo Wen could relax, Morgan added, "However, although the rocket's propulsion system was destroyed, its initial speed was too high. With minimal resistance in space, it will exceed the escape velocity of the yellow moon after being captured, remaining in orbit for 34 minutes before being flung into deep space." Luo Wen became serious, understanding the gravity of Morgan's statement. "So, I need to control the insect form to detach from the rocket within this 34-minute window." "Yes, Overlord. What are your suggestions?" "There are 2 options. First, after detaching from the rocket, the insect form's speed will be 3.5 kilometers per second. You'll need to decelerate to and maintain a speed of 2 kilometers per second to stay in orbit. Then, at the right moment, accelerate to 2.5 kilometers per second to leave orbit and head for the yellow moon." "And the second option?" "The second option is to detach from the rocket and, instead of decelerating, accelerate inward toward the yellow moon. The rocket will be flung out of lunar orbit, while the insect body accelerates toward the moon's surface," Morgan explained, stroking his whiskers. Although the gesture seemed incongruous with his younger body, it had become a habit. "What are the pros and cons of each plan?" Luo Wen asked after some thought. "The first option offers higher safety. Staying in lunar orbit provides ample time for observation and finding the right moment. The downside is the difficulty of accelerating the insect body by an additional 0.5 kilometers per second during detachment. The second option's advantage is immediate action. You can proceed to the moon landing without delay. However, the opportunity is fleeting, and the descent carries significant risk due to high speed. What will you choose, Overlord?" Luo Wen pondered. His primary body's Gatling system had been replaced with a jet propulsion system during anaerobic tests. He wasn't confident in its ability to increase speed by 0.5 kilometers per second. Failure would mean being trapped in lunar orbit and forced to self-destruct, awaiting another chance. The second option appeared riskier, but its challenges were mainly in timing and deceleration during the landing. With his reaction speed and ultra-high-resolution vision, he was confident he could manage timely deceleration. After conveying his decision to Morgan, Morgan immediately mobilized personnel to recalculate trajectories. 10 minutes later, the rocket has been captured by the yellow moon's gravity and is entering lunar orbit, a researcher monitoring the screens reported. "The rocket has entered lunar orbit and will leave it in 34 minutes. The rocket has been in orbit for 19 minutes. Calculations remain unchanged. It will leave orbit in 15 minutes. Let's begin, Morgan." Luo Wen's voice echoed in Morgan's mind. Luo Wen would need to focus entirely on controlling his insect body, leaving ground operations to Morgan. Morgan, through the swarm network, pulled trusted personnel into a private channel and began directing. Plans originally reserved for post-lunar landing had to be implemented ahead of schedule. Suddenly, alarms blared in the ground control center. "Report? Monitoring in the rocket's cargo bay has failed. What's the cause?" Morgan asked, maintaining a calm expression that betrayed no hint of the unfolding chaos. "Likely the result of the earlier fuel tank explosion, which destabilized the cabin." The rocket remains under the moon's gravitational pull, accelerating as the cabin deforms, a researcher speculated. Before Morgan could respond, another observer shouted, "Report! The test subject's life support pod has lost contact. Vital signs are gone. Report! The cargo bay is compromised. The rocket's nose has separated from the bay, and internal gases are leaking." The control room descended into chaos, red lights flashing as bad news piled up. Meanwhile, Luo Wen, after the monitoring failure, easily opened the transparent container restraining him. Smashing a protective case on the cabin wall, he revealed a red button inside. Feigning a deep breath, Luo Wen pressed the button. With a loud bang, the rocket's nose cone was ejected. Since the cabin contained air, sound traveled, making the ejection noise audible. The connection between the nose cone and the cargo bay revealed a large circular hole. Through it, the pitch-black expanse of space was visible. Before Luo Wen could appreciate the view, the cabin's escaping air swept him and various debris out through the opening. As he tumbled, Luo Wen increased the refresh rate of his vision. To him, the surrounding debris, the rocket's nose cone, and the cargo bay seemed to drift away in slow motion. Now adrift in space without any external protection, he immediately felt the extreme conditions. The side of his body facing the sun soared above 300 degrees Celsius. Thankfully, he had anticipated this, incorporating nano-heat-resistant materials from a mantis shrimp's hammer into his carapace. Without them, the high temperature would have inflicted severe damage. The side facing away from the sun plunged to minus 200 degrees Celsius, creating a temperature gradient of several hundred degrees. Meanwhile, his body continued to spin uncontrollably, producing a uniquely unpleasant sensation. His internal power system activated, supplying energy to his magnetic field generator. Blue electrical arcs danced across his carapace as a small magnetic field enveloped his body. Simultaneously, small vents on his body released jets of gas, gradually reducing his spin until he stabilized. Once his body stopped spinning, the vents closed immediately. In the vacuum of space, where replenishing air was impossible, the expelled gas came from his reserves. His muscles vibrated, bioluminescent organs lit up, and chloroplasts began working. The reserves in his tail fat organ rapidly depleted. Though wasteful, this generated copious amounts of oxygen and carbon dioxide necessary for both directional changes and deceleration during descent. The rocket and debris, though initially near him, maintained the same velocity, drifting away slowly. 5 minutes later, Luo Wen glanced back at the rat folk creation one last time. Silently bidding it farewell, he acknowledged that they might never cross paths again in the vastness of space. Farewell complete, Luo Wen turned around. With the aid of his vents, he adjusted his trajectory by about 30 degrees toward the yellow moon. His propulsion system lacked the power for a perpendicular descent, which would only slow him down. Instead, he altered his angle slightly, allowing his current velocity to carry him toward the moon. In the featureless void of space, movement felt imperceptible, though his velocity was immense. As soon as he adjusted his angle, the rocket and debris disappeared from view. His course set, all that remained was to wait. He needed to travel for more than 10 hours, orbiting the moon 1.5 times before impact. This plan, meticulously calculated by several of Morgan's trusted aides, was now in motion. Unfortunately, without his monitoring equipment, Luo Wen couldn't precisely track his speed or position. From the moment he left the rocket, everything depended on his instincts. Thankfully, with the swarm network, he didn't have to stay inside his body for the entire journey. Instead, he could collaborate with Morgan and the others to refine the next phase of their plan. Time passed, and Luo Wen's consciousness returned to his primary body. According to calculations, he was still 2 hours away from impacting the yellow moon. However, given the numerous unexpected variables, these calculations were no longer reliable. From this moment onward, he could land at any time. He had to remain vigilant, as his current velocity was near 3.5 kilometers per second. A single moment of carelessness could result in a catastrophic crash on the moon's surface. To avoid distractions, Luo Wen connected over 100 blades to the swarm network, sharing his body's perspective with them. He doubted any mishaps could occur with such robust support. The view in space was stunning, but over time it became monotonous, with unchanging scenery and utter silence. Thankfully, with the blades acting as high-level aids to monitor his surroundings, Luo Wen had the luxury of some light-hearted banter over the network to stave off boredom. He even took the opportunity to name the nearby planet Genesis Planet, as it was the birthplace of the swarm. Luo Wen reasoned that as an insect destined to conquer the stars and seas, having a compelling backstory was essential. Titles like Zhao Zilong of Changshan or Zhang Yide of Yan inspired him. Now that Genesis Planet had a name, he could proudly declare in future encounters, "I am Genesis F2A." With some accomplishments under his belt, perhaps this name alone would strike fear into his enemies. Before his imagination could spiral further, the blades raised an alert. Luo Wen realized his trajectory was veering toward the moon. He quickly abandoned his banter with the rat folk and focused his full attention on the task at hand. His orbital position was about 120 kilometers above the moon's surface, and at his current speed of 3.5 kilometers per second, a direct descent would take just over half a minute. However, since he was approaching at an oblique angle, the time would be slightly longer. The lunar surface expanded rapidly in his vision. Luo Wen needed to time his deceleration perfectly. Decelerating too early could leave him stuck in orbit, too late, and he'd end up a splattered mess on the surface. At 20 kilometers from the surface, Luo Wen's black insect body suddenly opened all forward-facing vents, expelling gas at full force. His body, moving at extreme speed, was violently decelerated. The opposing forces of momentum and thrust nearly crushed his frame. Fortunately, his carapace had been reinforced with flexible cartilage inspired by deep-sea creatures. While this made him less resistant to physical attacks, it significantly enhanced his structural resilience under pressure. Moreover, metallic ions within the carapace ensured his physical defenses were not entirely compromised. Though 20 kilometers seemed far, at Luo Wen's speed it passed in less than 6 seconds. Even with the intense braking, his landing velocity was still near 1 kilometer per second. A plume of lunar dust erupted from a vast crater on the moon's surface, forming a hazy ring before gradually settling. The scene resembled a silent film, devoid of any sound. "Overlord, what's your status?" Morgan inquired. Luo Wen hadn't shared his perspective with the rat folk. The sudden silence during their conversation hinted that Luo Wen was focused on his landing. Morgan mentally calculated the time. The landing, whether successful or disastrous, should have concluded by now. Yet Luo Wen's prolonged silence left him uncertain, eventually compelling him to ask. At that moment, Luo Wen was assessing his injuries. Despite using his back, his strongest and most impact-resistant area, for the landing, the impact had still taken a toll. Cracks marred the back armor, the magnetic field structure sustained damage, and a small section lost its protective field. Fortunately, the crater he created wasn't deep, and his relatively compact body fit snugly within it. Using surrounding lunar soil for cover, he could shield himself from radiation, though the extreme cold seeped through. His segmented structures near the damaged site closed in time, but the chill was still uncomfortable. Luo Wen flexed his appendages. Both claw arms and his 8 legs were intact, but many joints were damaged and required repair. Elsewhere, his condition wasn't critical, but the energy reserves in his tail large storage organ had dropped by over 50%. Repairing his injuries would deplete them further, and in his current situation, replenishing energy on the moon wasn't an option. Rapid depletion was an ominous prospect. Fortunately, Luo Wen had contingency plans for such situations. "Somewhat dicey, but I'm alive," Luo Wen quipped, sparing a moment to reassure Morgan before mobilizing his body. Turning to the crater he had created, Luo Wen began digging deeper. Excavation was second nature to him, and his movements were efficient and fluid. However, the moon's surface consisted of only a thin layer of soft regolith, underlain by solid rock. Luckily, his think tank had anticipated this. His claw arms had been upgraded with metallic particles, increasing their hardness significantly. They now excelled at both digging and breaking through rock. Despite the enhancements, breaking rock was far more challenging than digging through soil. After laboriously extending the crater by 2 to 3 meters, Luo Wen paused. After a brief moment of retching, his body expelled a small spore capsule, the seed for a fungal carpet. This enhanced version, designed for space environments, would determine Luo Wen's ability to thrive in the cosmos. He had meticulously prepared for this moment, choosing the genetic traits of a beast with 4 stomachs. This creature could rapidly consume large amounts of food and regurgitate it later in a safe location for gradual digestion. While Luo Wen found the process distasteful, he valued its storage capabilities. Of the 4 stomachs, only 1 produced gastric acid, the other 3 functioned as storage spaces. This feature made it easy to store and retrieve items, even if the process was a bit unappealing. For the dream of conquering the stars, Luo Wen was willing to accept such compromises. Placing the fungal carpet seed at the bottom of the crater, Luo Wen covered it with loose stones and dust. Though the conditions were far from ideal, no water or fertilizer, the seed had a built-in nutrient pack stored within its capsule. This starter resource would allow it to take root and grow. After ensuring the seed was buried, Luo Wen moved on to the next task at hand. Out of responsibility for the swarm's future development and admittedly, a bit for his own safety, Luo Wen had long been researching ways to enable the brood queens to download his primary genetic code. Alternatively, he sought methods to produce additional bodies or brood nests. After exhaustive research and experimentation, he concluded that having the brood queens download his original genetic code via a cloud storage system was currently beyond his capabilities. However, he had gained insights into creating more bodies or brood nests. Through trial, error, and some creative leaps, Luo Wen discovered that forcibly severing a body or brood nest from the swarm network effectively granted him the authority to produce another part. Simply put, disconnecting them from the network and simulating their death allowed him to incubate replacements. While the concept seemed straightforward, implementation was extraordinarily challenging. He needed to focus all his energy on severing a body or brood nest from the network, a process requiring tens of hours of uninterrupted effort until the new entity was fully incubated. Luo Wen positioned his body over the spore capsule, using surrounding dust to seal the pit before beginning his cocooning process. Meanwhile, on Genesis Planet, deep within a subterranean nest 3,000 meters below the surface, a brood nest began secreting viscous fluid from its surface. Its massive body rapidly shrank as the liquid hardened, encasing the brood nest in an amber-like shell. This was Luo Wen's first formal attempt at regenerating a brood nest. Previous efforts were purely theoretical, so he had no guarantee he could sustain his focus for the necessary tens of hours. To mitigate risks, he prepared multiple contingencies. The brood nest utilized a pseudo-death ability derived from specific insect species. These creatures could expel most of their bodily fluids to encase themselves in an amber-like shell that was incredibly resilient, capable of withstanding most external threats. Within the shell, the creature entered a pseudo-death state, with its life force nearly extinguished. Without external stimulation, it could essentially die. While this ability was typically disastrous, turning pseudo-death into actual death, it was ideal for Luo Wen's purpose. The brood nest pseudo-death significantly eased the energy drain required to isolate it from the swarm network. Surges of energy coursed through the swarm network, forcibly severing the pseudo-dead brood nest's connection. Simultaneously, the energy reserves in Luo Wen's tail large storage organ began to deplete rapidly. Since Luo Wen's consciousness had decoupled from his physical body, he remained fully alert while his body entered its cocoon state. He redirected all available energy to the incubation process, entirely deprioritizing the repair of his injuries. As time passed, Luo Wen concentrated on severing the brood nest's connection to the swarm network. Meanwhile, on the yellow moon, his cocooned body began developing a bulge at the rear, which grew steadily larger. During this period, the fungal carpet seed beneath his body also came to life. Supported by the external spore capsule, it rapidly sprouted roots that extended deep underground. Luo Wen felt a wave of relief upon observing the fungal carpet's progress. Given the limited payload of the rocket and his body's size constraints, he had brought only one seed. If it failed to take root, the entire lunar mission would have been for naught. The carpet's roots secreted a substance called lichen fluid, which efficiently dissolved the hard rock below. The yellow moon contained water resources, though they were unevenly distributed and existed primarily as solid ice due to the frigid temperatures. Luck favored Luo Wen. His crash had created a crater about a meter deep, and his subsequent digging extended it by another 2 to 3 meters. Within 5 days, the fungal carpet's roots had penetrated roughly 10 meters further, eventually discovering solid ice crystals. As the roots penetrated the rocky layers, they also absorbed various metals. The enhanced version of the fungal carpet incorporated Luo Wen's advanced space technology. With access to water, it transitioned from relying on the spore capsule to becoming self-sufficient. Equipped with modules for producing metallic particles, magnetic field generators, and self-illumination systems, the carpet accelerated its growth. A root from the fungal carpet extended into the cracked cocoon enveloping Luo Wen's body. Incubating a brood nest demanded immense energy. With his tail lard reserves nearly depleted, the carpet's timely intervention prevented Luo Wen from resorting to consuming his own flesh to sustain the process. Having overcome the initial challenges, the fungal carpet not only supported Luo Wen but also continued to expand its infrastructure. By the time the brood nest incubation was complete, the carpet's main body had spread throughout the pit, glowing with multicolored light that flickered and shifted. This illumination system, an enhancement designed by Luo Wen, replaced the monotonous yellow-green glow of its predecessors with a more diverse palette inspired by marine bioluminescent creatures. However, gazing at the vibrant, nightclub-like lights within the pit, Luo Wen couldn't help but think of certain earthly entertainment venues. He briefly considered reverting the lighting system to something less gaudy. Once the new brood nest completed incubation, it conducted a self-diagnostic before detaching from Luo Wen's body and interfacing with the fungal carpet to begin producing space-adapted swarm units. These units required specialized components for surviving in space, making them significantly more complex and costly to produce. For example, magnetic field generators necessitated metal resources, driving up their production cost to many times that of their terrestrial counterparts. Despite their expense, the emergence of these space-adapted units marked the swarm's expansion beyond its home world. The harsh conditions of outer space would no longer confine the swarm. To distinguish them, Luo Wen named the original brood nest on Genesis planet the Genesis brood nest, while the newly created one on the Yellow Moon was christened the Yellow Moon brood nest, reflecting their respective birthplaces. After the Yellow Moon brood nest came online, the Genesis brood nest initiated its reawakening sequence. The amber encasing it began to dissolve as pre-prepared nutrients flowed from the fungal carpet. The brood nest's desiccated body swelled like an inflating balloon, regaining its full form within an hour. Reawakened, the Genesis brood nest seamlessly integrated with the Yellow Moon brood nest. Luo Wen noted that the swarm network seemed to grow stronger as a result. The transport capabilities of rockets were simply too poor. Using them to deploy the swarm into space would be unimaginably inefficient and costly. From the very beginning, Luo Wen's plan was to use a rocket to send himself to the moon and then redevelop the swarm there. This plan had been decided even before Luo Wen began cultivating the rat folk and small dinosaurs. He had even considered an all-or-nothing gamble. Once his main body reached the moon, he would destroy the brood nest still on the Genesis planet. If successful, the starting point of the swarm would leap forward by several levels. With its low gravity and lack of atmosphere, the moon was an ideal base for launching into the stars, significantly reducing the difficulty of such an endeavor. Of course, this plan was initially extremely risky. At that time, Luo Wen was not yet a networked being, had not discovered that the brood nest could also hatch his main body, and was unaware of the forced log-out function. It's easy to imagine how much thought, cautious Luo Wen put into this plan before deciding on it. Perhaps it was his cautious mindset that influenced his talents, or maybe luck played a role. One by one, new abilities were discovered, gradually reducing the risks associated with this plan. By the end, even in the event of failure, the loss would be minimal, just some time wasted. And for the current Luo Wen, time was the cheapest resource. As long as he could endure it, even tens of thousands of years were a trivial matter. Luo Wen's main body took some time at the fungal carpet to replenish the reserves of his tail large storage organ. Then he entered a cocooning state to repair his body. Meanwhile, the yellow moon brood nest began producing mature worker ants. However, given the brood nest's size, the initial development of the lunar base would be slow. With little to do for now, Luo Wen returned his consciousness to the Genesis planet. Morgan, the lunar base has been established, Luo Wen announced. In the command hall of the Rocket Launch Center, some ratfolk were still busy. They were researchers who had unfortunately died over the years for various reasons. After undergoing modifications via the swarm network, they were given young bodies, followed Morgan's example, and infiltrated the Imperial Space Research Institute once more. After the rocket engine and fuel tank explosion, researchers without node identities had been sent by Morgan to write up their experiences elsewhere. Those who remained were all insiders, helping Luo Wen calculate data. Although they couldn't observe Luo Wen directly, the remnants of the rocket had accompanied him for a long time. The rocket was equipped with various positioning instruments. Thanks to their data, Luo Wen was able to precisely time his accelerations and turns. While there were slight errors in the data, the overall result was a successful landing, largely due to their efforts. Excellent, Lord Overlord. The swarm has finally taken this step and is on the path to becoming a stellar race. As a member of the swarm, I feel deeply honored, Morgan said. Morgan, who had once been a teacher to the Empress, was a master of flattery. Though he had grown somewhat rusty with age and authority, a little practice quickly restored his finesse. All right, you've all done well this time. However, as insiders, a verbal commendation is enough, Luo Wen replied. Actually, even verbal commendations weren't necessary. Being an insider carried significant weight. Among them, the only one who was still somewhat impure was the current Empress Kerrigan. But considering the lifespan of ratfolk, it would only take another 20 to 30 years before she became entirely pure. Morgan showed no objection to verbal praise, as if it was entirely expected. What is the next plan, Lord Overlord? Morgan asked. Luo Wen considered for a moment. Having established a base on the moon, there was little use in further rocket research. He had painstakingly nurtured the ratfolk civilization, but not to allow them to advance their own agenda. Rocket development can continue, but all personnel involved must either become insiders or backups. Going forward, the ratfolk's focus should shift to other disciplines. Their previous technological trajectory has been rather skewed. It's time to encourage balanced development. Lord Overlord's insight is unparalleled. As the director of the Imperial Space Research Institute, I've realized that devoting excessive resources to aerospace technology has been highly inappropriate. This has squeezed out other disciplines, creating unnecessary conflicts. To promote harmony among the ratfolk, I'll propose to Her Majesty that aerospace funding be reduced in favor of other fields. Excellent reasoning, logical and convincing, Luo Wen replied. If this weren't a telepathic exchange, he would have applauded Morgan. Several days later, on the lunar base, the brood nest had produced mature worker ants, worker drones, and their eggs. It had also created a queen ant egg, which Luo Wen relocated before it hatched. The egg was moved to a new base on the moon's far side and had since hatched into a larva. Once it matured, the swarm's ability to mass-produce forces on the moon would increase significantly. After all, this was the swarm's classic opening strategy: produce farmers, then rapidly expand bases. Future development would focus on the moon's far side. Since the yellow moon had no rotation, it always showed the same face to the Genesis planet. If the ratfolk's technological trajectory eventually led to widespread telescope use, it was better for their mental well-being that they didn't see anything unusual on the moon. In the following days, Luo Wen shifted his focus to the lunar base. Under his leadership, the swarm discovered 2 mines rich in mineral resources. The extracted metal particles were suitable for manufacturing magnetic field generators. With the help of worker drones, the fungal carpet quickly spread across the mining areas. With light, water, and metal resources secured, the swarm's production needs were met. The population of insects on the moon increased rapidly. Since there were no hostile forces on the moon, no combat units were produced initially. Instead, all resources were devoted to worker drones and support units. Due to the moon's low gravity, many unit designs could be scaled up without modifying their templates. For example, burrower ants could easily exceed 10 centimeters in length under the original template. By slightly strengthening their leg bones and muscles, they could grow to over a meter in size. However, their external skeletons required them to spend more time in the larval stage to achieve larger sizes. The burrower ants were tasked with heavy labor, so their external skeletons had to be retained. Fortunately, on the moon, the fungal carpet was growing even faster than the insects, already covering a vast area. The lunar base currently had an abundance of resources. Raising some larger insects wouldn't be a burden. As time passed, various models of burrower ants emerged from their cocoons. Once their exoskeletons hardened underground, they quickly began their intensive work. Since insect eggs and larvae lacked magnetic field generators, they had to be shielded from radiation deep underground during their early growth stages. The initial production of burrower ants was aimed at this goal. With their increased size, their work became much more efficient. Over 3 months, 5 simple, large underground bases had been roughly excavated. The subsequent finishing work would wait until more small burrower ants and worker drones were available to refine them gradually. During this time, the number of brood queens increased to 10, with 2 stationed in each base, working tirelessly to replenish the workforce. The lunar base gradually entered a stable development phase. As its supply systems and production units became more complete, its growth would only accelerate. Thus, it was time to prepare for the next phase of plans. Conquering a small moon was certainly not the swarm's ultimate goal. If that were the case, Lua Wen might as well remain on the Genesis planet and become a planetary lord. The moon was merely a stepping stone. With no atmosphere, it was an ideal launch site for the swarm. However, Lua Wen couldn't establish a rocket launch base on the moon. It lacked any industrial foundation and was devoid of certain critical raw materials. The Ratfolk's rocket technology system was not applicable here. Currently, the swarm could utilize a jet propulsion system to fly in zero-gravity environments until its energy reserves were exhausted. It could also glide a short distance using inertia. But space was vast. A flight range capable of circling the Genesis planet several times was negligible on a cosmic scale. Even though jet-propelled flight was several times faster than the storm god's flight speed on the Genesis planet, it was still laughably slow when considering the distances between celestial bodies. Naturally, Lua Wen would not choose such a mode of transportation. Otherwise, by the time his jet-propelled bugs left the star system, the Ratfolk might already have spacefaring ships. Of course, this scenario would never happen. If the Ratfolk ever developed the ability to threaten the swarm, they would face extermination long before that. Returning to the main topic, Lua Wen's current idea revolved around the mantis shrimp dubbed the alien mecha. This creature possessed several black technologies ideal for space travel. For instance, the hyperbolic system on its hammer. Studies showed that if this system were magnified dozens of times with sufficiently strong materials to support its operation, it could generate kinetic energy so immense that it could hurl rocks directly to the moon in the absence of atmospheric resistance. Lua Wen's dual pincers utilized this system in a weakened form. It significantly enhanced their flexibility and, when fully powered, provided formidable attack strength. Although its activation required a substantial energy cost each time, its capabilities were undeniable. Lua Wen had relied on it to survive many life-or-death situations. However, due to material limitations, even Lua Wen's so-called full-power usage only unleashed a fraction of its potential. But on the moon, with no air resistance and only minimal gravity, a well-designed version of this system could become the swarm's most suitable transportation method. The structure of the system required no modifications for now. Lua Wen lacked the ability to enhance its capabilities. Instead, he focused on the materials. Lua Wen chose to integrate plant cells into the hammer cannon's material alongside its existing components. Plant cells, with their thick, sturdy, and slightly elastic cell walls, could maintain their shape, increase mechanical strength, regulate osmotic pressure, and provide excellent defense. Even so, the new material could only withstand one full-power operation of the hyperbolic system before self-destructing under severe overload. Thus, Lua Wen designed the components as disposable modules attached externally to the fungal carpet. The initial launch device resembled a massive fleshy lump, placed at strategic locations and connected to the fungal carpet. Nourished by the carpet's nutrients, the device would grow into something akin to a single-armed trebuchet. The fungal carpet anchoring it ensured stability, while the device's own extensive root system penetrated up to 100 meters underground for additional support. When ready to launch, the fungal carpet would channel sufficient energy into the device to activate its hyperbolic ejection system, propelling the payload at an astonishing velocity. After firing, most of the device's structure would be destroyed by the extreme overload. Given its high cost, this method of launching was undeniably extravagant. However, with the moon's resources freely available to the swarm and no need to produce many combat units, most resources could be allocated to manufacturing these launch devices. Because of its retro design and resemblance to a single-armed trebuchet, Lua Wen named the device the Orbital Sling. The Orbital Sling's payloads were also specially designed. The payload consisted of a spore capsule encased in a lichen-like structure made from various rocky materials. This design gave the capsule the appearance of a meteor during its spaceflight. This was a byproduct of Lua Wen's earlier radiation experiments. While the material provided excellent radiation resistance, its rigidity and poor ductility made it unsuitable for mobility armor. However, it was perfect for camouflage. Beneath the lichen layer was a heat-resistant nanostructure to protect against atmospheric friction during re-entry on planets with atmospheres. Inside was a highly concentrated nutrient layer encasing fungal carpet seeds, several worker drone eggs, and one brood queen egg. Since the spore capsule lacked a magnetic field generator, the contents would enter a dormant state to endure extreme external conditions. This design allowed the swarm to quickly establish a rudimentary base in new environments. The research, manufacturing, and preparation of these devices took Lua Wen over a year. Now, on the moon's far side, 3 orbital slings grew atop a slightly elevated hill on the purple-hued ground. Around one of the orbital slings, a dozen ratfolk busily worked on final adjustments. After so much preparation, it was time to test the system in action. These ratfolk had already been converted into node units, effectively becoming allies. Lua Wen had prepared some space-adapted ratfolk bodies on the moon beforehand, then extracted their consciousnesses from their bodies on the Genesis planet and transferred them into the lunar bodies. This instantly achieved the milestone of ratfolk's first, second, third, all the way to the 11th lunar landing. The orbital sling had a long-standing issue that had persisted since Luo Wen acquired the hyperbolic system. Its accuracy was dreadful. It epitomized the saying, "Brute force works wonders." Unless used for point-blank shots, its accuracy was so poor that hitting a target felt miraculous. In space, where distances are measured in light years, even a 1 mm deviation at the start could result in unimaginable off-target impacts over a light year's span. Thus, there was significant room for improvement. The rat folk researchers had been specifically brought here by Luo Wen to address this issue. Unfortunately, the rat folk's technological development was heavily unbalanced. Rocket engine technology and related fields were leaps and bounds ahead, while radar, computing, and communication technologies lagged significantly. Their calculations required a substantial amount of practical data to back them up. After a flurry of intense debugging, various initial data points were recorded, and the orbital sling entered its launch countdown. Overlord, do you think this experiment will succeed? Through the swarm network, Luo Wen had included Morgan, a few rat folk intelligences, and some blades into a group chat. Everyone shared the visual feed of several scout bugs with eagle-like vision, closely monitoring the entire launch process. The eagle-eye bug was a new reconnaissance insect developed by Luo Wen, inspired by the principle of telescopes. Shaped like a giant eyeball, it lacked limbs, mouth, or nose. It relied on internal hydrogen generation and jet propulsion for mobility and received sustenance through a rear connection to the fungal carpet. Its eyeball incorporated the genes of multiple organisms, and while it appeared to have just one eye, it hid dozens of pupil structures of varying sizes. This allowed it to autofocus and switch between modes like thermal imaging and night vision. The projectile's speed upon launch was incredibly high, making it impossible for standard imaging systems to capture its trajectory. However, Luo Wen had added a type of light-bending coating to the spore capsule, derived from the mantis shrimp's 20-color imaging system. This allowed the eagle-eye bug to quickly detect the light distortion and lock onto the target. The bug's powerful dynamic vision system then kicked in, presenting a clear image of the projectile's flight path. Since Luo Wen and his subordinates shared the eagle-eye bug's vision, they could observe the entire process in real time. Moreover, the eagle-eye bugs were numerous, and Luo Wen had temporarily granted his subordinates the ability to switch camera angles freely. Failure is the mother of success. Failure isn't scary as long as we can learn from it and make improvements. Success will eventually come. Luo Wen watched the observation screen intently, casually replying to Morgan's question. "The Overlord speaks wisely," Morgan responded. The countdown ended, and the hyperbolic system activated. The spore capsule inside the orbital sling instantly vanished. The immense recoil reduced most of the orbital sling structure to ash and even tore up a large section of the fungal carpet, anchoring it to the ground. A few seconds later, the fungal carpet slammed back down, sending up clouds of dust through its torn seams. Multiple horrifying gashes appeared across its surface. Luo Wen didn't have time to worry about the damage to the fungal carpet. Unlike typical living organisms, the fungal carpet's injuries, while appearing severe, were minor as long as its main body wasn't massively burned or obliterated. These surface tears, though terrifying, were essentially superficial wounds that could heal in minutes. The first target for the orbital sling wasn't a distant planet but the Red Moon, a fellow satellite of the Genesis planet. After some calculations by the rat folk, today was the day when the Yellow Moon and Red Moon crossed paths, reducing their distance to under 200,000 kilometers. In space terms, this was practically point-blank range. 2 or 3 seconds after the projectile disappeared, the eagle-eye bug reacquired the target. By then, the projectile had already covered half the distance. A minute later, it impacted the Red Moon's surface. The entire moon seemed to tremble slightly as the impact site formed a deep crater, throwing up massive amounts of dust. The impact point was tens of thousands of kilometers off the intended target, but at least it successfully landed on the Red Moon. Damn! Luo Wen couldn't help but mutter in astonishment. He wasn't surprised by the off-target distance or even the fact that it hit. What shocked him was how little time the flight had taken. While he already knew the hyperbolic system was powerful, he hadn't expected it to be this potent. Covering 200,000 kilometers in just over a minute meant the projectile had reached 1% of light speed. Did that mean it could reach a nearby star system in just a few centuries? Well, this made it clear further improvements to the orbital sling's performance were necessary. Although Luo Wen's perception of time was becoming increasingly vague, even he thought centuries were too long. These thoughts quickly passed as Luo Wen connected to the spore capsule on the Red Moon via the swarm network. The spore capsule, no response. Brood queen eggs, no response. Worker drone eggs, no response. Even the fungal carpet, no response. After repeated attempts, Luo Wen concluded that the excessive speed had caused too strong an impact, destroying the spore capsule and all the insect eggs inside. Was this experiment a success? There was no time to ponder. With the 2 moons still close, Luo Wen hurriedly prepared for a second launch. Fortunately, 3 orbital slings had been prepared. 1 was destroyed, but 2 remained operational. Although the previous sling's destruction had slightly tilted the remaining 2, concentrated resources had allowed one of them to be repaired. Under the assistance of burrower ants and worker drones, its base was straightened and repositioned. Without wasting time, the second projectile was loaded. With experience from the first attempt, the rat folk researchers adjusted their settings before the countdown for the second launch began. This time, Luo Wen learned from the previous mishap and capped the sling's performance. When the countdown ended, the projectile vanished. With the reduced performance, the orbital sling wasn't destroyed, nor did it tear up large portions of the fungal carpet. It sustained only minor damage. Given its significant plant cell composition, it could be easily repaired with the fungal carpet's help, making it reusable after simple maintenance. This time, the flight duration was significantly longer. The spore capsule projectile flew for over 2 hours before kicking up a spray of lunar dust upon impact on the red moon's surface. However, due to the restricted performance of the orbital sling, which made it easier to control, the accuracy greatly improved. The impact site was only about 100 kilometers off the calculated landing point. Learning from the previous crash test data, the spore capsule's main structure was redesigned using the skeletal framework of deep-sea creatures combined with the hammer-like appendages of the mantis shrimp. Coupled with its inherent plant cell composition, its resistance to pressure and impact was vastly superior to Luo Wen's original designs. Additionally, the impact this time was relatively mild. Although the lichen-like outer structure of the spore capsule was severely damaged, the main body of the capsule remained largely intact. Luo Wen easily established a connection with the capsule via the swarm network and remotely activated it. Within the crater created by the impact, the side of the spore capsule facing the ground cracked open, releasing fungal carpet seeds along with some nutrients. The crack then sealed, shielding the fungal carpet seeds from the sparse but harmful cosmic radiation penetrating the moon's surface. Once the fungal carpet seeds landed, they activated immediately, consuming the surrounding nutrients at a frenzied pace. As the nutrients dwindled, a streak of purple-gray began to emerge. The roots of the fungal carpet rapidly developed, burrowing into the ground in search of frozen water and mineral resources. Soon, a magnetic field generator was formed, creating a small field that enveloped the crater. Having completed its temporary shielding role, the spore capsule was absorbed into the fungal carpet through an opening. Over a brief development period, the purple-gray fungal carpet fully enveloped the crater. Its roots burrowed dozens of meters underground, eventually uncovering a small water source. With access to water, the fungal carpet's growth accelerated. The main body of the carpet filled the crater entirely, while some of its branching structures fused with lunar dust to seal the crater's entrance completely. This precaution was implemented by Luo Wen as a potential defense mechanism for future spore capsule deployments on inhabited planets. While it seemed premature, Luo Wen programmed this camouflage as part of the system. The crater, now camouflaged by the fungal carpet, was no longer easily noticeable. Without deliberate investigation, it was easy to overlook. Inside the sealed, dark crater, a soft purple glow began to emanate. This was the newly adjusted lighting system, designed with a monochromatic scheme. The combination of the purple-gray fungal carpet and the gentle purple glow created a luxurious and mysterious atmosphere, finally eliminating the garishness reminiscent of a karaoke bar. As time passed and energy accumulated, some underground roots of the fungal carpet began to converge and press outward, displacing surrounding lunar soil to form a hollow cage-like structure. The fungal carpet wriggled briefly and deposited the spore capsule into the hollow structure. The spore capsule split open, revealing insect eggs of the brood queen and worker drones within. Some of the fungal carpet's main body extended through the gaps in the cage to supply nutrients to the eggs. At this point, the spore capsule's task was complete. On the red moon, the swarm now had the foundation of a base. What followed was a period of patient waiting. The consciousnesses of the rat folk on the yellow moon had been sent back to the Genesis planet by Luo Wen to analyze their data. Their space-adapted bodies were stored within the fungal carpet for maintenance. 10 days later, the worker drones emerged from their cocoons. With their assistance, the underground base's expansion accelerated. However, since worker drones weren't specialized for excavation, their efficiency was limited. Luo Wen considered including some burrower ant eggs in the next spore capsule. 30 days later, the brood queen's egg had grown to 5 or 6 meters tall and was ready to hatch. Luo Wen, however, let it remain in the egg for a few more days until it grew to 8 meters before allowing it to emerge. A larger size indicated stronger hatching capabilities. While the brood queen could continue to grow post-hatching, most of its energy would then be directed toward hatching, slowing its growth. The arrival of the brood queen finally provided the base with a cornerstone production unit, making its structural ecosystem complete. The first batch of burrower ant eggs was hatched in large numbers. Since the base was situated on the side of the red moon facing the Genesis planet, its main development would remain underground, necessitating a substantial number of specialized digging ants. Later, during the second conjunction of the two moons, Luo Wen used the orbital sling to send several more spore capsules to the red moon. Upon landing, these capsules were retrieved by swarm units and transported to the far side of the red moon. Finally, during the third conjunction, Luo Wen launched a large spore capsule containing a brood nest. Since the red moon orbited farther from the Genesis planet, its weaker gravitational pull made it a more suitable location for spore capsule launches. Following the gasification of his original body during a natural disaster, Luo Wen's new body had remained a compact 30 centimeters tall due to its lack of manual labor requirements. Subsequent adaptability experiments in the Starlight Enterprises laboratory had led to several additional losses of his body. As a result, his current form was under 30 centimeters in size. The yellow moon brood nest, produced based on Luo Wen's current body size, was similarly scaled at around 30 centimeters, only slightly larger than a brood queen egg. Thanks to numerous experiments conducted between the two moons, the swarm's slow projection technology had reached a highly refined level. Thus, transporting the brood nest, encased in amber-like material, to the red moon via a spore capsule was considered a safe process. Given that only a brood nest could produce brood queen eggs, the red moon, as the swarm's primary launch base, required a brood nest to anchor its operations. Otherwise, relying on imports from the yellow moon would be too cumbersome. With the brood nest in place, the swarm's development on the red moon quickly outpaced that on the yellow moon. On the far side of the red moon, numerous orbital slings were constructed. However, the name orbital sling was met with strong objections from Morgan and other intelligences. They argued that such an important space launch tool deserved a more imposing name. After some discussion, Luo Wen agreed. The name orbital sling was indeed a bit plain and unworthy of the grandeur of a space delivery system. Hence, after much deliberation, it was renamed the Swarm Meteor Launcher, or simply Launcher. Luo Wen didn't feel the new name was much more dignified than the old one but couldn't think of a better alternative, so he accepted it for the time being. The spore capsules were also renamed swarm meteors due to their lichen-clad structure, which made them resemble small meteors. Without closer inspection, their true nature would remain undiscovered. With numerous launches between the two moons, the swarm's mastery of slow projection technology reached maturity. Thus, the next phase of the swarm's plans began implementation. When Morgan first created the deity faith sect, its doctrines were remarkably lax. Beyond a requirement for secrecy, there were virtually no binding commandments. It simply preached that those who, in life, believed in, revered, and drew close to the divine might find the kingdom of God after death and gain rebirth there. Initially, many rat folk dismissed this as a hoax. However, over the years, more and more rat folk who had supposedly died returned to society with new bodies. These bodies often looked similar to their original forms but appeared significantly younger. Moreover, these individuals displayed no abnormalities. Their thoughts were coherent, their values aligned with their pre-death selves, and they remained dedicated to their former professions, showing no signs of mind control or brainwashing. As a result, what once required Morgan's considerable effort to promote turned into something rat folk fervently pursued. The deity faith sect became an open secret in certain circles. Over time, people from various walks of life, including many royals and nobles, sought ways to join. However, only those with scientific, managerial, or military command experience had a realistic chance of reaching the divine realm. This dynamic significantly reduced the prevalence of idle aristocrats among the rat folk. Many who had access to inside information pursued specialized careers, hoping to increase their chances of finding the kingdom of God after death and perhaps achieving immortality. Even Empress Kerrigan, despite having injected the affinity serum in her youth, took a keen interest in military command in her spare time. She often engaged in simulated battle games with military staff outside her administrative duties. While the deity faith sect consistently maintained a low profile, as time passed, the number of deceased rat folk who returned grew steadily. These individuals often held positions of power before their deaths: teachers, superiors, royals, nobles, or leaders of influential families. Having been integrated into the swarm network, these returning rat folk subtly extended the influence of the deity faith sect across every facet of society. Although some insightful rat folk raised alarms and issued warnings, they lacked the power to change the tide. The returning individuals behaved obediently because Luo Wen needed a stable rat folk civilization to cultivate new talent for his purposes. However, should Luo Wen ever issue questionable orders, these individuals would carry them out without hesitation. The concerns of the insightful few were thus well-founded, yet the overall trend left them powerless to resist, often leading to their reluctant acceptance. Since its inception, an unknown factor seemed to have guided rat folk civilization toward a distinct preference for scientific research. Entertainment and leisure activities were sparse, and young rat folk aspired to careers in science, with researchers forming a substantial portion of the population. Years earlier, Empress Kerrigan had embraced Morgan's proposal to reduce funding for rocket-related technology and prioritize other underdeveloped fields. The Empire's reallocation of resources led many rat folk students to focus on previously neglected areas of science. Over the years, this shift produced a new wave of outstanding researchers and numerous breakthroughs. Under Luo Wen's direction, the rat folk's vast power structure began implementing various policies and measures in secret. Computing and radar-related technologies were prioritized, resulting in rapid advancements. However, astronomical research remained tightly controlled by swarm-affiliated insiders. Letting outsiders witness the frequent ball-tossing experiments between the two moons could incite widespread panic. The rat folk's latest refracting telescope technology offered superior image quality and a broader field of view compared to reflecting telescopes. However, large refracting telescopes required extensive industrial capabilities to construct. The immense size and weight of their lenses made them difficult to operate. Luo Wen had no such constraints. No longer limited to passively using foreign gene fragments, he developed a new observational bug species through cellular reconfiguration. Unlike the eagle-eye bug, this new bug, designed for large-scale refracting telescope purposes, was massive in size. Resembling a giant toad, it stood 30 meters tall. Its head was replaced by an enormous cylindrical telescope made of biological lenses crafted from crystalline cells, transparent scales, cartilage, and other materials. The creature's other organs were concentrated in its chest and abdomen. It lacked a mouth, relying on a connection to the fungal carpet for sustenance. Its limbs were extraordinarily thick, containing a high proportion of plant cells to support its massive body. Additionally, it was equipped with an anti-gravity magnetic module at its base. Even with these adaptations, the bug could only function on the moon's surface. The significantly stronger gravity of the Genesis planet would crush it instantly. This non-combative, purely auxiliary bug's sole purpose was to observe celestial bodies in real time and provide alerts for unidentified objects or phenomena. Due to its appearance, Luo Wen named it the Giant Eye bug. The swarm gradually produced over a dozen Giant Eye bugs for deployment across the 2 moons. To ensure timely reception of their observations, Luo Wen assigned a blade to coordinate with them. Simultaneously, he established an observation center on the moon. Over the years, as more intelligent rat folk were assimilated into the swarm network, not all chose to return to rat folk society. Many, devoted to research, remained within the swarm's secret laboratories, which hosted a growing number of insiders. In certain scientific fields where progress was slow due to a lack of personnel, Luo Wen forcibly reassigned these insiders to critical projects. For instance, in the Red Moon's observation center, Luo Wen mandated that over 80% of insiders in relevant fields work there. To accommodate those needing legitimate identities within rat folk society, Luo Wen devised a unique clock-in system. On the Genesis planet, these individuals were officially employed by swarm-affiliated laboratories. Each workday, they would report to a designated location and lie in prepared fungal carpet chambers. With a whoosh, their consciousnesses would transfer to their space-adapted bodies at the Lunar Observation Center. At the end of their shifts, they would return the same way. However, the proportion of rat folk choosing this arrangement steadily decreased. Only recently deceased individuals harbored lingering attachment to their previous lives. Over time, even these attachments faded entirely. The star system containing the Genesis planet was named the Genesis system by Luo Wen. Long-term observations from the Lunar Observation Center revealed that the Genesis system comprised 11 planets. Luo Wen named them sequentially from the star outward as A1, A2, A3, A11, with A5 being the Genesis planet. Of these planets, A1 to A3 had no moons, A4 had 2, A5, the Genesis planet, also had 2, A6 had 3, A7 had 36, A8 had 5, and A9 had 4. The presence of moons around A10 and A11 remained uncertain due to their extreme orbital distances. To better organize these celestial bodies, Luo Wen devised a new naming system. The moons of the A-series planets were given grouped identifiers. For example, A5b1 referred to the yellow moon, and A5b2 refers to the red moon. The A with a number indicated the parent planet, while B and its subsequent number represented the moon's designation, ranked from closest to farthest. Over the years, the swarm had honed its expertise in slow projectile launches through its ball-tossing experiments between the 2 moons. Combined with rapid advancements in computing and trajectory calculation technologies thanks to the rat folk, the accuracy of the launchers significantly improved. Now, spore capsules launched between the moons could land within a kilometer of the target location. With technical proficiency secured, the swarm was ready to implement the next phase of its plan. This second phase was ambitious, to colonize the entire Genesis system. The first step involved launching spore capsules toward the planets and their moons to establish subsidiary bases. While the varied environments of these celestial bodies presented challenges, long-term observations indicated no signs of existing civilizations within the system. This eliminated the primary risk. Environmental factors would be addressed by the swarm's magnetic field protection systems, with extreme cases managed as they arose. Although described as slow, the spore capsules still achieved a velocity of 30 km per second, a speed roughly 10,000th of the speed of light, several times faster than the Ratfolk's rockets. Achieving a successful launch, however, required extensive calculations. For instance, the nearest planet to the Genesis planet, A4, was about 60 million kilometers away at its closest approach and over 400 million kilometers at its farthest. During the latter, the star would obstruct the path, making a launch impossible. The optimal launch window, therefore, was during the closest approach, when the spore capsule, traveling at 30 kilometers per second, would take about 23 days to reach A4. However, both planets orbited the star at high speeds. Accurate targeting required accounting for lead angles, gravitational influences from various celestial bodies, planetary rotation and revolution, and even the star's motion. Luo Wen alone couldn't handle these calculations, but with a team of 15,000 ratfolk researchers, the benefits of cultivating ratfolk civilization became evident. A4, the closest planet to the swarm, was just the beginning. The system's outermost planet, A11, required over 300 years to complete one orbit around the star and came no closer than 8 billion kilometers to the Genesis planet. A spore capsule would take roughly 10 years to reach it. The complexity of lead angle calculations over such distances was staggering, requiring consideration of multiple planetary orbits. Given these challenges, colonizing A11 would rely heavily on luck, so Luo Wen decided to focus on closer targets first. Luo Wen also opted to temporarily forego A1 to A3, as their proximity to the star made their environments extremely hostile, posing significant colonization challenges with minimal reward. Over more than a decade, the swarm launched spore capsules to planets A4 through A8 and their moons. The extended timeline was partly due to missing the closest approach to A8 when the plan was first formulated, forcing the swarm to wait 10 years for the next alignment measured in billions of kilometers of separation. Meanwhile, the swarm successfully landed and expanded on A4 and A6. A4, being closer to the star than the Genesis planet, had higher temperatures, lacked an atmosphere, and was subjected to intense radiation. Surface temperatures reached over 200 degrees Celsius. Despite these harsh conditions, the swarm adapted by utilizing genes from deep-sea organisms found near undersea volcanoes. Such temperatures were trivial by comparison. However, A4's limited water resources restricted the growth of the fungal carpet, slowing the base's development. In contrast, A6, located farther from the star, was coated in frost and had abundant water resources. Despite temperatures dropping to nearly -100 degrees Celsius, Luo Wen's experiments with enhanced glycerol secretion systems allowed swarm organisms to function normally. Magnetic field generators further stabilized their internal temperatures, rendering the cold a non-issue. With plentiful water, the fungal carpet spread rapidly, supporting a thriving swarm base. Observations indicated that A7 was a gas giant, the largest planet in the system, nearly 1,500 times the size of the Genesis planet. It boasted 36 moons. Even at its closest, A7 was about 1.5 billion kilometers from the Genesis planet. 2 years earlier, the swarm capitalized on this proximity, launching over 100 spore capsules toward A7 within a year. Factoring in other influences, the capsules traveled over 2 billion kilometers. They were now approaching A7 and its moons, with their arrival expected in a few days. Luo Wen eagerly anticipated this milestone, marveling at how, in the vastness of space, the Genesis planet and A7 could still be considered neighbors. Yet even a neighborly visit required travel times measured in years. Thankfully, Luo Wen no longer perceived time as a constraint. For the rat folk, however, a trip to a distant neighbor might take so long they'd perish of old age before arriving. Over the years, Luo Wen not only delivered gifts to his neighbors within the Genesis solar system but also undertook other endeavors. On the far side of the Red Moon stood dozens of massive launchers. These devices were much larger than standard models, reaching a staggering height of 40 to 50 meters. These oversized launchers possessed significantly enhanced launching capabilities. Once activated, they could accelerate projectiles to speeds of 20,000 to 30,000 kilometers per second, with a maximum speed reaching 1/10 of the speed of light. Of course, their accuracy was correspondingly poor. Even attempting to lob objects between the yellow moon and the red moon would yield unpredictable results. However, Luo Wen dared not attempt using these giant launchers between the two moons. After all, velocity equaled mass, and he had no idea to what extent the spore capsule's mass might increase at 1/10 the speed of light. Luo Wen figured that neither the yellow moon nor the red moon would appreciate being struck by such a projectile. In truth, these giant launchers were not intended for use within the solar system. They had missions befitting their names. They were true swarm meteor launchers. Their projectiles were also enlarged versions of spore capsules, approximately 10 meters long, 3 to 4 meters high, and about 5 meters wide. The projectile was encased in a thick layer of meteoric material. Inside, besides containing nutrients, queen ants, worker drones, and burrower ant eggs, the spore capsule itself was tasked with far more. Although technically a byproduct of the fungal carpet, this type of spore capsule resembled a living organism. Its body was equipped with multiple eyes, not quite to the extent of the giant eye bug, but reaching the level of the eagle eye bug. These exceptional visual abilities allowed the capsules to observe their surroundings through deliberately left openings in their meteoric exteriors. Furthermore, they were equipped with a more advanced propulsion system. Luo Wen didn't intend to use them merely as projectiles. At such high acceleration speeds, without proper safety mechanisms, the capsules would inevitably crash and be destroyed. These swarm meteors were entrusted with exploration missions beyond the Genesis solar system. Their accuracy was irrelevant. What mattered was simply launching them outward and hoping for the best. With good fortune, they might enter other solar systems, getting captured by the gravity of stars or planets, and then find a way to land. With average luck, they could encounter a comet or the like and hitch a ride. And if unlucky, they would drift through space until their energy was depleted, becoming actual meteors. Their propulsion systems were primarily used to alter trajectories. During flight, the capsules would periodically make slight course adjustments. Luo Wen was uncertain whether advanced civilizations existed in the neighboring solar systems. If a swarm meteor happened to crash into an inhabited planet and damaged flora or property, it could lead to someone tracing the trajectory back to him, which would be quite awkward. As a master of strategizing against the unknown, Luo Wen naturally considered such scenarios. Over the past decade, the swarm had launched over 1,000 such swarm meteors into the cosmic void. Most of the resources extracted from the two moons were dedicated to producing these giant launchers and swarm meteors. Luo Wen even assigned a special team of blades, granting them authority to monitor the trajectories of these meteors in shifts around the clock. However, it seemed unlikely that any feedback would be received in the short term. Based on calculations, the nearest solar system to the Genesis solar system was over 5 light-years away. Even if the swarm meteors reached their maximum speed, it would still take decades, or even centuries, for them to make the journey. Nevertheless, this nearest solar system received special attention from Luo Wen. More than half of the launched swarm meteors were directed toward it. "Teacher, am I going to die?" In the opulent royal palace of the Ratfolk Empire, a lavishly decorated bedroom housed a massive, dark wooden bed. The bed was crafted from fine materials, intricately carved, and emitted a faint, soothing fragrance. The bedroom doors and windows were tightly shut. All servants had been dismissed, leaving only the young Morgan seated by the bedside, gazing at the frail and aged Empress Sarah Kerrigan lying upon it. Judging by your appearance, it seems that's the case. Over the decades, Morgan had watched the Empress from birth to her final days. Their bond had grown exceptionally close. Now, with no outsiders present, their conversation was not one of sovereign and subject, nor superior and subordinate, but that of teacher and student, allowing for a level of informality and even teasing. Teacher, do you think I will find the divine kingdom after I die? She asked. That shouldn't be a problem. You have experience managing an empire and are adept at strategy games. Our god would likely need someone like you, Morgan replied. Teacher, there's no need to emphasize the games. Haha, my mistake, Morgan chuckled. The Empress sighed in exasperation at such a flippant response, barely convincing for even a child. Knowing Morgan well, she understood he was merely trying to lighten the mood. Teacher, I'm on the verge of death. Can you take this seriously? All right. Honestly, there's not much to it, Sarah. Just close your eyes, and before you know it, you'll awaken again. It'll be quicker than a nap. Perhaps because he understood that entering the swarm network posed little actual risk, Morgan didn't feel much of the sorrow typically associated with parting. Yes, I know. As I've aged, seeing you has only deepened my envy. Who wouldn't want to be young again? In truth, I've been looking forward to this day for a long time, Sarah said softly. Her eyes, now clouded and lifeless, stared blankly at the ceiling as she murmured to herself, ever since you reappeared in my life, teacher, I've been pondering, what kind of being is the god? Did he truly create the rat folk? If so, why? Does he seek faith? Has he returned to the moon? You'll soon have the answers, Sarah, Morgan reassured. But the Empress, now on the brink of death, seemed not to hear him. She continued murmuring, over the years, I've witnessed the Empire's changes. I've seen what you've done. To be honest, I have some regrets. Your covert influence has already rendered the royal family powerless. But even if I had disagreed, what could I have done? The American kingdom's sudden and mysterious downfall was a stark reminder. Had I refused, would I have inexplicably died in the palace the next day? Morgan remained silent. In the end, God is too enigmatic and too powerful. We have no means of resistance. We can only hope he is benevolent and treats the rat folk kindly. After all, I am their empress, Sarah whispered. Rest assured, Sarah. God's ambitions are not confined to this small planet. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be rat folk, Morgan said softly, as if lost in thought. Hearing this, the Empress's wrinkled lips curved into a faint smile, and she fell silent. After a long pause, Morgan stood and murmured, my student, your skill in emotional manipulation has surpassed even mine. Just now, I almost shed tears. Teacher, is this the divine kingdom? Sarah asked Morgan as they stood within the swarm network. Over the years, the swarm network had undergone several updates. The most notable improvement was the ability for intelligent beings within the network to manifest physical forms, rather than appearing as mere glowing orbs. As the deity faith sect grew increasingly powerful and more ratfolk discovered the door to the network, Luo Wen could no longer personally oversee every individual entering it. He didn't want to end up playing the role of a doorman. To address this, Luo Wen assigned a team of blades to handle the ratfolk intelligent entities entering the swarm network. To distinguish them from the combat commanding blades, he renamed this group lookouts. Luo Wen established a set of rules for the lookouts to evaluate each intelligent entity knocking on the door. Those who met the criteria were granted access to the network. However, since the lookouts' rigid thinking and inflexible methods could miss certain exceptional talents, Luo Wen also appointed a secondary review team composed of intelligent entities to ensure no valuable souls were overlooked. As the former empress of the Kerrigan Empire, Sarah possessed extraordinary talent and had been injected with affinity serum. She easily found the door and, with her abilities, effortlessly met the entry standards, gaining access to the swarm network. Morgan, as the first ratfolk intelligent entity to enter the swarm network, had served as a steward for Luo Wen over the years, completing numerous tasks. His network privileges had been upgraded multiple times, granting him the ability to freely traverse between the swarm network and physical space. Thus, the seemingly final farewell between teacher and student lasted less than 2 minutes. The two reunited within the swarm network. Sarah's exceptional talent was evident. When Morgan had first entered the network, he had been unconscious for a long time, only waking up after Luo Wen had implanted his consciousness into an insect body. As the first ratfolk to enter the network, Morgan was no slouch in terms of aptitude. Yet Sarah not only maintained consciousness upon entry but was able to casually chat with Morgan as if nothing had happened. Morgan felt a mix of awe and resignation. Had he possessed such prowess, his initial experience wouldn't have been so nerve-wracking. Yes, you can also call it the swarm network. We're all part of it now, Morgan explained. Amazing, Sarah remarked as she tested her youthful virtual body. It's even more remarkable than I imagined. I've been looking forward to this for decades. Morgan shrugged. Wait here a moment. I'll make arrangements for your affairs. Meanwhile, here's some information for you to review. There are decisions you'll need to make soon. That's a rather awkward way to put it, Sarah muttered as she accepted the data packet. Despite her protest, she began reading. Morgan, meanwhile, disconnected from the network and returned to his body in the Kerrigan Empire's palace. An hour later, Morgan re-entered the network and appeared beside Sarah. Sarah, everything has been arranged. Your funeral will be exceptionally grand. Of course, it was planned by me personally. But please, don't overdo it. I was merely trying to lift your spirits. After all, you've only just died. It must be quite distressing. Thank you. I'd be even happier if you would stop talking, Sarah replied with a graceful bow. Morgan shrugged, ending their first round of banter within the swarm network. His expression turned serious. Sarah, you should now have a general understanding of the situation. What is your decision? Sarah appeared to have made up her mind. Without hesitation, she replied, I won't return to the Empire to make trouble for my nephew, who's waited so long for me to pass. He was quite adorable as a child. I've dedicated my life to the rat folk. Now that I have a new identity, I'll contribute to my new kin. Well said, Sarah. Perhaps it's time for you to meet the Overlord, the being you've long considered your god. It would be an honor, teacher. Although the Overlord can reach us instantly within the swarm network, it's only fitting for us to meet in person given our status, Morgan explained. Guiding Sarah through the swarm network, Morgan led her to the Red Moon base. There, within one of the spore capsules, lay a body prepared for Sarah. With Morgan's assistance, Sarah entered a spore capsule containing a well-equipped female ratfolk body with white fur. When the capsule opened, Sarah stood up. She gazed at her body in a daze, gently stroking her fur. Although she had experienced a youthful form within the swarm network, the physical sensation of this body was far more impactful. She opened her mouth but made no sound. Remembering Morgan's earlier explanation that the lunar surface lacked air, Sarah recalled the method of telepathic communication he had taught her, a unique form of interaction among swarm nodes. With her exceptional talent, Sarah quickly mastered telepathic dialogue. Linking to Morgan, she said, as incredible as it may sound, I must repeat how amazing this all is. Does this mean I've truly come back to life? Of course. This is the Overlord's immense power. Consciousness is your true self, the body is merely clothing. Your current body, for instance, is specially designed for space. It may look like a ratfolk on the outside, but its internal structure is entirely different, Morgan explained, pointing to her body's protective magnetic field. He added, think of it this way, when clothing is damaged, it can always be replaced. As long as consciousness remains intact, we can achieve immortality. What an awe-inspiring ability, Sarah said with admiration. No wonder the deity faith sect is unstoppable. The allure of immortality alone is enough to drive many to abandon everything in pursuit of it. You'll grow accustomed to it, Sarah. The swarm's potential far exceeds your imagination. So, teacher, are we going to meet the god now? Does he have any taboos I should know about? Sarah inquired earnestly. After a moment's thought, Morgan replied, don't call him a god. Address him as Overlord instead. And whatever you do, never refer to him as Queen. That will incur punishment. Why? Sarah asked, curious. The Overlord is the source of the swarm and, by our understanding, suited to maternal titles. But for some reason, he strongly rejects such names, Morgan explained. What would happen if I called him that? Sarah pressed. Oh, Morgan drawled. You might want to try it out. Perhaps you'll develop an appreciation for the cute little green bugs and their secretions. Thanks for the warning. I'm officially not interested, Sarah said, shaking her head. She wasn't about to fall for such an obvious trap. After chatting for a while, the two exited the spore capsule chamber and walked through a passageway. In a massive chamber, they met Luo Wen. This time, Luo Wen was using a temporary insect body, as his original body was stored away with no pressing research tasks requiring its use. Luo Wen had little impression of the ratfolk's first empress. Most negotiations and subsequent dealings had been handled by Morgan. Knowing she was an unmarried old monarch, Luo Wen speculated that such individuals tended to be temperamental. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided to adopt a slightly more imposing demeanor for their meeting. Thus, this meeting ended quickly under an atmosphere of solemnity. Both sides merely introduced themselves, with Sarah making herself known to Luo Wen. Teacher, the Overlord is truly awe-inspiring. Compared to him, I, as the former empress of the ratfolk, am far inferior, Sarah remarked. Morgan appeared puzzled as he replied, I'm not sure what's going on with the Overlord today. He's usually much more approachable. But there's plenty of time in the future. Once you get to know him better, you'll understand. Sarah chose not to pursue the topic. Teacher, what's next? Since you don't plan to return, why not focus on a career within the swarm? Right now, we have plenty of personnel in management, but we're severely lacking in military commanders. Perhaps you could give that a try, Morgan suggested after some thought. But I only have experience in games, Sarah replied. Since the unification of the ratfolk, and under the deterrence of unexpected events, no skirmishes involving more than 100 individuals had occurred for years. Even if Sarah had wanted to hone her skills, she couldn't find the opportunity and had to resort to practicing through games. It doesn't matter. The swarm's combat strategies are entirely different from those of the ratfolk. Besides, the swarm currently has no enemies, so there's plenty of time to learn. As long as you're interested, it won't be an issue. After considering for a moment, Sarah said, I'll take your suggestion, teacher. In her younger days as the eldest daughter, she had led small-scale skirmishes against the Kingdom of Marakan. She had enjoyed those days of commanding far more than her time as Empress, though the later years of peace had left her with no opportunities to shine. The two chatted as they walked. Due to the weak gravity of the moon, every step they took sent them soaring a considerable distance. Before long, they exited the underground base and arrived on the red moon's surface. Looking at the vast expanse of purple-gray fungal carpet and the towering launchers scattered across the landscape, Sarah remarked wryly, "The Empire's observatories must have been completely taken over by the swarm. Otherwise, how could I, as the Empress, have been unaware that the moon had transformed into this? This is the far side of the moon, invisible from the Genesis planet. Moreover, the Empire's observatories are indeed under the swarm's control. Don't dwell on it, Sarah, it's for the rat folks' protection," Morgan said seriously. "You're probably right, teacher," Sarah said after some thought, quickly grasping the underlying logic. The rat folks' safety depended on their harmlessness. If they stumbled upon something that caused unrest, given the disparity in strength between the two sides, it would be the rat folk who suffered in the end. Soon, she adjusted her mindset. After all, she was already dead, so there was no point in worrying about such things. Shifting focus, she asked curiously, "Teacher, what are those giant structures?" She had already asked about the purple-gray fungal carpet back in the spore capsule room. Now, her interest was piqued by the massive launchers rising from it. "Those are our swarm meteor launchers. The smaller ones handle precise launches within the solar system, while the larger ones are used for random launches toward other star systems. We have a batch of meteors nearing contact with planet A7. Perhaps that's why the Overlord is so serious today. Another planet is about to reveal its secrets to the swarm, which is always an exciting prospect." Indeed, Luo Wen was closely monitoring developments concerning planet A7. Over the coming days, 31 spore capsules would make contact with the planetary system. To oversee the operation, Luo Wen had deployed 300 blades and over 100 intelligent entities, dividing them into 31 teams to manage the capsules' landings one by one. This was only the vanguard. Due to A7's immense size and its numerous satellites with varying orbital speeds, capsules could only land when the satellites rotated to face the Genesis planet. Launching the capsules had taken nearly a year. Likewise, over the year following the Vanguard's arrival, an additional 81 capsules would gradually reach A7's satellites. Of the 31 capsules in this batch, 15 were directed at A7's primary planet, while the remainder targeted its satellites. Depending on satellite size, 2 capsules each were assigned to A7B3, A7B9, A7B15, A7B23, and A7B25. The larger satellites, A7B7 and A7B21, were allocated 3 capsules each. 2 hours later, it was estimated that within just over an hour, the first 2 spore capsules would make contact with A7B25. Luo Wen and the team responsible for these capsules were on high alert. Although this was a slow-speed launch within the star system, the spore capsules still traveled at speeds of 30 kilometers per second. With the swarm's current technological capabilities, no armor could guarantee the survival of the seeds and eggs inside upon collision with a planet at such velocity. Thus, deceleration procedures needed to begin an hour before contact. For hyperspeed random launches aimed at targets outside the system, deceleration had to start a year or 2 in advance. At speeds of 1/10 the speed of light, collisions would obliterate the capsules regardless of the target's condition. One must remember that the asteroid that struck the Genesis planet and caused mass extinction and vaporized Luo Wen's original body had a speed of only 19.5 kilometers per second, far slower than even the slow swarm launches. Yet its impact was devastating. If the swarm could ensure accuracy and craft projectiles of unparalleled durability, it might one day create planet-penetrating weapons capable of obliterating smaller celestial bodies with a single shot, far surpassing the destructive power of nuclear weapons. However, while the swarm had mastered slow-speed hyperbolic launches, their maximum velocity remained at 30 km per second. Hyperspeed random launches reached 1/10 the speed of light, 30,000 km/s. The numerical difference alone was 1,000-fold, but the technological gap was exponentially greater. Each incremental speed increase required exponentially more effort. Consider the difficulty of increasing a bicycle's speed from 5 km per hour to 50 km per hour versus increasing it from 50 km per hour to 500 km per hour. Both represent a 10-fold increase, yet they are worlds apart. Moreover, developing materials capable of withstanding planetary penetration required unparalleled advancements in material science, rivaling the challenges of creating hyperspeed launch systems. Thus, for the foreseeable future, hyperbolic planetary annihilators remained a distant dream for Luo Wen. By the time such weapons were developed, the swarm might have grown to a scale where they were no longer necessary. From the perspective of the spore capsule, the enormous planet A7 loomed ahead, dominating the entire field of view. Its elliptical surface was layered with bands of various colors, resembling a multilayered cake. A7's rotational speed was astonishing. Despite being over 1,000 times larger than the Genesis planet, it completed one rotation in less than half the time, causing the colored bands to visibly swirl as they moved. In the vastness of space surrounding the massive planet, several smaller, dimly lit spheres were faintly visible. One of these was growing steadily larger. The target of this spore capsule's journey, A7B25. Located in A7's outer orbital zone, A7B25 became the first celestial body in the A7 system to be visited by the swarm. Smaller than Yellow Moon, it was roughly 1/10 its size. Ordinarily, the swarm could conquer such a small satellite with a single spore capsule. However, for this mission, Luo Wen had decreed that every satellite, regardless of size, would receive at least 2 capsules for redundancy. Inside the spore capsule, the propulsion system activated. Unlike the older jet-based deceleration and steering mechanisms, the swarm had made significant technological advancements with the help of its growing number of intelligent entities. This capsule featured a new hydrogen propulsion system. Historically, spore capsules had been equipped with an external hydrogen balloon module. Morgan had even once used this feature to bluff Sarah into astonishment. The upgraded system consisted of 2 storage chambers and a reaction chamber. One storage chamber housed special algae cells capable of generating hydrogen, while the other connected to the capsule's internal ecological recycling system. During operation, the chloroplasts in the ecological system released large amounts of oxygen into one chamber. Simultaneously, the other chamber produced hydrogen. These gases were fed into the reaction chamber through specialized conduits, where a chemical reaction occurred. The reaction chamber, lined with heat-resistant and insulating materials, withstood the intense heat generated without compromising the integrity of the capsule's other internal components. The energy from the reaction was expelled through propulsion nozzles, enabling the spore capsule to fly or adjust its trajectory. Additionally, the water produced as a byproduct of the reaction was recycled back into the ecological system, ensuring resource efficiency. Although the new propulsion system was more powerful than the older jet-based systems, it had its limitations. In space, its maximum velocity barely reached 3 km/s, just enough to escape the moon's gravitational pull. This speed was far slower than Ratfolk rockets, leaving the system in an awkward position. For short-range space travel, the swarm's meteor launchers were far more efficient and reliable. For long-range journeys, despite its resource efficiency, the propulsion system's lack of perpetual motion meant it would deplete its energy long before leaving the Genesis solar system. Furthermore, with the Genesis planet's orbital speed at 30 km per second, any such spaceship that left the planet's gravitational influence would be incapable of returning under its own power. Still, the system represented an alternate pathway. The swarm couldn't rely solely on ballistic launches forever, it needed conventional spacefaring technology. This propulsion system might just be the beginning of the swarm's journey toward functional spacecraft. A 7S orbital positioning had delayed the launch of the swarm meteors until 2 years prior. Luo Wen assigned the hydrogen propulsion system as a deceleration mechanism for this mission, intending to evaluate its performance. To mitigate potential risks, a second spore capsule equipped with the traditional jet-based deceleration system was launched for each target. This redundancy was the primary reason for the minimum of 2 capsules per satellite. As the capsule approached A7B25, the lichen coating its exterior opened up pre-configured vents and observation holes. The forward vents began expelling energy, initiating deceleration. The docking team, comprising intelligent entities and blades, worked diligently. Given the vast distance between the Genesis planet and A7, numerous variables rendered the initial calculations less precise. The team constantly recalculated the capsule's trajectory based on live feed data and made minor adjustments using the side vents. As the capsule neared A7B25, its velocity gradually dropped to 5 km per second. Over the next 2 minutes, it would decelerate further to 2 km per second, eventually colliding with the satellite at just 1 km per second. A7B25 was a frigid world. The frost covering its surface testified to its extreme cold. Situated even farther from the star than A6, it was unsurprising that A7B25 was essentially a frozen wasteland. The landing proceeded without incident. With the swarm's prior experience on planets like A4 and A6, the operation had become routine. Apart from the need to significantly reduce speed for ice-covered worlds, there were few special considerations. Upon impact, shards of ice and rock flew in all directions. The front half of the capsule's lichen structure was obliterated, but the interior remained intact. Moments later, the fungal carpet seeds were ejected and activated. Once they connected to the swarm network, the landing was declared a success. The seeds of a swarm base had been sown, ready to expand and grow. Not long after, the second spore capsule equipped with the jet-based deceleration system landed 200 kilometers away. Its fungal carpet seeds also successfully connected to the network. The intelligent entities in the docking team collectively sighed in relief, while the blades remained emotionless. In the following hours, spore capsules successfully landed on A7B3, A7B7, A7B9, A7B15, A7B21, and A7B23. Remarkably, several of these satellites had thin atmospheres, likely a result of A7's immense gravitational influence. However, the atmospheres were too sparse to hinder the landings. Even more astonishing were the abundant water resources discovered on the satellites. On A7B15, for instance, the fungal carpet's roots penetrated just 10 meters of rock before reaching vast reserves of liquid water. The presence of such water allowed the fungal carpet to proliferate rapidly, accelerating the establishment of swarm bases. With the satellites secured, the main event awaited, the landing of 15 spore capsules on A7 itself within the next hour. Luo Wen reassigned members from teams that had completed their tasks to reinforce the groups managing the capsules bound for A7. Landing on a gas giant of such size was uncharted territory for the swarm, and the operation would undoubtedly generate a wealth of data. Adequate manpower was essential to handle the unprecedented challenges ahead. A7, a massive gas giant, boasts an unimaginably thick atmosphere. Its rapid rotation causes immense centrifugal forces to fling equatorial material outward, only to be held in place by the planet's tremendous gravity. This results in A7's unusual oblate shape, rarely seen among celestial bodies. The planet emits an extraordinarily strong magnetic field, with its atmosphere perpetually roiled by enormous superstorms. On the Genesis planet, such a storm would spell extinction for entire ecosystems, yet on A7, it is merely routine. Due to limited understanding of gas giants, Luo Wen wasn't even sure if A7 had water resources, let alone a rocky core. Thus, he was uncertain about the feasibility of landing on it. The vanguard of the swarm meteor cluster, spore capsules, had begun interacting with A7. Originally decelerated to a speed of 1 km per second, they experienced a slight acceleration under the planet's immense gravitational pull. The leading spore capsule, equipped with cutting-edge propulsion, met disaster as soon as it entered A7's atmosphere. The atmosphere turned out to contain abundant hydrogen. Upon contact, the high-temperature energy emitted by the spore capsule ignited the hydrogen. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the explosion was not large. It left behind a puff of steam and slightly veered the spore capsule off course. However, the resulting blast significantly reduced the capsule's speed, prompting Luo Wen to order its propulsion system to shut down and rely on inertia alone. A team of intelligent entities swiftly analyzed the cause of the explosion. The experts gathered for this mission, though limited in data, pooled their insights to propose a plausible explanation. A7's atmosphere, while rich in hydrogen, contains no oxygen. However, the energy jets from the spore capsule carried trace amounts of unreacted oxygen from its reaction chamber. Upon release, this residual oxygen reacted with the surrounding hydrogen, causing an explosion. The explosion consumed the available oxygen instantly, producing steam as the byproduct. This explained why, despite the hydrogen-rich environment, there was no large-scale detonation around the capsule. The seemingly endless clouds swallowed the spore capsule, which descended over 200 kilometers within minutes. The environment grew increasingly hostile. Despite facing the sun, the thick clouds blocked all light. The temperature plunged below -100 degrees Celsius. Without oxygen, no frost formed on the capsule's surface. Inside the spore capsule, the fungal carpet seeds and queen brood eggs endured the cold through dormancy. However, they were bombarded by unprecedented levels of intense radiation. Even the radiation-resistant outer shell of the capsule began to degrade. Without a magnetic shielding system, the spore capsule's integrity was rapidly failing. If the shell broke, the seeds and eggs inside would lose viability in no time. Immediate action was necessary. The fungal carpet seeds needed to be planted to generate magnetic shielding, but the infinite cloud layers offered no place to take root. The fungal carpet couldn't grow mid-air. A7's rapid rotation also meant extreme winds. Around the spore capsule, wind speeds exceeded 500 km per hour, swirling with vortices. The high-speed clouds clashed, creating awe-inspiring electrical storms. Lightning bolts, tens of meters thick, slashed through the atmosphere. Compared to this, the phrase thin as lightning became an ironic joke. These flashes illuminated the dense clouds in eerie bursts, projecting a sense of cosmic dread that chilled the group sharing the capsule's vision. The storm drastically slowed the capsule's descent but simultaneously tore at its outer shell. Descending another 100 kilometers, the atmospheric pressure soared. The shell, already strained by the storm, began to crumble. Fortunately, the spore capsule's internal structure excelled at withstanding such pressures. As it continued to fall, the pressure eventually rivaled the depths of Genesis planet's deepest oceans. Strangely, the temperature rose above freezing. However, this offered little comfort. The storm's fleeting lightning revealed only more clouds, with no land in sight. As time passed, the capsule descended further. Temperatures climbed rapidly, exceeding hundreds of degrees Celsius. The thickened atmosphere became almost viscous, resembling a turbulent liquid. Under the dual effects of the superstorm and dense air, the spore capsule's descent halted. The atmospheric pressure far surpassed that of Genesis planet's deep-sea depths. The dense air acted like a swamp, preventing further descent. Finally, the capsule's shell shattered and vanished. The spore capsule endured for another 10 minutes before succumbing to intense radiation, its signals silenced. The group fell into a stunned silence. Subsequently, the remaining 14 spore capsules, arriving at similar altitudes, also lost contact. Though this outcome was anticipated, its stark reality still stung. The swarm, as a novice in cosmic exploration, couldn't expect smooth sailing every time. This failure marked gas giants as temporarily unviable for swarm landings. Luo Wen composed himself. This setback was insignificant in the grand scheme. The teams, having labored tirelessly for days, took a brief respite while brainstorming solutions for conquering A7's challenges. Despite the pause, the group remained intact. Over the next year, dozens more meteors would reach A7's moons, albeit at a slower pace. The plan was to establish numerous observation posts on these moons, gathering comprehensive data essential for knowing one's enemy to secure victory. If no viable solutions emerged, Luo Wen had a bold backup plan: launch a brood nest into orbit around A7. It would continually regenerate a new body and attempt endless descents onto A7 until the planet yielded. Time flew by. Although the attempt to land on A7 was unsuccessful, the missions on its many moons, excluding the A7B5 satellite, were all executed smoothly. Dozens of swarm bases were established, and many smaller moons were now shrouded in the characteristic purplish-gray fungal carpet. Even the landing operation on A7B5 was technically a success, though it encountered a small but unexpected incident during the descent and subsequent development. The spore capsule, during its descent, was attacked by an unknown life form. This brought Luo Wen immense excitement. His genetic database hadn't been updated in a long time. A7B5, the fifth satellite of A7, was the largest among its moons. Though it was A7's subordinate, its sheer size and mass made it a behemoth. It accounted for over 80% of the total mass of A7's satellite system, making it only slightly smaller than the Genesis planet. From its orbital path, one could see a thick atmosphere enveloping its spherical body, with clear outlines of land and oceans visible on the surface. If not for the atmosphere's high concentration of toxic gases and the relatively low temperatures, it might have nurtured life forms similar to those on the Genesis planet. Yet life's evolution often defies expectations. While A7B5's environment didn't produce Earth-like life, it gave rise to a different, unique kind of life. As the spore capsule passed A7B5's orbit and entered its atmosphere, the composition of the air remarkably similar to that of the Genesis planet caused the capsule's meteoric shell to heat up due to friction, glowing red like a fireball descending toward the surface. A7B5's atmosphere, though similar in composition to Genesis planets, was denser and more viscous, with the addition of toxic gases. The capsule's braking system required minimal thrust to drastically reduce its speed. The friction-heated front cooled down, and the meteoric shell returned to its normal coloration. Suddenly, a nearby white cloud came to life. The movement revealed its true nature. It resembled an abstract, enormous octopus or jellyfish, stretching 30 to 40 meters in length. With a massive head and countless elongated, cloud-like tendrils trailing behind, it dwarfed the spore capsule. The now living white cloud seemed to mistake the capsule for food. Despite its massive size, the creature was surprisingly agile. Even though the spore capsule was traveling at approximately 2,000 kilometers per hour slow by space standards, this cloud entity confidently pursued it. The creature's body was incredibly soft and pliable. Contracting its body and flexing its tendrils, it suddenly propelled itself forward with explosive force, mimicking an octopus swimming in water. However, instead of water, it swam through the air, with its cloudy form emitting rhythmic, blue, arc-shaped electrical discharges. Luo Wen and the team of intelligent entities, witnessing this scene through shared vision, were momentarily stunned. The white cloud organism, wingless, moved by swimming and steadily closed the gap with the spore capsule. Its seemingly fluffy, cloud-like form showed no signs of dispersing, even at such high speeds. Its enormous head resembled a giant cotton candy puff, accented by the glow of blue electrical arcs, an endearing sight from afar. However, as it neared and its immense size became apparent, the sense of oppression erased any semblance of cuteness. Nature often provides examples of such phenomena. A pet pig can be adorable, but a wild boar is terrifying. Similarly, tiny insects might be charming, but larger ones are horrifying. The cute giant took no time to demonstrate its true nature. It made no attempt to slow down, relying on its speed advantage as it streaked past the spore capsule, its dozens of glowing tendrils coiling toward the capsule's meteoric shell. Strangely, the cloud-like tendrils, appearing weightless and insubstantial, adhered to the shell. The creature abruptly halted, tightening its tendrils as blue arcs intensified in brilliance. However, it had clearly overestimated its strength. The capsule barely decelerated before breaking free and continuing its descent. As it disentangled itself, several tendrils were torn off, spilling transparent fluid. These severed tendrils vanished in an instant, their destination unknown. The white cloud emitted a silent roar, its entire body glowing brighter with electrical arcs, accompanied by a faint hum. It surged forward again, catching up to the spore capsule within moments and entangling it once more. The process repeated, the creature halted, the tendrils tightened, and then they were ripped apart. However, this time, the capsule's speed dropped more significantly, reducing its velocity to approximately 1,500 kilometers per hour. The creature's repeated attempts had cut the capsule's speed nearly in half. Luo Wen noted that with the considerable distance remaining to the surface, the likelihood of the cloud entity succeeding in fully stopping the capsule was high. Though its intentions were unclear, the creature's actions were unlikely to be friendly. Luo Wen needed to find a solution before the entity completely subdued the capsule. The team of intelligent entities began a frantic discussion. This novel life form was a first encounter for everyone, and with limited data, their speculations were tentative at best. Time was running out. The white cloud entity was already making a third attempt, preparing to grapple the spore capsule once again. The preliminary hypothesis suggested that the creature was an exceptionally low-density organism, enabling it to navigate air as if it were water. To the entity, the atmosphere was its ocean. The blue arcs emitted from its body likely signified an electromagnetic field, which it used for propulsion. Despite its size and behavior, the spore capsule was almost certainly not a part of its natural diet. Survival couldn't hinge on consuming falling meteors. Faced with the situation, the astronomy, astrophysics, and computational experts on hand were at a loss. Perhaps specialists in marine biology and atmospheric studies could offer more informed suggestions. No one had anticipated this scenario, The swarm had landed on numerous planets without detecting any signs of life, yet this single moon concealed living organisms. Luo Wen wasn't even sure if any of the intelligent entities in the swarm were experts in these fields. In the early days, he had overseen the gatekeeping role for new recruits, but as their numbers grew, he had delegated this task to the lookouts. Thankfully, the lookouts maintained detailed records. With a mere thought, Luo Wen connected to the swarm network without delay, accessing the information instantaneously. The lookouts, creations of the brood nest, performed their assigned duties with strict precision. They quickly provided a list of relevant experts and pinpointed their network nodes within the swarm. Hey, Monty, you're here too. A male ratfolk with gray-white fur looked in surprise at another male ratfolk with black-gray fur seated nearby. Carlos, I'm an aeronautics designer. Attending a public lecture on aerodynamics isn't unusual for me. But you're studying atmospheric environments, what are you doing here? Monty scoffed. This lecture is by Professor Gunna. She's young but exceptionally knowledgeable. While the focus is aerodynamics, she might include some extras. Her last lecture covered atmospheric layering, which is helpful for my field, Carlos said as he casually seated himself beside Monty, humming contentedly. Huh? You're attending this just for a slim chance of hearing something relevant? You're never this enthusiastic about your core subjects, Monty teased. Carlos retorted, if I wasn't here for the lecture, why else would I come? Come on, look around. This room's full of male ratfolk. Besides the serious listeners, the rest are clearly here for the same reason. Do I need to spell it out? Monty sneered. What's wrong with that? Professor Gunna is only a few years older than us, she's pretty, kind, and brilliant. Why not appreciate her while learning something? Carlos replied confidently. If Luo Wen were present, he'd undoubtedly be speechless. Gunna, having lived an entire previous life, was old enough to be these ratfolk's grandmother, and then some. He wondered how they'd react upon learning this truth. Should they excel in their fields and uncover the world's true nature, their stunned expressions might be worth witnessing. For reasons unknown, swarm intelligent entities returning to ratfolk society tended to favor young adult bodies. Females typically chose forms around 20 years old, while males preferred 30 to 40 years old. To Luo Wen, apart from their fur colors, they all looked alike. Without the node identity markers, he couldn't distinguish one from another. As the two young ratfolk whispered, a poised female ratfolk entered the classroom, placing her materials on the lectern. She smiled softly at the students and clapped her hands to get their attention. Before she could speak, however, she suddenly collapsed without warning. The previously lively classroom fell silent as if paused. A moment later, the stunned students erupted in chaos, rushing toward the podium. Call an ambulance? Professor Gunna has fainted. Make way, don't block the airflow. Amid the clamor, the scene descended into complete disorder. Similar incidents occurred simultaneously across the ratfolk empire. Numerous experts in atmospheric and marine studies suddenly lost consciousness. Later, they all regained consciousness at nearly the same time. While some considered the coincidence suspicious, the empire's higher UPS suppressed any public uproar. Dissenters were swiftly silenced. These individuals, all swarm intelligent entities who had re-entered ratfolk society, had their consciousness forcibly extracted by Luo Wen and brought into the group dedicated to the A7B5 mission. Summoned by their swarm overlord, these entities felt no resentment, only pride in being chosen. After learning about the situation, they joined the ongoing discussions. Specialists quickly proposed new insights based on their expertise. Overlord, we hypothesize that since this organism can swim through air like a marine creature in water, it might have a specific adaptive range, one ratfolk entity suggested. Go on, Luo Wen prompted. Just as shallow sea fish cannot survive in deep sea conditions and vice versa, this organism's body is likely adapted to its environment. If it lives in the less dense air of high altitudes, its structure must be extremely lightweight. Denser, low-altitude air could act as an impenetrable barrier, akin to solid rock. If the spore capsule descends further, the organism might be unable to continue its pursuit. Communication through thought was rapid. Despite pulling in reinforcements and having extensive discussions, only a brief amount of time had passed. The spore capsule, under the atmospheric creature's fourth grappling attempt and the increasing viscosity of lower altitude air, had its descent speed reduced to 500 km per hour. One or two more attacks could enable the creature to fully capture and drag away the capsule. If it could maintain pursuit, even landing on the surface wouldn't guarantee safety. The fungal carpet seeds and brood eggs were in a dormant state upon landing, and the capsule lacked defensive systems, leaving them highly vulnerable. However, if the hypothesis about low-altitude air hindering the creature was correct, there was still hope. Although the spore capsule had no built-in defenses, it could feign intimidation through other systems. As the capsule continued descending, the atmospheric creature displayed signs of agitation. The blue arcs along its body became more active, flashing more frequently. This behavior lent credence to the specialist's hypothesis. At that moment, the atmospheric organism caught up for the fifth time, extending its tendrils to ensnare the spore capsule. The atmospheric creature's illusory body, whether due to its structure or electromagnetic field, demonstrated strength far exceeding expectations. The spore capsule meteor, launched at low speed within the Genesis system, measured 3 meters long and weighed over 2 tons. With velocity factored in, its effective mass was immense. Yet the atmospheric creature had, through successive tugs, significantly reduced its speed. Though its body incurred damage, its feat was nothing short of astonishing. During its fifth attack, its lightning-laden tendrils quickly ensnared the spore capsule meteor. The creature momentarily halted, briefly suspending the capsule mid-air. This attack exhausted the momentum the creature had built, leaving it under the sole influence of a 7b5's gravity. While several tendrils snapped, the creature maintained its grip, aided by more tendrils latching on. The capsule's descent was entirely arrested, and under the creature's pull, it began to ascend. Meanwhile, in the swarm network, Luo Wen and the intelligent entities concluded their discussion. Under Luo Wen's command, the capsule's propulsion system activated. The system rapidly generated hydrogen and oxygen, releasing them in a partially reacted state, along with significant heat, through its exhaust vents. The partially combusted gases continued to ignite as they exited the capsule, creating powerful external explosions. The capsule, covered in exhaust vents, erupted into a fireball as explosions simultaneously detonated around its surface. The explosions scorched and buffeted the atmospheric creature's tendrils. While its tendrils had repeatedly snapped during prior assaults, the sudden intensity of the light and sound startled it. It swiftly retracted its tendrils, even propelling its body upward to distance itself from the capsule. Seizing the opportunity, the spore capsule redirected all combusting gases to its rear vents, using the thrust in conjunction with gravity to accelerate its descent. The explosive feint was a one-time tactic. The capsule's internal systems were too compromised to attempt it again. The vents, while designed to withstand high temperatures, weren't built for explosions. Many were already damaged or clogged from the previous outburst. Another attempt could result in an internal detonation, reducing the capsule to a firework. Moments later, the atmospheric creature seemed to realize it had been duped. Furious, its blue arcs flared to an intensity that painted its entire body electric blue, obscuring the details of its cloud-like structure. It now resembled a 30-meter-long thundercloud avatar, radiating a suffocating aura of menace as it charged toward the capsule. However, the brief delay allowed the capsule to put significant distance between them. As the capsule descended to lower altitudes, the denser air became a barrier. The creature's brilliant arcs intensified, yet its movements grew sluggish, as though trapped in quicksand. Finally, it reached a critical point. The creature's downward momentum abruptly ceased, its body compressing as if colliding with an invisible wall. The hypothesis was correct: denser, lower altitude air acted like solid ground to the atmospheric creature, rendering it incapable of pursuit. Despite repeatedly slamming against the invisible barrier, its body couldn't penetrate. It was akin to a human attempting to dive 2,000 meters underwater without protection, an impossible feat. Frustrated, it could only hover above, its arcs dimming slightly, as though reluctantly bidding farewell to the capsule. The spore capsule hit the ground with an explosive impact, kicking up a cloud of icy debris and sandy dust. The crash formed a radial pattern on the surface, marking its landing. Despite the damage sustained during its descent, the capsule's interior remained intact. The fungal carpet seeds and brood eggs were protected by layers of nutrient-rich material, shielding them from harm. Following standard procedures, the fungal carpet seeds were expelled, taking root and beginning to sprout. Due to uncertainties about other potential life forms on A7b5, the fungal carpet's rhizome cage was embedded deep underground. There, the queen brood and auxiliary bugs could safely begin preliminary development. A 7b5's massive size had warranted the deployment of 4 swarm meteors. 2 were equipped with hydrogen-oxygen propulsion systems, while the other 2 relied on simpler jet systems. With 1 capsule successfully landed, the team could proceed with more confidence. However, they were still concerned about the 2 capsules lacking advanced propulsion. If either encountered the atmospheric creature, survival seemed unlikely. 30 minutes later, the second spore capsule meteor entered a 7b5's atmosphere. This capsule also carried a hydrogen-oxygen propulsion system, and Luo Wen, alongside the intelligent entities, stood vigilant, ready for an imminent assault. To minimize time spent in the atmospheric creature's range, the capsule maintained a speed higher than the standard descent rate. It would rely on full-thrust combustion to decelerate after clearing the danger zone, even at the cost of internal damage. After all, once the capsule landed, its task was complete. Whether intact or scorched, it would eventually be absorbed into the fungal carpet. Luo Wen doubted the fungal carpet would be particular about taste or texture. Fortunately, the atmospheric creatures appeared to be scarce. The second capsule streaked through the skies unscathed and landed safely 200 kilometers southeast of the first. The team breathed a collective sigh of relief and took a brief rest before preparing for the third capsule's entry an hour later. This third capsule, lacking a hydrogen-oxygen propulsion system, posed a fresh challenge for the group. How to ensure its safe landing would be a new test of their ingenuity. For Luo Wen, the safe landing of just 2 spore capsule meteors was sufficient to achieve his strategic goals. Adding more bugs would simply accelerate the development speed. As such, even if the remaining 2 spore capsule meteors were destroyed, it wouldn't significantly impact his plans. However, having the spore capsule meteors traverse through regions inhabited by atmospheric organisms presented an excellent opportunity to observe their behavior. Their genetic material held immense research value and should ideally be integrated into the swarm genetic bank to aid the swarm's future evolution. Therefore, Luo Wen was almost hoping the latter two spore capsule meteors would encounter atmospheric organisms and provoke their attacks. This would allow him to better study these creatures and develop strategies to hunt them down. The third spore capsule meteor entered the atmosphere. Compared to the hydrogen-oxygen propulsion system, the braking performance of its jet propulsion system was significantly inferior. Despite engaging its jets at full throttle to decelerate, the spore capsule meteor streaked across the sky at astonishing speed. White clouds floated lazily in the sky, utterly indifferent to the fireball streaking past. Luo Wen and his intelligent entities knew far too little about atmospheric organisms. If they didn't actively attack, it was nearly impossible to distinguish them from ordinary clouds. After a period of anxious anticipation, the spore capsule meteor landed without encountering any attacks, leaving Luo Wen and his team disappointed. An hour later, the fourth spore capsule meteor finally entered the atmosphere of planet A7b5. Whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, as soon as it began igniting flames in the atmosphere, 3 distinct clouds in its vicinity started to move. These 3 clouds transformed into atmospheric organisms, rushing toward the spore capsule meteor. Luo Wen observed that these atmospheric organisms seemed to lack a fixed form. All 3 looked distinctly different. One resembled an abstract giant bird, about 40 meters long. Its triangular limb structure at the front could barely pass for a head, followed by a long, cloud-like neck. Its flat, elongated body extended to asymmetrical wings, with no apparent tail. Another looked like a massive whale, over 30 meters long, though still abstract in shape. Its overall edges were jagged, giving it a soft, billowing appearance. The last cloud creature was simply unclassifiable, resembling an irregularly shaped cloth spread out. Its size, however, was the largest, exceeding 50 meters. Luo Wen soon realized these creatures were not randomly shaped but seemed to be some form of soft-bodied organism. When idle, they coiled and compressed, creating bizarre shapes. However, when they moved, their forms gradually morphed into an octopus-like structure with a large central body and dozens of trailing, tentacle-like limbs. As they accelerated, faint blue arcs of electricity began to ripple across their bodies. Luo Wen and the intelligent entities speculated that these blue arcs represented many things. For example, the simplest and most verifiable hypothesis was that the frequency and brightness of the blue arcs correlated with the creature's output power. When they exerted greater force, the arcs became more frequent and intense. At a certain threshold, these arcs could envelop their entire bodies. Another theory posited that the arcs might serve as a form of communication among the atmospheric organisms. The spore capsule was equipped with eagle-eye bugs capable of detecting most wavelengths of light, as well as hidden cochlear and sensory hairs capable of picking up a wide range of sounds. Based on their observations thus far, the intelligent entities had not identified any behavior suggesting the creatures communicated using light signals. As for sound, while the first atmospheric organism had roared when intercepting a spore capsule, no actual sound waves were detected. Even though the spore capsule's cochlear structures were integrated with multiple superior genetic traits, enabling them to detect extremely high and low-frequency sound waves, it remained possible that the creatures emitted sound waves outside the capsule's detectable range, albeit unlikely. Additionally, during earlier encounters, when the first atmospheric organism failed to intercept the spore capsule, losing several limbs in the process, and when it was completely blocked by an air wall, its body emitted abnormal flashes of blue arcs. This suggested that, at the very least, the flashing frequency of the blue arcs served as an emotional indicator for these creatures. It was possible that their peers could glean information from these displays. The spore capsule meteor, under the relentless attacks and tugs of the 3 atmospheric organisms, was soon halted mid-air and captured. Its own weight was insufficient to escape their grasp. What happened next reshaped Luo Wen and the intelligent entities' understanding of these organisms. Initially, when the largest of the 3 measuring over 50 meters secured the spore capsule meteor, the 2 to 3 meter long object looked like a basketball in its grasp. Luo Wen had assumed the creature would immediately consume the spore capsule meteor. After all, why else would they expend so much effort to capture it? Reality proved otherwise. The atmospheric organism treated the spore capsule meteor more like a fascinating new toy. It dragged the capsule along, flying back and forth through the air. Blue arcs flickered frequently across its body. While Luo Wen couldn't discern how these flashes differed from the ones during its enraged state, he speculated that the creature was feeling excitement or joy rather than anger. The other 2 organisms, which had failed to secure the toy, also emitted flickering blue arcs as they floated and swirled around the largest one. Luo Wen guessed they, too, were experiencing joy, given that they had jointly captured the toy. However, he was quickly proven wrong. The blue arc frequencies on the 2 toyless organisms began to spike, as did those on the largest one. Just as Luo Wen assumed they were reveling in excitement, the 3 organisms suddenly began fighting. The 2 smaller ones teamed up to attack the largest one. For a moment, the intense flashes of electricity left Luo Wen and the intelligent entities utterly dumbfounded. Was this play or combat? Luo Wen could no longer tell. The intensity of their battle had far surpassed the boundaries of mere playfulness. The largest atmospheric organism, constrained by many of its tentacle-like limbs still wrapped around the spore capsule meteor, was at a disadvantage. Coupled with the loss of limbs it had suffered earlier while intercepting the meteor, it found itself in a precarious position. Despite its immense size, it had fewer limbs available for defense and attack. In contrast, the two smaller atmospheric organisms, though also damaged during their initial interception attempts, were unburdened and outnumbered it not by much, but their combined limbs exceeded the largest ones by several dozen. As the fierce brawl between the three unfolded, their limbs were torn apart, splattering transparent liquid into the air, making it seem as though a localized drizzle had begun. Before long, the largest atmospheric organism suffered severe injuries. Finally, with only a dozen or so limbs remaining, it relinquished its grip on the spore capsule meteor, flinging it away. The two smaller atmospheric organisms immediately ceased their assault on the largest and turned their attention to the now unclaimed spore capsule meteor. The slightly larger of the two managed to secure the meteor, leveraging its size advantage. It began to drag the meteor around, wobbling back and forth in midair. However, it hadn't played with its toy for long before the smallest atmospheric organism attacked it. Soon, the largest organism re-entered the fray, and a chaotic melee ensued. As the battle continued, more cloud-like atmospheric organisms appeared, joining the struggle. By the end, over 100 atmospheric organisms were involved, rolling through the sky like a massive storm of clouds, with blue electric arcs flashing incessantly. The sheer scale of the battle, accompanied by its dazzling light and sound effects, was a spectacle rarely seen. This event shattered Luo Wen and the intelligent entity's previous assumptions about the rarity of these creatures. Initially thought to be scarce, their numbers turned out to be unexpectedly large. The spore capsule meteor, in comparison to these colossal beings each averaging over 30 meters in length, truly resembled nothing more than a toy, constantly contested. Fortunately, the low-density structure of the atmospheric organisms' bodies meant their attacks were not particularly destructive. Otherwise, the spore capsule meteor would likely have been crushed long ago. The battle, which Luo Wen expected to last longer, ended surprisingly quickly. In less than an hour, the numerous atmospheric organisms had exhausted their interest. While the time was short, many organisms suffered severe injuries, with some reduced to just 2 remaining limbs. Yet, the wounds didn't appear as critical as they seemed. During the scuffle, Luo Wen and the intelligent entities had meticulously counted their numbers. By the time the battle ended, not a single atmospheric organism had perished. The spore capsule meteor, due to its weight, required active support from the atmospheric organisms to remain airborne. Through their continuous observation, Luo Wen and his team deduced that these creatures could float effortlessly in the sky, much like genuine clouds, solely due to their ultra-low-density bodies. However, when they held on to the spore capsule meteor, their natural buoyancy was insufficient, and they had to rely on an unknown electromagnetic mechanism to maintain altitude. Sustained use of this mechanism seemed to be a burden for them. Perhaps now, having tired themselves out in their competitive play, not one of the atmospheric organisms was willing to take responsibility for keeping the toy. Thus, the spore capsule meteor was abandoned. The once fiercely contested object was now discarded like an insignificant roadside pebble. The abandoned meteor streaked through the sky, covered in a layer of unidentified liquid, and plummeted toward the ground. This liquid, splattered from the atmospheric organism's injuries, was likely either blood or some other biological fluid. While the quantity of this substance was quite minimal, only spraying out during the severing of limbs, the large number of participants ensured it accumulated. Positioned at the epicenter of the scuffle, the spore capsule meteor ended up thoroughly coated. For Luo Wen, this was an immense waste. If his main body had been present, he would have likely licked the meteor clean, collecting the genetic secrets hidden within these fluids for integration into the swarm gene bank. Unfortunately, Luo Wen's main body was countless miles away, far too distant to reach the meteor in time. Thankfully, with so many living atmospheric organisms still present, genetic material was hardly in short supply. But Luo Wen's regret was short-lived. As the spore capsule meteor descended into the lower atmosphere, the liquid clinging to it appeared to hit an invisible barrier, suspended midair. Meanwhile, Luo Wen's main body, previously hidden on the yellow moon, had been unearthed, sent to the red moon, and subsequently launched into space from a facility on its far side. This was part of a last-minute launch mission. Missing the optimal launch window meant that waiting for the next opportunity would require 7 to 8 years, in addition to more than 2 years of travel. Impatient, Luo Wen ordered the swarm's intelligent entities to recalculate trajectories, factoring in the rotational and orbital data of Planet A7, the Genesis planet, Satellite A7b5, and the Red Moon. A longer yet faster route was chosen, requiring approximately 5 years of travel through space, currently the shortest available option. The perception of time in space vastly differed from that on planets. On a planet, a journey spanning several days might be considered long. In space, even modest distances were measured in years. Being a long-lived species, Luo Wen no longer felt strongly about time. Reflecting on past events on the Genesis planet, he experienced a heavenly day, earthly year sensation. On the Genesis planet, Luo Wen had lost interest in the ratfolk civilization. After Sarah's nephew ascended to power, he initially worried about her reclaiming authority. However, Sarah showed no intention of returning. Humans often believe in what others abandon. Sarah's nephew assumed her absence meant life in the divine kingdom was better, thus intensifying his support for the deity faith sect. In truth, his devotion didn't matter. Over decades of development, the ratfolk's upper echelons were either swarm node units or their descendants. Even if the swarm publicly tossed meteors between the moons, which some civilians might spot using homemade telescopes, legions of experts would dismiss it as a peculiar astronomical event. Though Sarah's nephew held supreme power among the rat folk, Luo Wen could deny him access to any truthful information if he so desired. Of course, Luo Wen had no interest in petty power plays. To him, the rat folk were merely a domesticated species that provided intelligent entities for the swarm, a source no longer worth his attention. Interestingly, the rat folk's gaming industry had flourished in recent years. Providing common rat folk with diversions seemed prudent. Legends even claimed that Empress Sarah had once been addicted to competitive gaming. The truth was that Luo Wen, bored, had subtly guided this development. As a former gamer himself, he found it a pleasant distraction. Unsurprisingly, the rat folk's largest gaming company was one Luo Wen secretly founded. Back when Sarah was enthralled with a certain competitive game, several of the top-ranked IDs belonged to Luo Wen's secret accounts. Given Sarah's status, she had neither overly revered nor underestimated Luo Wen. After growing familiar, she even challenged him to a duel in the game. Frankly, Luo Wen had long grown bored with such trivial pursuits. Invincibility brought solitude. But when invited, he graciously accepted the duel, if only to demonstrate the Overlord's omnipotence. The outcome of the game left Sarah Kerrigan doubting her life choices. Once a top-tier player, she was utterly crushed by Luo Wen in over a dozen matches. Under Sarah's incredulous and admiring gaze, Luo Wen smugly hummed in triumph. The truth, however, was that Luo Wen had fabricated a ratfolk body to play the game but secretly equipped it with a pair of absurdly high refresh rate eyes. Coupled with his formidable mental power and reaction speed, it was as if Sarah, a normal person, was competing against someone perpetually in bullet time. It was no surprise she was thoroughly defeated. Naturally, Luo Wen kept these details to himself. These days, Luo Wen spent little time gaming. First, the loneliness of being unmatched made it dull. Second, he was now engrossed in various research pursuits, which he found far more captivating than games. As the swarm's intelligent entities grew in number, innovations in technology and theoretical knowledge emerged continuously, and Luo Wen eagerly absorbed them all. If manipulating genes was like piecing together a puzzle, then genes were the individual pieces, and the technologies and knowledge were the blueprint. Without a blueprint, he could only assemble simple patterns. With one, he could create intricate and complex designs. While immersed in this intellectual endeavor, Luo Wen was suddenly interrupted by an urgent message. One of the swarm meteors had inexplicably lost contact. Luo Wen immediately summoned the blades responsible for overseeing the matter into a group session to investigate. The lost swarm meteor was among the earliest batch launched randomly beyond the Genesis star system over a decade ago. Based on its trajectory, the meteor had traveled approximately 1 light-year away, far beyond the Genesis star system, and was drifting in the void. If it had been within the star system, it might have collided with one of the countless asteroids or meteors. However, in the interstellar void between star systems, where almost nothing existed, any anomaly was likely artificial. Could aliens have attacked the swarm meteor? Luo Wen quickly retrieved the observational records maintained by the blades. A dedicated monitoring team had been assigned to oversee these meteors, and the blades operated in shifts, ensuring uninterrupted 24-hour surveillance with zero errors. Their records indicated that the meteor's shared visual link had suddenly ceased, and contact was lost. Before the disruption, there were no anomalies, and no obstacles were detected along its flight path. This ruled out the possibility of a collision. While swarm meteors generated no propulsion energy, making them almost undetectable, and their dormant eggs were nearly imperceptible as life forms, the spore capsules they housed retained biological activity and could potentially be exposed. Given the absence of any observed anomalies, Luo Wen concluded that either the swarm meteor had encountered an unforeseen accident, or its adversary's technological capabilities far surpassed the swarm's observational techniques. Neither scenario boded well for Luo Wen or the swarm. Faced with this enigma, Luo Wen was momentarily stumped. However, he was no longer alone in his efforts. Searching the swarm network, Luo Wen quickly assembled a virtual meeting. Within moments, Morgan and other intelligent entities had their consciousnesses remotely summoned. Luo Wen briefed them on the situation, sparking an intense debate. As the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1, and Luo Wen's group now comprised over 100 members. Ideas clashed and hypotheses abounded, producing a few promising sparks of insight. Unfortunately, each theory was ultimately disproven. The situation grew increasingly dire. The unknown was always the most terrifying, and whatever entity disrupted the swarm meteor seemed far from friendly. As a precaution, Luo Wen ordered all swarm bases on colonized planets to retreat underground, ceasing all surface activity. Even the launch platforms on the red and yellow moons were dismantled and absorbed into the fungal carpet, leaving no trace. Days turned into weeks, but the discussions yielded no substantial breakthroughs. Then, without warning, another swarm meteor vanished. Curiously, the second missing meteor was not near the first. The two were almost in opposite directions, separated by several light years. This was peculiar. While it was conceivable for a civilization to traverse such distances in days, the missing meteors were surrounded by hundreds of other swarm meteors, particularly those heading toward the nearest star system. Why were these 2 specific meteors singled out? Yet, the loss of a second meteor presented an opportunity for analysis. By comparing the 2 incidents, Luo Wen and his team hoped to uncover useful patterns. Indeed, the intelligent entities soon proposed a plausible theory, one that left Luo Wen speechless. Their calculations revealed that both missing meteors had been in relatively isolated positions, with no other swarm nodes within 1.052156 light-years of their vicinity. From this, the intelligent entities hypothesized that the meteors were not attacked but had instead exceeded the swarm network's coverage range and effectively disconnected. Further evidence supporting this theory lay in the other meteors launched toward the neighboring star system. Over the past decade, hundreds of swarm meteors had been sent out. The farthest among them had traveled over 1.1 light-years, while the nearest were still within the Genesis star system. The meteor at 1.1 light-years remained within network coverage, suggesting that while the swarm network had a finite range, node units could extend it. Testing this theory was straightforward. The intelligent entities identified a meteor expected to reach the network's coverage limit in 1 month. It, too, would have no nearby nodes within 1.052156 light-years. The waiting game began, with anticipation mounting as the days crept by. A month later, as everyone monitored it intently, the swarm meteor in question suddenly lost contact exactly as the previous two had. It became clear that the hypothesis was correct. Having spent nearly 2 months in suspense, Luo Wen found himself both relieved and bemused. The swarm network had always exhibited overwhelming capabilities since Luo Wen discovered it upon waking. He suspected it hadn't been this powerful initially. Rather, during his extended slumber, its duration still a mystery, the network had grown to its current strength. Even after his awakening, centuries had passed. Luo Wen had observed the swarm network growing stronger but hadn't identified specific improvements due to a lack of reference points. Now, at least one aspect was clear: its range had expanded. As for other improvements, those would require continued observation. When he first awoke, Luo Wen had considered the network's coverage limits. However, as the swarm's exploration area grew, the network never encountered any such issues. The breakthrough came when the swarm developed the storm god. This greatly accelerated exploration efforts, and soon, the Genesis planet was teeming with swarm units. Even at that stage, the swarm network showed no signs of range limitations. Following the lunar expedition and colonization of other planets, the issue faded from Luo Wen's mind until now. Fortunately, for the modern swarm, this problem was manageable. Developing a new bug species to act as stationary relays in key locations could easily resolve it. Moreover, the swarm network's capabilities continued to grow. Given Luo Wen's now immortal lifespan, it was only a matter of time before he could extend the network's signal to cover the entire universe without relying on relays. 2 months later, the loss of a fourth swarm meteor confirmed the hypothesis. Though the scare had been unnerving, Luo Wen acknowledged that the swarm was not yet equipped to face such advanced adversaries. A false alarm was, perhaps, the best possible outcome. 6 months later, after confirming it was indeed a false alarm, swarm colonies resumed normal activities. On the far side of the Red Moon, meteor launchers were reassembled, and operations restarted. Over the following months, the swarm launched dozens of new meteors toward the locations of the lost ones, hoping to re-establish connection. However, this was unlikely to succeed. The swarm's launch technology had not advanced in recent years, meaning the newly launched meteors traveled at similar speeds to the lost ones. Given that the new meteors were launched nearly a year later, the distance gap between them was insurmountable. If the lost meteors didn't stop, the new ones would never catch up. If they had stopped, their situation was undoubtedly dire. The dormant eggs within the meteors required Luo Wen's remote activation to awaken, and without it, they would remain in stasis indefinitely. While the spore capsules themselves were active, they lacked the adaptability to respond effectively without oversight from Luo Wen or the intelligent entities. If they encountered celestial bodies, collision was inevitable. Their sole hope of survival lay in drifting through the void, avoiding obstacles, and waiting for the swarm's navigation technology to improve enough for faster units to reach and reconnect them. Time flew by, and 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Luo Wen's spore capsule meteor was nearing satellite A7b5, ready for descent. The massive A7 planet remained as turbulent as ever. Its extreme rotational speed fueled superstorms visible even from deep space. Meanwhile, satellite B5 was emerging from A7's shadow and rotating into view. In 5 days, Luo Wen's meteor would enter its atmosphere. The monotony of stargazing in space was mitigated by Luo Wen's ability to multitask via the swarm network. While engrossed in forum discussions, Luo Wen received a Blades alert. His meteor was about to enter B5's atmosphere. He sprang into action, assembling a large group for tight monitoring and coordinated oversight of the upcoming descent. Satellite A7b5's geography bore some resemblance to the Genesis planet. However, its lower temperatures meant its liquid oceans were encased in thick ice. Frozen seas enveloped 1 large and 2 smaller continents, with scattered islands dotting their peripheries. During the initial deployment, the swarm had launched 4 brood queens onto A7b5. To minimize risks, all were sent to the largest continent. While spore capsules could establish bases even in the ocean, the unfamiliar environment had prompted caution. Concerns about hidden marine life led to the decision to land all capsules on land. If attacked, the units could still be observed by others on nearby satellites. In the ocean, such monitoring would have been difficult. Ironically, the initial threats had come from the sky. Thankfully, whether by luck or after minor playful interference, all 4 capsules landed safely on solid ground. Over the next 5 years, the swarm developed cautiously. Initially, fearing unknown surface threats, the 4 Brood Queen bases remained underground, with even the fungal carpet refraining from spreading to the surface. After producing small scout flyers and discovering that the continent was utterly barren even of plants, the bases abandoned their caution. With no threats, the 4 bases began an explosive expansion. In 5 years, they had transformed a 7B5's largest continent into a purple-gray expanse and had started extending into the frozen oceans. Through the fungal carpet and various swarm units, simple reconnaissance and contact in the ocean revealed no signs of life in the waters. It seemed that the only life forms on this planet existed in the sky. Over the past 5 years, the swarm's repeated probes confirmed that these atmospheric organisms could only survive at high altitudes and were incapable of descending to lower elevations. However, in the skies, these atmospheric organisms held several advantages. In terms of size, speed, strength, and attack methods, they surpassed the swarm's aerial units in every aspect. As a result, over these years, the swarm and the atmospheric organisms kept to their respective domains. The atmospheric organisms disguised themselves as clouds in the sky, while the swarm focused on developing on the ground. Before Luo Wen arrived, the swarm had no need to engage in battles on an unfavorable battlefield. That said, they weren't entirely idle. Within the swarm network, a specialized blade team was tasked with 24/7 surveillance using the insects and fungal carpets spread across a 7B5. Although atmospheric organisms could mimic clouds, remaining motionless for months or even years, the swarm managed to track some of them through subtle clues. This time, the spore capsule meteor carrying Luo Wen deliberately chose a route teeming with atmospheric organisms. If the meteor were to be toyed with again, leaving behind plenty of translucent bodily fluids as before, Luo Wen could simply lick his fill and easily complete his mission. To attract the attention of the atmospheric organisms, the spore capsule meteor did not reduce its speed to a safe level. Instead, it streaked through the atmosphere at high speed, igniting a trail of fire. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The spore capsule meteor carrying Luo Wen streaked brazenly through the sky, glowing red and passing by white clouds, more than half of which were camouflaged atmospheric organisms. Yet, even as the meteor hit the ground and Luo Wen climbed out of the capsule looking puzzled, no attack came. Had the atmospheric organisms gone dormant? Luo Wen and the intelligent entities pondered for a long time but couldn't figure out a concrete reason due to insufficient information. It didn't matter, though. If Plan A failed, there was always Plan B. Over 5 years, the 4 Brood Queens, along with the energy accumulated by the fungal carpet sprawling across the entire continent, had been working on far more than just monitoring and identifying atmospheric organisms. Suddenly, the boundless purple-gray fungal carpet split open, revealing hidden underground passages. One by one, massive storm gods crawled out of the tunnels. Their numbers reached tens of thousands, packed densely together. Once they emerged onto the surface, the storm gods stretched their long-dormant bodies, stiff from prolonged hibernation. With a powerful push of their forelimbs against the ground, their wings began to flap, propelling them toward Luo Wen's location. These tens of thousands of storm gods represented only a portion of the results achieved by the 4 swarm bases over the past 5 years. Thanks to the lower gravity of a 7B5 compared to the Genesis planet, the same templates allowed for larger constructs on this planet. Compared to their counterparts on the Genesis planet, these storm gods were larger, with wingspans exceeding 20 meters. To avoid mid-flight conflicts with atmospheric organisms, the storm gods flew at extremely low altitudes. Like a fleet of fighter jets, the storm gods converged from all directions. Their low-altitude flight cast vast shadows over the ground, their wing beats whipping up fierce winds that stirred dust into massive clouds, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Above Luo Wen, 75 atmospheric organisms were confirmed, with a possible total of no more than 80 based on the number of nearby clouds. Though they held a decisive edge in aerial combat capabilities, their numbers were drastically inferior. 80 versus over 10,000. Luo Wen didn't even need a prolonged battle, he only needed to risk everything to obtain a new body. That alone would signify victory. Half an hour later, the entire force was in place. These colossal creatures, each over 10 meters tall when standing on the ground, surrounded a tiny insect just 30 centimeters in size. After a brief preparation, Luo Wen gave the command. Thousands of storm gods took to the skies, charging toward the camouflaged atmospheric organisms. The atmospheric organisms, possibly in a dormant state, were caught completely off guard. Nearly half of them were torn apart by the overwhelming numbers of storm gods before they could retaliate. From the swarm meteor's previous encounters with atmospheric organisms, it was clear that while the composition of their bodies remained unknown, they were still destructible. If they could be damaged, they could be injured. If they could be injured, they could be killed. Luo Wen was confident they didn't possess the same backup black tech as he did the swarm network. Even if his body were destroyed, he could simply switch to a new one. Several storm gods opened their mouths to devour the shattered remains of the atmospheric organisms. These organisms' bodies were extremely low in density and weight. If left alone, they would float in the air rather than fall to the ground. The storm gods tasked with this were equipped with specialized storage stomachs to preserve the atmospheric organism's body tissues intact. On the ground, the fungal carpet behind Luo Wen split apart, revealing a massive underground passage. Luo Wen entered it first, his mission accomplished and no longer interested in the ongoing battle. Meanwhile, a group of hundreds of intelligent entities and blades within the swarm network were observing the combat in detail. Even if Luo Wen didn't watch, any new discoveries would be meticulously documented. Subsequently, the storm gods that had consumed atmospheric organisms descended and entered the tunnels. The battle in the sky grew increasingly intense. The awakened atmospheric organisms displayed formidable combat prowess. While they might not excel at moving rocks, they were highly effective against the flesh and blood storm gods. Storm gods relied on wing beats and air currents for flight and maneuvering, making them significantly more agile than many mechanical constructs. However, when facing atmospheric organisms, which operated on electromagnetic propulsion, they were utterly outclassed in agility. It was akin to the difference between old-fashioned jet fighters and fifth-generation advanced combat aircraft, a massive disparity in combat effectiveness. For instance, the storm god's gliding speed was barely over 100 kilometers per hour. With sustained acceleration over long distances, they could reach 500 kilometers per hour, but not for long. In contrast, the atmospheric organisms could easily match the 2,000 km per hour diving speed of the spore capsule meteor. The sheer difference in these figures alone highlighted the gap between them. So far, the fastest speed demonstrated by the atmospheric organisms was during their pursuit and interception of the swarm meteors. However, the swarm still wasn't certain whether that was their upper limit. Logically, with their extremely low-density bodies, the air resistance they would encounter at high speeds would be unimaginable. It should be impossible for them to accelerate to such velocities. Yet, the reality was undeniable: they had achieved it. Luo Wen no longer needed to speculate. Whatever secrets they held, he would soon uncover them. In an underground chamber, a special room awaited. The room was vast, spacious enough to allow 5 or 6 storm gods to dance inside. Its walls had undergone special treatment, reinforced bit by bit with unique adhesives secreted by the insects. The walls were smooth as mirrors, waterproof and toxin-proof. However, the room's tight seal meant that air could only circulate through the entrance passage, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, Luo Wen's body came equipped with its own ecological circulation system, eliminating any need to rely on external air. This detail made little difference to him. The storm gods that entered the cavern performed a series of indescribable actions, retrieving the atmospheric organisms' limbs stored in their specialized stomachs. These materials no longer resembled white clouds but instead took on the appearance of translucent liquids. Once exposed, they floated toward the ceiling of the room. Unfortunately for them, the ceiling had been reinforced and specially treated, preventing their escape. Ultimately, they could only drift at the room's uppermost limits. Unbothered by the peculiar transportation method, Luo Wen mentally steeled himself and, after a few calming thoughts, spread his wings and lunged toward the floating materials. Meanwhile, outside the cavern, the battle raged on. The atmospheric organisms crackled with blue electrical arcs, forming a barrier capable of inflicting paralysis, burns, and stinging pain on the storm gods. Thankfully, the storm gods were massive and protected by their own magnetic shields. Even when briefly paralyzed, they quickly recovered, avoiding non-combat casualties. The atmospheric organisms wielded dozens of long, powerful tendrils capable of gripping and pulling down swarm meteors. Though many tendrils were torn off in the process, they successfully halted the spore capsule meteors. This alone highlighted their incredible strength. Once entangled, it was nearly impossible for a storm god to break free through brute force, especially with the tendrils conducting electricity. Charred storm god bodies continually plummeted from the sky, landing on the purple-gray fungal carpet below. After half an hour, over 1,000 storm gods had perished, their corpses forming a thick layer on the ground. This, however, was inconsequential. The first massive bodies to fall had already begun sinking into the fungal carpet. These storm gods were disposable creations designed specifically for this battle. Once it ended, the swarm's aerial forces were slated for an extensive upgrade. These outdated models would lose their value. Even if they survived, they would likely be recycled or sent to confront atmospheric organisms in other regions. As such, even if the entire fleet of over 10,000 storm gods were wiped out in this battle, Luo Wen wouldn't be distressed. Still, the storm god template, derived from a dominant aerial species of another planet, wasn't without merit. After losing over 1,000 of their own, the storm gods had inflicted heavy losses on the atmospheric organisms, reducing their numbers to just over a dozen. Despite their superior attributes, the atmospheric organisms were critically outnumbered and lacked endurance. In combat mode, their bodies glowed with flickering blue arcs, a state that placed enormous strain on them. The energy expenditure of this mode was unsustainable. After such a prolonged fight, the few remaining atmospheric organisms had dimmed significantly. As the blue arcs faded, their speed, strength, and other attributes diminished drastically. In mere moments, they were torn apart by the storm gods. It became clear that the atmospheric organisms hadn't stopped playing with the spore capsule meteors earlier because they had lost interest. They had simply run out of energy. With the battle concluded, the surviving storm gods descended to the ground, briefly replenishing themselves from the surrounding fungal carpet before taking flight again in search of new missions. Their numbers were still substantial. Rather than recycling them immediately, it was better to let them make further contributions. In an instant, the once chaotic battlefield fell silent. The towering piles of corpses had gradually disappeared, revealing the purple-gray fungal carpet below. Deeper underground, a cocoon measuring several dozen centimeters lay quietly. Having transferred to the swarm network, Luo Wen uploaded the genetic material of the atmospheric organisms the moment his body had analyzed it. The yellow moon brood nest, hidden on the far side of the red moon, downloaded the data. 10 days later, a massive atmospheric organism, 5 or 6 meters long, emerged on the red moon. Joint research between Luo Wen and numerous intelligent entities revealed that the atmospheric organism's body structures were primarily composed of a low-density aerogel-like material. This material weighed only 0.15 milligrams per cubic centimeter, making it significantly lighter than air. As a result, these creatures could float effortlessly and swim through the air like fish. Although atmospheric organisms appeared white like clouds, they were closer to being transparent. Their higher refractive index compared to air prevented them from becoming invisible. Instead, their environment surrounded by reflective clouds gave them their cloud-like appearance. On a resource-scarce planet like A7b5, their immense bodies couldn't rely solely on feeding to meet their energy needs. Thus, they evolved an entirely different energy acquisition and recycling system. Unlike organisms on the Genesis planet, they lacked organs for feeding and digestion. Instead, their bodies generated electricity through friction and collected lightning from cloud collisions to recharge themselves, functioning as giant airborne power stations. Remarkably, they could also absorb radiation, converting it into energy for their needs. This system was vastly more efficient than Luo Wen's ecological circulation system. Conveniently, A7b5's proximity to a massive radiation source provided them with a continuous supply of energy. The 15 swarm meteors that initially invaded the A7 planetary system succumbed to the overwhelming radiation, their protective spore capsule shells penetrated, and the insect eggs and fungal carpet seeds inside perished. This radiation, lethal to the swarm, was a bountiful resource for the atmospheric organisms. For them, A7 was nothing less than a colossal charging station. The limbs of the atmospheric organisms were composed of segmented cartilage. When in standby mode, these cartilage segments were connected only by the organism's soft tissues, making them extremely fragile. However, once powered, the cartilage generated a special electromagnetic field. These fields mutually attracted each other, forming a unified binding field. At that point, the entire limb was enveloped by this binding field, making it nearly indestructible unless an overwhelmingly powerful force could disrupt the field in an instant. Thus, when the storm gods attacked what they assumed were dormant atmospheric organisms, their unreactive bodies were extremely vulnerable, allowing the storm gods to shred more than a dozen of them in moments. But once the atmospheric organisms activated their binding fields, the limbs transformed into indestructible whips with powerful offensive capabilities, almost impossible to damage. Additionally, the limbs and main body also acted as a unique propulsion system. When the limb's magnetic field was active, it ionized the gases within, creating plasma. The plasma was then funneled into a specialized organ within the main body, where electromagnetic interactions accelerated it axially, producing high specific impulse. The internal magnetic forces propelled the plasma at high speed through an open cavity at the tail of the main body, generating thrust for rapid movement. Because thrust was proportional to the square of the electric current, higher current and power input increased the propulsion efficiency. This allowed atmospheric organisms to regulate their speed by adjusting power output. Interestingly, due to the high temperatures of the plasma, Luo Wen and his team discovered that the aerogel material constituting the organisms had excellent thermal resistance and insulation properties. The material also proved capable of withstanding extreme cold, making it ideal for constructing swarm space units, aside from its low defensive properties. Moreover, Luo Wen noted that these limbs were akin to auxiliary components for the atmospheric organisms. As long as their heads and main bodies remained intact, losing some limbs would not significantly harm them. These limbs also possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. With sufficient energy, they could regrow rapidly. This explained why the atmospheric organisms, though appearing heavily damaged during their playful encounters, rarely died. The head of the atmospheric organisms was encased in a massive cartilage shell capable of generating its own binding field. When activated, this field formed a protective shield around the head, reducing air resistance. In their default state, the organisms swam through the air like fish. Their speed was impressive but not extraordinary. However, with the binding field activated, air resistance ceased to hinder them, and the propulsion system enabled them to achieve staggering speeds. The framework of the atmospheric organisms was so well suited to space travel that it required almost no modification. The swarm's version of the atmospheric organisms, hatched on the far side of the red moon, adapted effortlessly to its environment. Luo Wen wondered why these naturally spacefaring creatures weren't ubiquitous across the Genesis star system. This intriguing question was left to the intelligent entities for further research, as he, too, was curious. While the atmospheric organisms had numerous advantages, their weaknesses were equally apparent. First, in the presence of similar technology, magnetic field conflicts could arise, diminishing or neutralizing the effects of their fields. This was why their limb fields were easily worn down during mutual combat. Second, they lacked organs capable of storing large amounts of energy, severely limiting their endurance. It was akin to a car with a fuel tank the size of a soda can. Although atmospheric organisms could store some energy internally, it wasn't substantial. To sustain their massive bodies, they spent most of their time floating in the air, absorbing radiation. However, any use of electromagnetic mechanisms, whether for rapid flight, limb attacks, or defense, caused their energy reserves to deplete rapidly. Their energy output capacity was impressive, as seen in their plasma propulsion system. Higher energy input led to greater thrust, higher speeds, and stronger binding fields for their limbs. With enough power, their limbs could hold hundreds of tons without snapping, compared to just a few tons under normal conditions. The intensity of their energy output was evident from the frequency, brightness, clarity, and scale of the blue electrical arcs on their bodies. Unfortunately, their lack of predators and a complacent environment resulted in low intelligence. They had no concept of energy management. They could charge themselves for hours, only to exhaust their energy reserves in a few minutes of activity, standard behavior for them. For example, the dozens to hundreds of atmospheric organisms that played with the swarm meteors barely lasted an hour before retreating. It wasn't that they lost interest, they simply ran out of energy. Likewise, they didn't attempt to keep the swarm meteors for future amusement. Without their electromagnetic fields, their limbs couldn't hold on to the meteors and were forced to let go. Luo Wen now understood why these atmospheric organisms, despite their space-traversing capabilities, remained confined to A7B5. Addressing the shortcomings of the atmospheric organism template wasn't straightforward. Luo Wen possessed genes for energy-storing cells, but these cells offered no substantial advantage over the organism's natural capabilities. Moreover, compatibility issues arose. While the cells could store electricity, they couldn't directly supply energy to the organisms. Implementing such cells in the template would necessitate additional nutrient supply systems, making the solution inefficient. Still, Luo Wen had ample time and a vast research team. He was confident in developing a better energy storage organ, even if it took centuries. After all, without interference from intelligent civilizations, the swarm's conquest of the entire Genesis star system was merely a matter of time. As days passed, the swarm captured all the satellites of A7. Intelligent entities frequently used the swarm network to remotely control their manufactured bodies for investigations, research, and experiments, such as deploying swarm versions of atmospheric organisms into A7's depths. With increasing data, the mysteries surrounding the atmospheric organisms gradually unraveled. Atmospheric organisms, with their extremely low density, truly became clouds upon death, slowly evaporating in the sky. Because they left no remains that would fall to the ground, such as fossils, there was no trace of their existence on other planets. However, with the deployment of the swarm's version of atmospheric organisms, the swarm now had units capable of regular interstellar navigation. Investigations of A7's satellite clusters revealed signs of atmospheric organism activity on several satellites with discernible atmospheres. Yet, because these planets had incomplete, extremely thin atmospheres unsuitable for atmospheric organisms, their populations were very sparse. Simultaneously, the swarm sent a large number of its atmospheric organisms to scout A7 itself, but they found no evidence of atmospheric organisms on the planet. This was because A7's atmosphere was constantly ravaged by high-energy storms, requiring atmospheric organisms to maintain their electromagnetic fields at all times to withstand the storm's destructive forces. Although A7's atmosphere was rich in lightning and intense radiation, allowing for faster energy recharge, the rate of consumption still far exceeded replenishment. If atmospheric organisms failed to leave A7 in time, they could survive at most 10 days before running out of energy, losing their protective fields, and being torn apart by the storms. Decades passed, and the Genesis star system had become far busier. Between the Red Moon and Yellow Moon, small swarm ships frequently shuttled back and forth. Larger ships also traveled between the system's planets and satellites. Through decades of research and with the assistance of the intelligent entities, Luo Wen upgraded the fungal carpet template. Using plant cells as a foundation and incorporating genes from deep-sea jellyfish, electric eels, and atmospheric organisms, he developed a highly efficient energy storage cell. These cells not only stored energy but also directly absorbed it to sustain themselves. This eliminated the need for a separate energy production and conversion system. By replacing non-functional components of the atmospheric organisms with these energy storage cells, their operational time at maximum output increased from just a few minutes to several hours, an enormous improvement. Moreover, the modified atmospheric organisms, now denser, could take off and land on planetary surfaces. However, this came at the cost of their ability to float naturally within atmospheres. While their performance in space remained unaffected, this limitation impacted their combat capabilities within atmospheric environments. The storm gods, once the swarm's main force for aerial combat and long-range delivery as airborne motherships, had fallen behind in every performance metric. An upgrade was necessary. Despite their modifications, the new atmospheric organisms could still rely on their plasma propulsion systems to achieve rapid flight within atmospheres. However, they had to keep moving and couldn't hover, leading to increased energy consumption, a notable flaw. To address this, Luo Wen revisited an earlier black tech that had enabled his first flight, the anti-gravity system of the beetle's elytra. Research revealed that the beetle's anti-gravity mechanism was, in fact, a specialized application of magnetic fields. While it only lightened the body by partially countering gravity, it couldn't achieve true anti-gravity lift. Though innovative, it was less practical than simple wings at the time and was ultimately abandoned. Now, however, this technology proved perfect for the upgraded atmospheric organisms. With an added anti-gravity system, the revised atmospheric organisms could hover and float with minimal energy output, much like their predecessors. They could even charge themselves midair by absorbing solar radiation, though at a slower rate. The upgraded atmospheric organisms were essentially a variant of the fungal carpet, a massive, flying collection of fungal colonies. This redesign made them more versatile and compatible with additional features, such as optical camouflage, visual and radar systems, and more. These enhancements greatly expanded their functionality, allowing for modular upgrades to refine their template. However, their nature as a non-autonomous organism limited their intelligence. To counter this, Lua Wen mass-produced blades to manage them. Blades had evolved from type I queen ants. In earlier swarm development stages, the lack of command units posed a significant challenge. Queen ants, naturally adept at managing and directing various ant species, provided an effective solution. Their intelligence and adaptability made them invaluable. Based on these traits, Lua Wen specialized the queen ants, enhancing their mobility and reducing their reproductive ability, creating a new breed specialized for command and combat coordination. When the swarm network emerged, type I queen ants were renamed blades, becoming a flexible unit type. Whether monitoring, directing, calculating, guarding, or overseeing fungal carpet conditions, blades were omnipresent in the swarm. Their AI-like nature devoid of emotions made them ideal for monotonous tasks. From their inception, blades became indispensable to Lua Wen. As the swarm expanded, the demand for blades grew. Most now relinquished their physical bodies to join the swarm network, becoming virtual entities. However, the increasing number of blades made the term too generic and potentially confusing. Lua Wen introduced subdivisions for clarity. For example, blades monitoring the swarm network were renamed lookouts. Those observing ratfolk civilizations, colonies, surface bases, or fungal carpet conditions became listeners. Blades tracking celestial mechanics, swarm meteor trajectories, and maintaining observation equipment were called celestial monitors. Blades responsible for data collection, recording, and logistics in preparation for potential intelligent adversaries were renamed adjutants. Blades controlling low-intelligence fungal carpet warships and fighters via the swarm network were termed knights. The title Blade was retained by swarm intelligent entities specializing in interstellar and legion warfare, led by Sarah Kerrigan. The new generation of spore-based fungal carpet bioships has been subdivided by size. Ships under 10 meters in length are classified as flying ant-class small fighters. Those between 10 and 20 meters are termed wasp-class large fighters. Ships ranging from 20 to 50 meters are known as Hawk-class small warships. Ships from 50 to 100 meters are designated Falcon-class medium warships. Those measuring 100 to 200 meters are labeled Golden Eagle-class large warships. Any ship exceeding 200 meters is uniformly referred to as a Dragon-class colossal warship. These bioships resemble octopi in general structure, each equipped with over a dozen tentacle-like appendages. Although fewer in number than natural atmospheric organisms, these appendages are significantly strengthened individually. Thus, compared to their original atmospheric counterparts, these ships possess substantially superior offensive and defensive capabilities. The rationale behind such meticulous classification, despite the lack of standardized dimensions, lies in the nature of these bioships. They are identical upon hatching. Each bioship originates from an egg approximately half a meter tall, with hatchlings initially measuring only half a meter in length. Once hatched, they are systematically exposed to sunlight. Lacking a digestive system, they derive energy solely through sustained exposure to sunlight, radiation, and lightning. This biological design enables them to grow and develop as they absorb energy. Initially, they function as flying ant-class or wasp-class fighters, but as they mature, they progress through the Hawk-class and Falcon-class stages. If they avoid destruction in combat, they eventually evolve into Dragon-class colossal warships. Their increasing size allows for greater energy storage, enabling the incorporation of additional modules. For instance, based on the power systems of atmospheric organisms, the swarm's intelligent entities devised a series of electromagnetic principles. Lua Wen, leveraging these principles, developed biological electromagnetic cannons. The cannon barrels, crafted using fungal carpet templates, employ the soft cartilage structures of atmospheric organisms. When electrified to create a magnetic field, these structures generate powerful attraction forces, interacting to form a confinement field. Lua Wen first integrated genes from deep-sea metallic snails into this module. These genes enable the extraction of minerals from ore, forming metallic projectiles. These projectiles are magnetized within the field, transforming into ferromagnetic materials. Lua Wen then harnessed the magnetic field's pulling force to propel the projectiles. As the projectile is drawn toward the magnetic field, the generating cartilage structure temporarily deactivates. This cessation eliminates the magnetic pull, preventing the projectile from sticking to the field. Meanwhile, the path ahead of the projectile is lined with numerous magnetic rings. The combined effects of inertia and magnetic pull accelerate the projectile to terrifying speeds, endowing it with immense kinetic energy and destructive power. The greater the number of magnetic rings, the faster the projectile, and the more devastating its impact. Consequently, the cannon's minimum viable size exceeds 10 meters. Given the massive energy demands during activation, electromagnetic cannon modules cannot be installed on fighter-class bioships, either due to size limitations or energy reserves. When Wasp-class fighters evolve into Hawk-class warships, they are supplied with a fungal strain seed at nearby bases. This strain contains all the data required to develop the electromagnetic cannon module. Since both bioships and the cannons originate from fungal carpet templates, their shared lineage facilitates seamless integration. Once integrated, the bioship grows an electromagnetic cannon from its underbelly. Moreover, this cannon matures alongside the bioship, eliminating the need for replacements. Due to the regenerative properties endowed by the fungal carpet templates, bioships are highly resilient. Unless completely destroyed or rendered inactive, they can regenerate lost parts, including electromagnetic cannons, given sufficient energy. Even if an electromagnetic cannon is entirely destroyed, the bioship can regrow it as long as it survives. Fighter-class bioships are swift and capable of penetrating planetary atmospheres for aerial combat. While they can operate in space, the extended engagement ranges of space combat and limited energy reserves necessitate deployment via carrier platforms. These ships rely on speed to approach targets, using their tentacles for melee combat. Primarily tasked with eliminating small aerial units, they also disrupt and ambush larger enemy units or, in some cases, strike ground targets. Warship-class bioships, larger than fighters, possess long-range attack capabilities to support allied forces. They can also engage in melee combat, with their larger tentacles providing enhanced attack strength. In addition to these combat-focused bioships, the Swarm operates transport ships classified as Egret-class, Swan-class, and Albatross-class, in small, medium, and large sizes. These are tasked with transporting supplies and ground troops for rapid aerial deployment. Despite the Swarm's expansion into space, ground forces remain indispensable. Their relatively low cost and ability to swiftly clear ground-based anti-air units and other targets make them invaluable. These advancements reflect contributions from Luo Wen, as well as ideas synthesized by the Blades and Adjutants. Luo Wen's expansive perspective, unmatched by the native inhabitants of the Genesis planet, played a pivotal role. Having been educated on the various types of civilizations, they conceptualized numerous hypothetical adversaries and derived strategic tactics. Luo Wen supported these developments, seeing the Swarm as an extension of his will. He viewed the Swarm as more than beasts, deeming meaningless slaughter unnecessary. Having evolved beyond the days of playing in the mud with ants and dinosaurs, Luo Wen recognized the Swarm's multiple energy acquisition methods. Of these, hunting for bioenergy is the least efficient. Thus, once a target's genetic material is harvested, further killing is deemed unnecessary. However, Luo Wen harbored no illusions that others share his perspective. His past exposure to relentless information overload taught him the brutal reality of the dark forest law in the cosmos. For instance, when confronting less intelligent species like ants, dinosaurs, atmospheric organisms, or even moderately intelligent but technologically inferior civilizations like the ratfolk, he may refrain from slaughter but ensured he had absolute control to prevent potential threats. He will corral, manage, and dominate them to neutralize risk. Conversely, when facing forces comparable to or stronger than the Swarm, only two options remain: war or flight. For equally matched opponents, ideological divergence demands the annihilation or suppression of the other, reducing their strength to a subordinate level for eventual control. As for superior forces, the Swarm's subjugation of the ratfolk offers a stark reminder Luo Wen has no intention of becoming someone else's ratfolk civilization. To this day, Luo Wen still couldn't give the Swarm a precise definition. He wasn't sure if the Swarm was a civilization, a species, or even an individual entity. Fortunately, Luo Wen wasn't the type to get caught up in such philosophical dilemmas. So, he simply referred to the Swarm as a faction. The Swarm was, in essence, an extremely exclusive faction. The Swarm's primary method of resource acquisition relied on the fungal carpet. The carpet's extensive coverage and its mild toxicity made it nearly impossible for other organisms to coexist on it. Unless, of course, they adopted the approach of the ratfolk civilization, where Luo Wen had designated specific zones off-limits to the carpet. However, the ratfolk civilization had been cultivated by Luo Wen himself. Other civilizations were unlikely to choose to coexist with such a faction. In fact, the Swarm's survival methods might make it a target for enmity, potentially leading to a unified attack against it. With this in mind, Luo Wen once again found amusement in strategizing against the universe's odds. It was clear the Swarm needed to grow even stronger. As time passed, disguised Swarm units began appearing throughout the Genesis star system on the various planets, their satellite orbits, and even in the void between them. These units, varying in size, were hidden within meteorite-like structures. Inside these meteors, electromagnetic cannon modules lay concealed. Equipped with energy absorption and storage components, these modules could operate independently. They were scattered across the star system, forming a rudimentary defense network. Though still weak and largely ineffective at present, it would have been wasteful not to harness the ambient radiation emitted by celestial bodies. Moreover, the electromagnetic cannon's capacity to grow over time would ensure that this defense system became increasingly formidable. Surrounding planet A7, in addition to its original 36 satellites, were now countless floating units. These orbited in its gravitational pull, forming a dense band of activity around the planet. Planet A7 was a powerful radiation source, a perfect charging station for the Swarm's bioships. Consequently, the bases on its 36 satellites had become the Swarm's main ship production facilities. Once swarm eggs hatched, the bioships, roughly half a meter long at first, absorbed sunlight and planet A7's radiation on the planetary surface to grow. Once they reached a certain size, they would ascend to planet A7's orbit for closer exposure to radiation. Since the swarm had no active conflicts, there were no losses to their bioships. This led to an ever-increasing number of these ships accumulating in planet A7's orbit. Moreover, as time went on, these bioships grew larger and larger. In another century or so, these bioships might completely enclose planet A7, effectively becoming a planetary-scale Dyson sphere. Among the countless smaller units in planet A7's orbit, one stood out as a veritable giant, a creation of the swarm unlike any other. This was an ultramassive electromagnetic launch platform, which constantly fused with primal fungal strains to develop more growth points. Additionally, every bioship exceeding 200 meters in length supplied it with collected energy to accelerate its growth. Currently, the platform stretched over 100 kilometers long. Once fully constructed, it was projected to reach over 5,000 kilometers in length, 300 kilometers in height, and 500 kilometers in width. Without this behemoth, the number of bioships in planet A7's orbit would have been several times higher. The platform's name hinted at its purpose. Once fully developed, it would be capable of accelerating projectiles to over 1/10 the speed of light, with commendable accuracy, at least accurate enough to not deviate disastrously. In the future, it would replace the current swarm meteor launchers as the primary means of launching swarm meteors toward neighboring star systems. Speaking of the swarm meteor launchers, their reliability left much to be desired. Over the years, the swarm had launched thousands of swarm meteors toward nearby star systems. Yet most ended up destroyed mid-flight due to unpredictable obstacles, random trajectories, or their excessive speeds. If they collided with large objects like comets or asteroids, it wasn't so bad. However, smaller meteors were much harder to detect and avoid, making collisions almost inevitable. When such collisions occurred, the destruction rate was nearly 100%. The future electromagnetic launch platform, while still exceedingly fast, offered relatively precise targeting. This would allow the swarm's increasingly advanced intelligent entities to map out safer trajectories in advance, significantly reducing collision rates for swarm meteors. Despite the high destruction rate of swarm meteors in the past, their mission of establishing network nodes had been quite successful. Now, in the void outside the Genesis star system, thousands of network node units were scattered every light year, expanding the swarm network's coverage. These node units came in two versions. The first generation, equipped with eco-circulation systems, was bulkier, limiting the number of units each swarm meteor could carry. Later, after assimilating genetic templates from atmospheric organisms, the swarm developed a second-generation node. These upgraded nodes could directly absorb radiation to sustain themselves, eliminating the need for eco-circulation systems. This drastically reduced their size and allowed each swarm meteor to carry several times more nodes. As a result, while the first-generation nodes had been launched decades earlier, the second-generation nodes now far outnumbered them in space. Of course, the electromagnetic launch platform wasn't limited to launching meteors, it could also serve as a powerful weapon. Its projectiles packed devastating power, capable of obliterating satellites the size of Yellow Moon or Red Moon with a single shot. This was, however, merely Luo Wen's estimation. He hadn't actually tested it. Despite its immense firepower, the superweapon platform faced limitations. It was practically useless unless an enemy attacked the Genesis star system directly. Even if an enemy were just outside the star system, the platform's projectile speed meant it would take at least an hour to hit its target. Any moderately advanced opponent could easily evade it. Thus, the platform's utility was confined to engagements near planet A8 or A9. Fortunately, this megastructure was also a superorganism, giving it exceptional adaptability. As swarm technology advanced, it might one day be equipped with propulsion systems for rapid movement, granting it true combat potential. For now, however, adding propulsion modules wouldn't suffice. Moving such a colossal structure would require immense energy. Without planet A7's radiation acting as a giant charging station, the platform wouldn't travel far before exhausting its energy, let alone firing its projectiles, which consumed vast amounts of power. In Hansiubai, and in the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Good day, everyone. Welcome to the live broadcast of our daily science segment. Today, we have the renowned astrophysicist, Professor Staffen, here to address some of the public's pressing questions. Good day, Professor Staffen. Good day to you, host. Recently, we've received numerous letters from viewers intrigued by the shadow clusters around planet A7. Many speculate that they might be artificial structures created by aliens. What are your thoughts on this matter? Haha, this is a classic question. People have asked about this many times in the past. In truth, it's a simple matter to explain. Those objects are natural formations that have existed there for ages. As you know, planet A7 is a gas giant with an immense volume and equally immense gravity. Its gravitational pull captures numerous passing meteors, trapping them in its orbit over time. This accumulation forms what we call the meteor belt, what you've referred to as the shadow clusters. Professor Staffen, an elderly male ratfolk with white and brown fur, a sign of his partial Kerrigan royal lineage, wore a tailored suit and black-framed glasses. His speech, combined with his refined appearance, exuded an air of credibility that naturally engendered trust in his words. Then why have we only recently discovered this meteor belt? The host, a young female ratfolk dressed in a floral dress, pressed further. Her tail, adorned with a decorative bow, peeked out from the folds of her skirt. Clearly unsatisfied with Staffan's explanation, she continued probing. Well, we've known about it for quite some time. However, it was previously only of interest to specialists in certain circles. The claim that it was recently discovered arises from the broader public now having access to advanced observational tools. Many consumer-grade telescopes today are capable of spotting the meteor belt, Staffan explained, pausing briefly before adding. So, the meteor belt wasn't recently discovered, it's just that the general public has only recently started paying attention to it. The host nodded thoughtfully, though her refined features still betrayed a hint of skepticism. She pressed on, so, do they have any impact on us? Staffan discreetly smirked to himself, thinking, such an ignorant pretty face will never understand the greatness of the Overlord, nor the true nature of the world. Although he'd been spouting nonsense with an air of authority, anyone with basic logic could follow his reasoning and avoid asking such questions. Still, to protect his cover for the Overlord, Staffan maintained his persona. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, the meteor belt has always been there. The fact that we've observed it now doesn't change anything. So, compared to when we hadn't noticed it, what difference does it make? He continued, however, without planet A7, they might indeed pose a threat to us. Many of those meteors were initially on a trajectory toward our planet but were captured and held in orbit by planet A7's gravity. In this way, planet A7 serves as our protector. Without it, the likelihood of meteor strikes on our world would increase several-fold. As Staffan elaborated, the conversation veered further from its original course. Finally, as the program drew to a close, Staffan left his audience with an enigmatic remark. Our ratfolk have already reached the moon. From Genesis planet, one can occasionally catch glimpses of our spacecraft through telescopes. And on the moon, with its unobstructed view unimpeded by an atmosphere, observations are even clearer. For those interested in such matters, I encourage you to pursue related studies. Who knows? Someday you might join us and uncover the true nature of the world. With that, the broadcast concluded. Neither the host nor the bewildered viewers realized that the we Staffan spoke of was not the we they understood. Only when they experienced it firsthand would they come to comprehend the true meaning of we. Such incidents were but the tip of the iceberg in ratfolk society. The swarm had assimilated the brightest minds from the ratfolk, while the rest were relegated to a controlled existence, unwittingly reduced to mere breeding machines. Their offspring underwent the same selection process, generation after generation, in an endless, repeating cycle. The originally planned ultramassive electromagnetic launch platform halted its growth upon reaching 500 kilometers in length, following Luo Wen's orders. This wasn't due to concern that ordinary ratfolk might uncover anything unusual. If that were the case, it could easily be addressed by the countless ratfolk experts fabricating plausible explanations. The real reason for halting its growth was its increasing gravitational influence. At 500 kilometers, the platform was already longer than many of A7's moons in diameter. If it grew to 5,000 kilometers, it would become second only to A7b5 among A7's orbiting bodies. Such a massive structure would cause unpredictable gravitational tidal effects, posing potential risks not only to the megastructure itself but also to planet A7 and its many moons. After extensive research and discussions, Luo Wen decided to rebuild the electromagnetic launch platform elsewhere. Since the existing platform was already enormous and difficult to move, it was left in planet A7's orbit. The new platform's construction site was chosen away from planet A7. With advancements in swarm technology, Luo Wen had found an even better location, the system's sun. The star, whose mass accounted for over 99% of the Genesis star system's total mass, was far superior to planet A7 as a power source. Even the colossal A7, thousands of times larger than Genesis planet, was dwarfed by the sun. Constantly emitting vast amounts of light energy, the sun far surpassed A7's charging capabilities. The new electromagnetic launch platform was positioned in the synchronous orbit of planet A2, much closer to the sun, where it could absorb a plethora of energies. For the platform's fungal carpet, the environment was ideal for growth. With support from swarm bases on A2, A4, and the moon's red moon and yellow moon, the primal fungal strains were continuously deployed to designated locations, where they absorbed energy and began to grow. After years of development, the new platform had already reached over 3,000 kilometers in length, far surpassing its predecessor. The new location for the electromagnetic launch platform was specifically chosen on the far side of the sun. Even though the platform had grown into a megastructure, it remained obscured from observation on Genesis planet due to the sun's positioning. This reduced the workload for the swarm's intelligent entities. After all, crafting plausible explanations required effort. Over the years, the first batch of swarm meteors, based on their speed, should have reached the nearest star system. For simplicity, this system was designated as the neighboring star system. Unfortunately, apart from the earliest swarm meteors that lost contact, the majority encountered accidents en route and were destroyed mid-journey. However, these successive waves of meteors paved navigation routes with their sacrifice. Along the way, they deployed numerous node units, serving as routers. These nodes, camouflaged as small meteors and fused with various observational genetic templates, not only extended the swarm network but also monitored vast areas around them. From the collected data, the intelligent entities identified numerous hidden dangers, such as debris fields, which were too small to detect from a distance and could only be observed up close. Additionally, they mapped the trajectories of large celestial bodies and obstacles. Gradually, they compiled several relatively safe routes and began launching new swarm meteors along these paths. Over the years, as swarm observational technology advanced and their interference with the neighboring star system increased, Luo Wen confirmed that no high-level civilization existed there. Although the distance made direct observation of planetary surfaces impossible, the swarm's intelligent entities could infer the technological state of any civilization by analyzing their space activities. For instance, from the neighboring star system, one could observe significant changes in the Genesis star system over the past century. The number of objects in space had increased dramatically, and planet A7's brightness diminished annually, clearly obscured by something. Such details could indicate the presence of a spacefaring civilization in the Genesis star system, something that would require long-term observation and comparison to confirm. Conversely, decades of swarm surveillance of the neighboring star system revealed no significant changes, indicating that if intelligent life existed there, its technological level remained rudimentary. With no threat from the neighboring star system confirmed, the swarm became increasingly bold. Many swarm meteors were launched straight toward the system without even adjusting their trajectories. Luo Wen decided to take a more aggressive approach. By temporarily severing his primary consciousness or a brood nest, he could produce a new counterpart. Luo Wen had calculated that he could suppress up to 3 such entities simultaneously. This meant that at maximum capacity, the swarm could operate 5 primary bodies or brood nests at once. Currently, with his own primary body, the Genesis brood nest, and the Yellow Moon brood nest, Luo Wen had 3 in operation, leaving room for 2 more. 2 new primary bodies had since been created. They were set to embark on their journey aboard 2 Egret-class transport ships, each 50 meters long, bound for the neighboring star system. Although the electromagnetic launch platform hadn't fully matured, it had already grown to 3,000 kilometers in scale. Thanks to its biological nature, its growth was proportionally scaled, much like the difference between a large fish and a small fish. In other words, while it hadn't reached its intended size, all its functions were fully operational. With 3,000 kilometers of electromagnetic acceleration, the platform could propel projectiles to roughly 1/15 the speed of light. At this speed, the journey to the neighboring star system was estimated to take about 80 years. This timeline was faster than waiting for the platform to grow to 5,000 kilometers and then launching the projectiles. However, to prioritize the platform's growth and efficiency, energy-intensive launches were kept to a minimum. For this mission, Luo Wen planned only to launch 2 Egret-class transport ships carrying the primary bodies, seeds, and swarm eggs. Thanks to advancements in swarm technology, the electromagnetic launch platform could directly fire bioships as projectiles. By equipping these ships with pressure-resistant genetic components, they could withstand the stresses of such high-speed travel. Moreover, the transport ships were equipped with advanced kinetic systems, offering far greater maneuverability compared to the swarm meteors, which only had braking mechanisms. This significantly improved the safety of Luo Wen's primary bodies and the eggs. Luo Wen's decision to send 2 primary bodies to the neighboring star system wasn't a whim. Conquering the entire system would require numerous swarm bases and extensive support from brood queens. Since only brood nests could produce brood queens, relying on the Genesis star system to supply them via swarm meteors or transport ships would drastically slow down the swarm's expansion and prove highly inconvenient. Additionally, if the neighboring star system harbored any peculiar life forms, only a brood nest or primary body could assimilate their genetic material and integrate it into the swarm's gene pool. For these reasons, it was essential to establish a brood nest in the neighboring star system. As for sending 2 primary bodies, this was due to their inherent adaptability and combat capabilities. Whether during transit or upon arrival, the survival chances of primary bodies were far higher than those of brood nests. Once a foothold was secured in the neighboring star system and safety was confirmed, one of the primary bodies would self-destruct, allowing the other to produce a brood nest. Time flew by, and 50 years passed in a flash. During this time, the swarm had completely dominated the Genesis star system. Apart from the gas giant A7, which had no swarm bases, all planets and satellites hosted swarm outposts. Even planet A1, the closest to the Sun with a surface temperature exceeding 3,000 degrees year-round, saw the construction of a base in recent years. The organisms and fungal carpet on this planet were specially engineered with heat-resistant and insulation genes. Luo Wen's daily routine now consisted of studying, reviewing reports, and occasionally indulging in some online games to crush Sarah for fun. Just as Luo Wen assumed this tranquility would last for decades, the celestial monitors responsible for overseeing the swarm meteors relayed an unexpected message. A swarm meteor launched randomly over a century ago, after numerous course adjustments, was now miraculously on the verge of entering the neighboring star system. If it had maintained its optimal speed, it should have reached this position more than 30 years ago. However, repeated deceleration events had significantly delayed its progress. Despite its reduced speed, the meteor required less than 2 months to reach the outermost planetary orbit of the neighboring star system. This was the closest any swarm meteor had come to the system. A response team of 20,000 members was assembled, consisting of experts in fields like astrophysics, spectroscopy, mathematics, physics, and environmental sciences. Since these experts were all swarm intelligent entities, the assembly process was highly efficient. Entities without physical bodies simply transmitted themselves into the swarm network's dedicated research spaces, while those with bodies stored them in nutrient chambers at nearby swarm bases or facilities before returning to the network. Luo Wen then pulled their consciousnesses into the task force. Codenamed Visit, the team swiftly took control of the swarm meteor, referred to as Greeting Gift. All data collected by the meteor's observational organs, spectral readings, radiation levels, and information about surrounding celestial bodies was continuously transmitted back for analysis. The team faced challenges due to the meteor's outdated technology from a century ago. Its radar system was particularly primitive, capable of detecting smaller asteroids or meteors only at very close ranges. To ensure safety, the swarm meteor began decelerating more than a month before its arrival. Although this extended the time needed to reach the outermost orbit from a few weeks to over a year, the denser obstacles within the star system required slower speeds to allow sufficient reaction time. Navigating the outer asteroid belt. Months later, the swarm meteor cautiously approached the outer asteroid belt of the neighboring star system. This belt, a chaotic field of small obstacles, formed the system's first line of defense. Careless navigation could easily result in collision and destruction. During this phase, the visit team expended immense effort analyzing and calculating trajectories. The workload became so heavy that the team expanded to 100,000 members. Eventually, the swarm meteor safely identified a less congested route and successfully traversed the belt. The belt was over 10 million kilometers wide. Although the swarm meteor successfully crossed it, multiple unavoidable deceleration maneuvers reduced its speed to 20 km/s, only a fraction, 1/1,500, of its initial 30,000 km per second. This further extended the time required to reach the outer planetary orbit. Such complications stemmed from the outdated technology on board the meteor. Its propulsion system, a simple hydrogen-oxygen reaction thruster, was vastly inferior to current swarm bioships. Modern biotransport ships, like the one Luo Wen used, could detect obstacles from much greater distances and react with far greater agility. Even when forced to decelerate, their powerful propulsion systems could easily regain speed afterward. The latest bioships, equipped with electromagnetic propulsion systems, could reach 20 km per second effortlessly in space and exceed 50 km per second under higher power. Within planetary atmospheres, their speeds ranged from 1 to 10 km per second depending on their size and air density. In contrast, the swarm meteor's outdated technology meant that once its speed decreased, regaining momentum became nearly impossible. Targeting the neighboring star system. The neighboring star system was slightly smaller than the Genesis star system, with only 7 planets. Based on spectral analysis, the swarm aimed to land the meteor on the third planet. This planet, slightly larger than Genesis planet at 1.2 times its volume, had an atmosphere and temperatures ranging from -30 degrees Celsius to 50 degrees Celsius. Spectral data indicated the presence of abundant liquid water on its surface. These characteristics strongly suggested that the planet, named neighboring A3 or Great Genesis, might harbor life. For Luo Wen, alien genetic material was an enticing prospect. The swarm meteor was approximately 6 billion kilometers away from this planet. At its current speed, it would take nearly 10 years to arrive. Fortunately, the gravitational influence of celestial bodies ahead cleared the space significantly, improving safety. Although the extended mission duration posed challenges, the visit team remained active. According to projections, several other swarm meteors would navigate through obstacles to reach the neighboring star system in the coming years. The team's responsibilities expanded to include trajectory planning and landing site selection for these incoming meteors. Members without physical bodies remained permanently assigned to the team, while those with bodies rotated shifts for rest. 10 years later, as a decade passed, the Greeting Gift swarm meteor was joined by 3 more meteors under the visit team's guidance, successfully crossing the outer asteroid belt and entering the neighboring star system. The 7th planet in the system, named neighboring A7 or Great Valley Planet, served as a resting point for one of the meteors. Unlike the Genesis star system, which included the gas giant A7, the neighboring star system consisted entirely of terrestrial planets. Such planets were ideal for establishing swarm bases. Great Valley Planet, composed mainly of rock and ice, was only about 1/10 the size of Genesis Planet and lacked an atmosphere. Despite its small size, it boasted 3 small moons, one more than Genesis Planet. However, its distance from the Sun resulted in surface temperatures averaging -200 degrees Celsius. Although the swarm had experience constructing bases on similarly harsh planets, such as Genesis A11, Great Valley Planet's conditions posed unique challenges. When the meteor was launched, swarm technology was still lacking. While the fungal carpet could withstand such environments, it could not directly absorb radiation for sustenance. It relied on an internal ecosystem for energy, which was highly inefficient. Additionally, the brood queen egg carried aboard the meteor had a gene pool barely adequate for establishing a base on Great Valley Planet. However, it lacked the capability to produce new combat units, making its presence only marginally meaningful. Updating the gene pool required a direct link with Luo Wen's primary consciousness. Fortunately, swarm technology had advanced significantly since then. In about 20 years, Luo Wen's primary body would pass through Great Valley Planet's orbit, updating the gene pool and establishing a swarm base on the planet. Within the swarm network, all genetic information belonging to Luo Wen, as well as the genes he has acquired, are stored. However, only the brood nest currently has the authority to remotely download this genetic data. For example, when Luo Wen's primary body absorbed the genes of atmospheric organisms on Genesis planet A7b5, he uploaded the data to the swarm network. Immediately, the yellow moon brood nest, currently located on the far side of the red moon, could begin producing a new species based on the atmospheric organism's genetic template. A long time ago, after Luo Wen's primary body was vaporized by a falling meteor, he began researching how to grant the brood queens similar access. Even though Luo Wen himself had become a swarm overlord, ensuring that as long as there were swarm units left alive, he would not perish, losing his primary body along with a brood nest would severely compromise the swarm's ability to evolve rapidly. If this potential for evolution were lost, it would make the swarm easier to destroy and reduce his own security. Thus, if the brood queens could, like the brood nests, directly download the genetic library from the swarm network, then even if his primary body were destroyed, any one of the brood queens could recreate it. This would greatly enhance both the swarm's potential and his personal safety. Unfortunately, Luo Wen failed to achieve this. Instead, he resorted to a forced disconnect workaround to marginally improve his security. Moreover, granting brood queens the ability to directly download the genetic library would allow them to remotely update their genetic databases, similar to the brood nests. Previously, this limitation was not a significant issue because the swarm was confined to the Genesis star system, where Luo Wen could personally link to update the brood queen's genetic libraries. Given the swarm's advancing navigation technologies and the static nature of genetic information over long periods, updating these libraries seemed trivial. Luo Wen's primary body had little else to do, so updating them occasionally wasn't a burden. The introduction of bioships, capable of transporting brood queens no larger than a dozen meters, further reduced the inconvenience. Luo Wen no longer needed to act personally, the queens could be sent to him for updates. However, as the swarm extended its reach into other star systems, the limitations became apparent. Managing updates was feasible for the neighboring star system alone, where Luo Wen's 5 primary bodies and brood nests could function as before. But the swarm's ambitions wouldn't stop there. In the future, when they might occupy 10, 20, or even more star systems, if navigation technology did not improve, updating the genetic libraries of all brood queens might take thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Thus, Luo Wen needed to continue researching methods to enable the brood nests to download genetic libraries remotely. The greeting gift was now less than 300 million kilometers from the Great Dawn planet, and in about 6 months, it would enter the planet's outer orbit. At such proximity, even the outdated observation organs aboard the greeting gift could collect much more detailed information. The Great Dawn planet had 5 satellites. Among them, Satellite 1 and Satellite 3 were similar in mass to the Yellow Moon, while Satellite 2 and Satellite 5 were smaller. Satellite 4, however, was larger. None of these satellites showed evidence of atmospheres or biological activity. On the Great Dawn planet itself, obscured by its atmosphere, 5 continents were visible, with the rest of the surface covered by oceans. It rotated once every 48 hours and orbited its star once every 500+ days. The visit team had already used this information to plan the greeting gift's trajectory. In 162 days, it would reach the front orbital path of the Great Dawn planet, avoiding its 5 satellites and initiating contact with the planet. Time flew by, and soon, 162 days had passed. The greeting gift was about to enter the planet's atmosphere. Following it were 2 swarm meteors, stationed in the neighboring star system and ready to act. If the greeting gift landed successfully and encountered no resistance, the 2 swarm meteors would find nearby landing sites or remain in orbit, awaiting Luo Wen's arrival. Conversely, if resistance arose, the swarm meteors would alter their course to provide support. The swarm now possessed extensive experience in rapid planetary descent, particularly on planets with atmospheres. With the combined assistance of atmospheric drag and the swarm meteors' deceleration systems, along with their moderate initial velocity, the meteors quickly reduced speed. The chosen landing site was the second largest continent of the Great Dawn planet, closer to the meteor's trajectory, minimizing the need for course adjustments. The older models of swarm meteors had less effective propulsion systems, so a nearby and stable landing was preferable. The visit team, composed of over 10,000 intelligent entities, was on high alert within the swarm network. Every observation device hidden in the spore capsules was monitored by dedicated personnel, who didn't dare relax. The airspace and surrounding areas near the landing site were under constant surveillance. Fortunately, unlike the events on Genesis A7b5, no attacks from the sky occurred this time. Although some distant moving black dots resembling birds were spotted in the sky, they did not approach the landing zone. This indicated that the Great Dawn planet's environment had indeed fostered life, a welcome discovery for Luo Wen and the swarm. Despite the swarm's ability to develop biological technology independently, borrowing from existing templates was always advantageous. Alien life forms from other star systems represented valuable acquisitions. After all, one of the swarm's expansion goals was to find such treasures. The bird-like creatures, perhaps due to their distance, made no attempts to approach the descending swarm meteor. Luo Wen speculated that even if they wanted to, they were too far away to do so. Having dominated an entire star system and begun interstellar expansion, the swarm now reached a medium-level civilization status. As the swarm overlord, Luo Wen's concerns spanned star systems, celestial bodies, and interstellar navigation, with speeds measured in millions of kilometers per hour, tens of kilometers per second, or fractions of the speed of light. Confronted with the sight of primitive organisms within a planet's atmosphere, moving sluggishly compared to the storm god of yore, Luo Wen felt a momentary disconnect. He looked at the weak and leisurely flying creatures with disappointment. If this was the extent of life on the Great Dawn planet, it would hardly bring him any surprises. Although those flying creatures were visible as small dots even from a great distance, suggesting their large size, Luo Wen estimated they were, at most, only slightly stronger than creatures from the dinosaur era. Such a level no longer piqued Luo Wen's interest. In Luo Wen's view, the battles during the dinosaur era were among the easiest and most leisurely he had ever experienced. Although the creatures of that era possessed formidable individual combat power, their capacity for group coordination was abysmal. Individual entities were easily countered, and even group-oriented species rarely reached populations of tens of thousands. The difficulty of fighting them paled in comparison to the epic battles of the prehistoric era of insect dominance, where hundreds of millions, billions, or even tens of billions of creatures clashed. By comparison, battles during the dinosaur era were trivial. Thus, after overcoming its initial vulnerability, the swarm quickly conquered Genesis Planet during that era. Luo Wen chose not to act as the overall commander for this mission, instead allowing the intelligent entities of the swarm to take the reins. As one of Luo Wen's rare command-oriented talents and a figure of immense prestige among the intelligent entities, Sarah Kerrigan, the first empress of the Ratfolk, naturally stepped into the role of commander. Luo Wen was more than happy to see this. After all, as the saying goes, a general's success is built on countless sacrifices. The swarm had plenty of resources to groom legendary generals, and it was time for Sarah, who had only practiced simulated command, to gain real-world experience. Sarah was granted temporary high-level intelligence permissions by Luo Wen. Without this authorization, even with her high prestige, she wouldn't have the authority to command others of equal status without his explicit orders. Her first move upon receiving authority was to form a staff group, enlisting Morgan, Tella, and others. The Great Dawn planet, being closer to its parent star than Genesis Planet, had a higher surface temperature, averaging around 50 degrees Celsius. While this posed no issue for swarm units, few species from Genesis Planet would survive such conditions. The extreme heat, however, fostered unique life forms. As the swarm meteor approached the surface, the scenery below became clearer. The planet's atmosphere had a notably high oxygen content, with intelligent entities estimating it exceeded 35%. This elevated oxygen concentration allowed life forms to grow to considerable sizes. The swarm meteor landed in a red forest. The forest's towering trees, often over 100 meters tall, featured dark red trunks and vibrant red, crystal-like leaves that glistened with moisture, creating an almost magical ambience. Analyzing the planetary temperature and environment, the intelligent entities deduced in minutes that the tree leaves were likely coated with a thin film that helped retain moisture in the extreme heat. This coating minimized water evaporation, leaving the leaves looking exceptionally glossy. Combined with their natural red hue, this gave the forest its striking appearance. A cacophony of cracking sounds echoed as the swarm meteor crashed through the red branches and trunks, finally striking the black, muddy ground with a thunderous boom. Beneath the dense canopy, the temperature was slightly lower. The specialized coating on the canopy's leaves trapped moisture, making evaporation difficult. Water vapor condensed beneath the canopy, creating a humid, sauna-like atmosphere. This unique environment supported a thriving ecosystem where countless animals lived and reproduced. However, the harmony was disrupted by the massive, flaming object that crashed into the ground. The shockwave from its landing flung soil and debris in all directions, frightening the local fauna into a panicked retreat. "Sarah, the seeds have landed. Please activate them," said a voice. Luo Wen had withdrawn into the background, observing from the shadows. Of the thousands of intelligent entities present, only Sarah, with her special permissions, could activate the fungal carpet seeds and brood queen eggs. While all intelligent entities were absolutely loyal to Luo Wen, they each possessed independent thoughts. Some of the younger entities were skeptical of the newly promoted commander. After all, Sarah had been deceased for over a century. While many of her contemporaries held her in high regard, newer intelligent entities, converted in the past few decades, had little connection to her. Although all were part of the swarm, their work was often dispersed across reality and the network, with few overlaps in responsibilities with Sarah's command structure. This lack of familiarity bred some discontent among the younger intelligent entities toward their first empress. Morgan, aware of this dynamic, deliberately spoke up to remind everyone who was in charge. As the swarm's first intelligent entity, a prominent researcher, and a favorite of the swarm overlord, Morgan's reputation among the scientific-minded intelligent entities far surpassed Sarah's. By lowering himself and declaring his allegiance to Sarah, Morgan set an example, ensuring the entities fell in line and fully supported her. No one dared defy the Overlord's orders, as the swarm network's safeguards would quash any rebellious ideas. Even without those restrictions, none would risk exile to the aphid pastures. Sarah, having ascended from queen to empress and governed cautiously for decades, understood the subtleties of power dynamics. Grateful, she nodded slightly at her mentor before closing her eyes to focus. Under her activation command, the spore capsule released the fungal carpet seeds, initiating their standard growth cycle. Luo Wen, once overwhelmed by intellectual property theft, understood the importance of protective measures. As such, the fungal carpet seeds and brood queen eggs housed within the swarm meteors were equipped with advanced anti-theft protocols. Without proper activation, they would remain inert, even in optimal conditions. Attempts to forcibly dismantle them would trigger self-destruct mechanisms, causing cells to disintegrate. This safeguard was designed to prevent advanced civilizations from capturing swarm meteors and tracing them back to Luo Wen. Having just emerged from the starter zone of their home star system, the swarm was cautious in navigating the unknowns of the broader universe. Such proactive defenses were Luo Wen's forte. The meteor's atmospheric entry generated intense frictional heat, igniting the surrounding forest. The high oxygen levels in the air further fueled the flames, which spread rapidly with the help of the wind and shockwave. Fire spread quickly across the forest, carrying embers far and wide. The surface temperature of the Great Dawn planet remained around 50 degrees Celsius year-round. Combined with its oxygen-rich atmosphere, fires were likely a common occurrence. The flora had evolved advanced fire-resistant systems. Those that hadn't adapted had already been eliminated by time. Thus, although the fire caused by the swarm meteors appeared overwhelming, with flames towering high and an intimidating presence, it didn't burn much. The dark red trunks and fiery red branches valiantly resisted the blaze, secreting copious amounts of water to avoid ignition. Soon, after consuming the dried leaves and branches mixed in the soil, the fire began to lose momentum, eventually dwindling and extinguishing. In the end, aside from a few severed and ignited trees, most of the forest withstood the blaze. Hours later, the forest had only gained a small patch of charred ground. The usual sounds of life returned among the trees. At this point, the fungal carpet had fully absorbed the contents of the spore capsule. From the crater left by the meteor, a purplish-gray mass emerged. Earlier, during close-range observations in space, the swarm had confirmed that the Great Dawn planet's orbit showed no signs of artificial constructs. Furthermore, while passing through the atmosphere and surveying thousands of kilometers of surface terrain, no evidence of advanced civilizations was found. A subsequent data analysis reaffirmed that the Great Dawn planet lacked any traces of advanced civilizations. Additionally, Great Dawn planet's atmosphere filtered out significant amounts of harmful radiation, sparing the fungal carpet from the need to build magnetic field generators for self-protection. Under such favorable conditions, the fungal carpet began growing recklessly, no longer needing to hold back. Amidst the dark red and fiery tones of the landscape, an incongruous purplish-gray hue began to spread. Days later, in an underground cavern, the brood queen's egg had grown to a size of 3 meters. Although it was still relatively small, under Sarah Kerrigan's orders, it cracked open prematurely. The forest harbored many dangerous creatures. Coupled with the oxygen-rich environment, the fauna here grew to massive sizes. For instance, a species resembling short-haired monkeys typically grew over 2 meters in adulthood. Their agile figures leaped effortlessly between towering trees, their long, powerful arms easily grabbing branches and vines. Their fiery red fur allowed them to blend seamlessly into the similarly colored forest. Moreover, these large monkeys were highly curious. While most creatures had fled in terror following the swarm meteor's impact, too frightened to return, these monkeys, driven by curiosity, came in groups only 2 days later, emitting strange calls as they approached the fungal carpet. They were intensely curious about the purplish-gray fungal carpet in the crater. The monkeys tested it with various methods, throwing sticks and stones. Finding no immediate danger, they eventually began tearing at and biting into the carpet. Though tender and nutrient-rich, the fungal carpet contained toxins, albeit only mildly poisonous. However, these alien toxins inflicted severe consequences on the native monkeys. Within minutes, the monkeys that consumed parts of the fungal carpet began showing adverse reactions such as bloating, nausea, and vomiting. Several gluttonous monkeys succumbed to their ailments within a dozen hours, while the others were left utterly drained by the ordeal. 2 days later, the monkeys recovered. Fueled by a strong sense of vengeance, they launched frenzied attacks on the fungal carpet. Without additional modules, the fungal carpet only possessed its innate weak toxins and lacked other defensive mechanisms. It could only endure the monkeys' assault. Fortunately, while they destroyed the surface layer, they were powerless against its subterranean portions. Observing covertly, Luo Wen shook his head. Sarah is still too inexperienced. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to expand the fungal carpet so boldly without amassing 1,000 troops underground first. However, he refrained from intervening. Some lessons were best learned through failure. As the swarm's territory expanded, he wouldn't be able to handle everything personally. It was crucial to nurture capable subordinates. Sarah faced a significant setback in her first practical mission. Consequently, the 3-meter-tall brood queen was deployed prematurely. The fungal carpet began channeling maximum nutrients into it. While developing itself, the brood queen also diverted energy to produce additional eggs. The swarm meteor carrying this brood queen was among the earliest launched, having spent over a century in space. Its genetic library was severely outdated. It lacked advanced electromagnetic propulsion systems and bioship templates, not even equipped with hydrogen-oxygen propulsion devices. Apart from basic ecological circulation systems and radiation shields, most of its genetic makeup came from primitive life forms of the Genesis planet. Yet, these genes represented billions of years of evolution on a single planet. Even as the swarm advanced into the space age, many of these genes remained in use. Back when Luo Wen was hiding in the ocean and secretly guiding the ratfolk civilization over centuries, he had plenty of idle time. Without games to distract him, he entertained himself by creating biological templates. Sadly, these templates never saw the light of day, as the swarm quickly advanced beyond their scope, rendering them obsolete. Perhaps fate had other plans. An unknown higher dimensional force gave these templates a second chance to shine. While insignificant in the vastness of space, they seemed more than sufficient to handle the primitive creatures on the Great Dawn planet. Although Luo Wen had boasted during games with Sarah about the superiority of his creations, her actual experience proved frustrating. The selection of templates was too limited. It wasn't that Luo Wen hadn't created enough but that his designs were tailored for the Genesis planet. These creatures excelled in that environment but were ill-suited for Great Dawn planet's challenges. With surface temperatures averaging 50 degrees Celsius, the conditions didn't bother the current swarm. But for Luo Wen back then, such an environment was extreme. Although he had considered scenarios requiring templates for high and low temperatures and had created some for these conditions, their proportion was minimal. After thorough analysis, Sarah and her advisors determined that the available templates could manage the current situation. Luo Wen's designs often featured integrated unit systems, ensuring that even with limited numbers, each unit type complemented the others. Learning from her rashness, Sarah decided to proceed cautiously. Days later, flying insects emerged from underground caves, dispersing in all directions. The shells of these reconnaissance flying bugs were dark red, incorporating genetic material from the ecosystem of deep-sea volcanic zones, granting them exceptional heat resistance. While their shells provided excellent natural camouflage, their status as reconnaissance units meant optical stealth systems were standard. As they flew, they seamlessly blended into their surroundings, vanishing from sight. These bugs were larger than standard template insects, with body lengths reaching over 20 centimeters. Their increased size allowed for the installation of more reconnaissance modules. Each possessed 8 eyes, arranged in 4 pairs around their heads. Each pair served a distinct function: high-resolution close-range vision, long-range ultra-wide-angle imaging, thermal imaging, and refracted light detection. This array enabled them to perceive nearly all visual information. Additionally, each bug had 2 pairs of cochlea. One pair received standard sound spectrum information, while the other processed ultrasonic feedback generated by wing vibrations colliding with objects. Given their uncertain working environments, their circulatory systems were fully enclosed. They housed miniature ecological circulation systems internally to supply energy. Beneath their wing membranes, nano-structured anti-gravity pyramids reduced flight energy expenditure. Their only weakness was their vulnerability to strong winds. Their size, weight, and wing structure left them ill-suited to resist high winds. Fortunately, Great Dawn planet's internal regions were relatively calm, with wind forces ranging from 3 to 5 on the Beaufort scale. These reconnaissance flying bugs quickly completed a survey of the surrounding area, relaying 3D terrain maps. Even the native creatures lurking in hidden corners were exposed by their echolocation systems. Numerous specialized intelligent entities focused on biological anatomy began analyzing the features of nearby creatures. The untouched native species revealed much through their form's dietary habits, aggressiveness, and preferred attack methods were often deducible from physical traits alone. For example, the large monkeys from before had long, slender arms with prominent musculature, indicating considerable strength. The muscle distribution suggested frequent use, and their joint structure implied a proficiency in sweeping and throwing attacks. Their long claws, flexible joints, and arm construction hinted at excellent climbing skills. Their robust hind limbs, habit of squatting, and spinal structure suggested poor running ability. This analysis suggested the monkeys' optimal territory was the upper branches near tree trunks, where they likely built their nests. Their canine teeth were diminished, but their incisors were sharp like guillotines, capable of cutting through highly resilient plant fibers. Their molars were equally well developed for grinding food. This dental structure was a hallmark of omnivorous species, implying that the monkeys not only consumed the fungal carpet but could also handle meat. Other physical traits and their behavior revealed that this species was highly aggressive, often initiating attacks on other creatures. While some of this could already be inferred from the monkeys' previous attacks on the fungal carpet, the forest wasn't limited to them alone. Systematic analyses by the intelligent entities identified which species posed threats to base development. Such species would be targeted for elimination in the near future. From these investigations, it became clear that the large monkey group posed the greatest threat to the base's current development. Although they weren't the strongest or largest in size, other dangerous creatures were too far from the fungal carpet to pose an immediate concern. The monkey troops' proximity to the base, combined with their communal nature, volatile temperament, and the established hostility between the two sides, ensured continued conflict. Indeed, despite having destroyed the surface layer of the fungal carpet, the monkeys wouldn't let up. They regularly returned to inspect the area, much to Sarah Kerrigan's frustration as she monitored them constantly. Fortunately, after 10 days, the brood queen had grown to a size of 5 meters, and the first batch of spider combat bugs had hatched. These heat-resistant fiery red spiders measured 30 to 50 centimeters in length. They carried multiple toxins, had agile 8-segmented limbs, and were equipped with barbs, hooked claws, and impressive jumping abilities. Combined with dynamic vision and optical stealth, they were perfectly suited for combat in the forest's complex, multi-layered environment. The results spoke for themselves. Within days, the monkey troop, numbering over 100, had been reduced to a few survivors. Their short fur provided no defense against the piercing toxic barbs. Moreover, their reliance on visual detection was completely countered by the spider combat bug's optical stealth systems. While the monkeys were faster thanks to their size advantage, the swarm's echolocation-based 3D mapping system ensured no escape unless the monkeys fled over 100 kilometers in one go. Coordinated assassinations prevented any such retreats. The combined forces of ground-based and specialized combat demonstrated the swarm's battle prowess to the planet's native lifeforms. Creatures relying solely on instinct were no match for a systematic combat approach. As the brood queen continued to grow and the base expanded, the number of combat units surged, and the swarm's territory began to expand at an alarming rate. The latest swarm units had evolved to absorb radiation directly to sustain their vital systems. Comprising hybrid bioplant structures, many of these new units lacked conventional digestive organs altogether, subsisting entirely on absorbed radiation. In contrast, older swarm units still relied on ecological circulation systems, requiring complex energy conversions with lower efficiency. Nonetheless, even the older units were capable of surviving in space, their vital systems requiring only sunlight and minimal water to sustain activities for extended periods. This adaptability had drastically reduced the number of logistics-focused bugs in the swarm. Resource collection tasks were now largely handled by the fungal carpet, leaving only a few worker drones responsible for hygiene and a handful of burrower ants tasked with base expansion. Looking back, when he played with ants in the mud, millions would march to battle, supported by 300 to 400 million bugs handling logistics. Reflecting on those times left Luo Wen feeling a wave of nostalgia. The spider combat bugs were a mainstay combat unit that Luo Wen had meticulously designed during the age of dinosaurs. Their practical effectiveness had been proven in countless battles. While they were weak in direct confrontations, this wasn't a duel, it was warfare, and all strategies, no matter how underhanded, were fair game. Predatory and omnivorous creatures often prioritized attack power over defense, making them poorly equipped to handle hidden assassins. Against such adversaries, they were utterly defenseless. There was, however, one species that caused significant trouble for the swarm. This species resembled bats, with sturdy wing membranes spanning 2 to 5 meters. Their bald heads and ferocious, grotesque appearances were reminiscent of the mythical gargoyles. They lacked vision and were strictly nocturnal. They detected prey through thermal sensors and used echolocation generated by ultrasonic vibrations in their bones during flight. These capabilities effectively countered the spider combat bug's optical stealth systems. Coupled with their size advantage, the bats inflicted substantial casualties on the spider combat bugs. Sarah Kerrigan ordered the flying bugs to locate their roosts, hoping to strike their nests during the day. However, the reconnaissance revealed that the bats sheltered in dark caves during daylight hours, where many remained active and alert. The caves were so silent that even the faintest sounds made by spider combat bugs walking along the cave walls would alert the bats. Thus, the plan for a daytime ambush was abandoned before it even began. However, through further observation, the intelligent entities discovered a critical weakness in the bats. They struggled to differentiate friend from foe. Lacking vision, they relied solely on thermal sensors and echolocation for targeting, which proved problematic. During their nighttime hunts, the bats secreted a unique toxin that numbed pain but made them exceedingly aggressive. When they encountered one another mid-hunt, they often couldn't control their tempers, leading to frequent clashes even after realizing they were fighting their own kind. By day, the bats adhered to a different pattern. Only one or two would attack intruders entering their caves, while the rest remained still. A single spider combat bug sent into the cave during an earlier reconnaissance had resisted briefly before being torn apart, which initially masked this behavior. Despite the delayed discovery, this information proved invaluable. The next day, while the bats rested in their lair, a swarm of flying bugs invaded the cave. Mimicking the bats' ultrasonic frequencies, they caused chaos. Many bats awoke, confused, and agitated. Those already awake grew increasingly irritable. Instinct, however, does not equate to intelligence. When the ultrasonic signals reverberated wildly through the cave, disrupting their echolocation, the bats abandoned their typical rule of limited flight responses. A massive swarm of bats took to the air, attacking the flying bugs. Some of the bugs were instantly shredded, but the survivors continued deeper into the cave, emitting more ultrasonic signals. As more bats took flight, the confined cave space descended into chaos. Each bat's flight triggered ultrasonic vibrations, which ricocheted throughout the cave. The overlapping waves rendered their echolocation systems useless, forcing them to rely solely on thermal detection. But the flying bugs, small and emitting negligible heat, effectively became invisible. The bats instead detected their fellow creatures, and the incessant ultrasonic noise drove them into a frenzy. Their toxin production accelerated, eroding what little rationality they had. Soon, one bat attacked another. Within moments, more joined the fray. A few bats managed to escape the cave, but most remained trapped in a violent melee. Hours later, with the bats severely weakened or dead, the spider combat bugs entered to finish the job. The bats that escaped were intercepted by the swarm, which had the capability to eliminate them but chose not to. This decision wasn't out of mercy. Luo Wen's main body was still about 20 years away from arriving. Though these creatures' genes held limited practical value for the swarm, Luo Wen had a compulsive habit from his gaming days, an obsession with collecting. Since the swarm's genetic database had no capacity limits and these genetic samples were easily obtainable, Luo Wen decided it was worth preserving them. The will of Luo Wen was the will of the swarm. Even if Sarah and the intelligent entities had reservations, they executed his orders without hesitation. As a result, the swarm focused on driving off aggressive species rather than eradicating them. Herbivores near the base were left alone as long as they didn't consume the fungal carpet. After all, their carbohydrate-based bodies yielded less energy than the fungal carpet could extract from the ground through chemical synthesis. After surviving its initial vulnerable phase, the base quickly established itself in the forest. As combat units increased, the swarm's territory expanded rapidly. Under the army's protection, the fungal carpet spread at an astonishing rate. After several encounters, the forest creatures recognized it as an invincible force. Reluctantly, they abandoned their ancestral homes and migrated elsewhere. Though the swarm had only explored a small part of Great Dawn Planet, the lack of formidable native species was evident. The visit team relaxed, no longer needing reinforcements. The next 2 swarm meteors did not land on Great Dawn Planet for support. Instead, under Sarah's guidance, they waited in orbit around neighboring planets. The neighboring star system only had the Great Dawn Planet as a habitable world, where older generation swarm units still had a role. Other planets were barren, lacking atmospheres, and any bases built there would likely need to be dismantled and recycled once Luo Wen's main body arrived. It was more efficient to wait. On Great Dawn Planet, the red forest had been completely overtaken by the swarm. The ground turned purplish-gray, and the native fauna vanished, forced to retreat far away. The fiery red trees, though still thriving, were immobile and became the swarm's reserve food supply, ready for harvest at any time. With abundant resources, larger creatures began production. Months later, 200 storm gods took to the skies. This deployment was a precaution after witnessing large aerial creatures during the swarm meteor's descent. Having learned from the monkey debacle, Sarah approached aerial exploration cautiously. But with 200 storm gods, a top-tier species that had once dominated the skies of the Genesis planet, she was confident they could handle any challenges posed by the planet's native aerial species. The storm gods, with their 20-meter wingspans, were ill-suited for maneuvering within the forest. Their domain was the sky above the treetops. Upon taking flight, the storm gods quickly noticed distant figures circling in the sky. They regrouped into formation and flew toward the unidentified creatures. As they approached, the true forms of these figures gradually came into focus. The creatures resembled large birds. Perhaps due to the intense heat of the Great Dawn Planet, many creatures here lacked head fur to aid in cooling. The monkeys were bald, the bats were bald, and even these large birds were bald. Their elongated necks made them look like oversized vultures, magnified dozens of times. Though slightly smaller than the storm gods, with wingspans of around 15 meters, their robust bodies suggested a heftier weight. Their sharp beaks and massive talons gave them an intimidating combat appearance. Soon, these giant birds noticed the approaching storm gods. A confrontation between 2 planetary aerial dominators seemed imminent. However, the ensuing events deviated from expectations. After emitting a series of sharp cries, the giant birds flapped their wings vigorously and fled. Luo Wen, observing from the shadows, found the scene amusing. The formidable storm gods, with their 20-meter wingspans, darkened the sky with their sheer numbers. The opposing flock, smaller in size and numbering only about a dozen, had no choice but to retreat when faced with such overwhelming odds. Sarah Kerrigan quickly understood the issue. The storm gods split into smaller groups, dispersing in various directions. If battle was temporarily off the table, gathering intelligence became the priority. By the next day, a basic topographical map of the continent was laid out before Sarah. Beyond the forest stretched an expansive plain, a grassland of interwoven red and green hues, dotted with sporadic massive trees. The forest occupied a small patch in the lower left corner of the continent. The grassland spanned the rest, its edges bordered by the ocean. The lush grassland supported a greater abundance of life, much of it concealed by vegetation averaging over 2 meters tall. Without the echolocation systems of the flying bugs, many creatures would have been challenging to spot. Amid the thriving biodiversity, several large species stood out. One particularly striking species, codenamed bull demons, resembled water buffalo. They measured 15 meters in length and stood 7 to 8 meters tall. Their backs arched high, adorned with sturdy bony spikes along their tops and sides. Their heads bore 2 pairs of thick, curved horns. With densely packed muscle and massive bodies weighing over 100 tons, their short, thick limbs bore tremendous weight. These allowed for limited agility, enabling them to swing their heads and horns effectively. However, they were incapable of running, moving only at a slow shuffle. These herbivorous behemoths relied on their formidable defenses, akin to walking fortresses on the grassland. The challenge of sustaining such massive bodies with plant-based energy alone meant that bull demons spent their lives in an endless cycle of eating. They continued eating until they could no longer consume enough to sustain themselves, ultimately succumbing to starvation and becoming a feast for the grassland's carnivores. Watching the seemingly endless supply of fresh grass around the bull demons, Luo Wen mused that only such an extraordinary environment could give rise to these creatures. Another notable species, dubbed the Great Dawn Giant Lizard, bore a resemblance to crocodiles. Adults reached 20 meters in length and were covered in keratinous scales. Their heads, a hybrid of bird and demon, were sharp and elongated. Unlike the flat mouths of demons, their snouts resembled cones. Their tongues were long, slender, and highly flexible, capable of lashing out nearly 50 meters to snatch smaller prey. Unlike crocodiles, their more slender bodies and longer limbs allowed for greater agility. They could not only crawl quickly but also leap short distances. These creatures were relatively rare, typically inhabiting rivers and swamps. They primarily hunted bull demons, one of which could sustain a giant lizard for an extended period. Occasionally, they preyed on smaller creatures for variety. Most remarkable, however, was the true ruler of the grassland, a species codenamed feral dire wolves. Though called wolves, they bore a greater resemblance to smaller tyrannosaurs from the Genesis planet. Their heads resembled those of birds but featured carnivorous dinosaur-like mouths filled with sharp teeth. Their jaw structures suggested immense biting power. With slightly arched backs covered in coarse, spiny fur, their slim waists, powerful legs, and lizard-like tails were optimized for running and leaping. Unlike tyrannosaurs, the dire wolves had unique forelimbs. Though they primarily relied on their hind legs for movement, their forelimbs were long and slender, resembling those of primates. These limbs were capable of delivering powerful strikes, ending in sharp claws for added lethality. Dire wolves lived in packs ranging from 50 to tens of thousands, spread throughout the grasslands. Like biological harvesters, they consumed vast swathes of life. At the same time, they demonstrated an awareness of ecological balance. While they couldn't domesticate prey, they reduced predator numbers to sustain their food sources. Despite their size ranging from 2 to 5 meters, pack tactics and coordinated strategies ensured even the giant lizards avoided provoking them lightly. However, dire wolves' recognition of kin extended only to their own packs. When two packs encountered each other, battles were inevitable. The larger pack annihilated the smaller, while evenly matched groups fought until half their members perished. This behavior might well have been a method of controlling predator populations. Other species on the grassland were deemed unremarkable, unworthy of detailed mention. Initially, the intelligent entities had planned to remain confined to the forest, waiting for Luo Wen's main body to arrive. While species like the bull demons, giant lizards, and dire wolves seemed formidable, they would be no match once the Brood Queen updated its genetic library. For now, preserving these species for their genetic material took precedence. The swarm avoided causing excessive damage to their habitats. The spread of the fungal carpet caused severe disruption to native ecosystems. If it expanded beyond the forest into the vast grasslands, the once green expanse would soon turn purplish-gray. Most plants would vanish, harvested as nutrients for storage. Under such circumstances, even without the swarm actively targeting the native creatures, they would inevitably be displaced, just as the forest's ecosystem had been. With the fungal carpet's continued expansion, their habitat would shrink until extinction became a certainty, an outcome Luo Wen wished to avoid. Under the directive of the swarm overlord, the swarm halted its aggressive territorial expansion, redirecting its focus to stockpiling resources. Instead of pressing into the grasslands, the fungal carpet began to extend toward the ocean floor along the coastlines. Meanwhile, to provide Sarah Kerrigan with combat experience, the swarm organized skirmishes targeting carnivorous species. The encounter with the predatory bats on Great Dawn Planet had revealed a critical weakness. The bats' capabilities effectively countered the spider combat bug's optical stealth. Reflecting on potential future opponents, possibly spacefaring civilizations with access to similar bionic technologies, it became evident that assassin units might face limited utility. Confrontations would likely rely on direct engagements. The current Brood Queen's production rate was painfully slow, particularly given its underdeveloped state. It took Sarah a full year to assemble a usable force. The new combat unit was based on a medium predator from the dinosaur era, considered an ancestor of both wolves and dogs. These creatures resembled ferocious giant wolves, measuring over 2 meters in length and standing more than a meter tall at the shoulder. Surviving among dinosaurs required at least one exceptional trait. Their endurance was remarkable, allowing them to sustain speeds of 60 kilometers per hour for over 30 minutes. If not for their inefficient cooling systems, they could have run for hours. On top of this template, Luo Wen integrated feline genetics, granting them explosive power. They could sprint at up to 90 kilometers per hour over short distances. The feline genes also enhanced their agility and jumping ability. Their forelimb claws became sharp and curved like a cat's, complementing the canine jaw structure, making their strikes and bites highly lethal. However, their hind limb structure, more canine than feline, rendered them poor climbers. Fortunately, the open grasslands suited their capabilities perfectly. Their sensory abilities were exceptional. They possessed keen dynamic vision and heightened reflexes from feline genes, allowing them to anticipate enemy moves. Their olfactory cells numbered over 200 million, granting them the ability to detect tens of thousands of distinct scents, while their auditory faculties combined the strengths of both canine and feline biology. Though not as refined as echolocation, their hearing enabled precise sound discrimination in complex environments. Named terror wolves, these units were built almost entirely from biological tissue. Designed to adapt to diverse alien environments, they featured sealed internal systems with self-contained ecological circulation. While cost-efficient due to their lack of advanced technology, their large size necessitated massive initial eggs, resulting in slow production rates. After much effort, Sarah finally amassed a force of 10,000. With her forces ready, Sarah used reconnaissance from high-altitude storm gods and low-altitude flying bugs to identify a target. The chosen target was a pack of over 5,000 feral dire wolves, one of the strongest predator clans on the grassland. Occupying hunting grounds spanning millions of hectares, they thrived largely due to the abundance of bull demons, a vital food source. The terror wolves, numbering in the thousands, raced across the grasslands. Though concealed by the tall grass, the thunderous pounding of their paws echoed from all directions, striking fear into the hearts of nearby creatures, which quickly fled. One great dawn giant lizard, unwilling to back down, blocked their path. At over 20 meters long, the giant lizard posed a formidable challenge for the terror wolves. Their claws and teeth struggled to penetrate its robust defense, while its casual tail swings and head shakes inflicted significant casualties. Eventually, sheer numbers overwhelmed the lizard, which was torn apart but at the cost of over 100 terror wolves. While the losses were significant, the 10,000 terror wolves were primarily intended as Sarah's practice units, expendable if necessary. This campaign did not escape Luo Wen's attention. Future wars would not be confined to space. Planetary invasions and suppression of resistance would require extensive ground forces. Alongside assassin units like spider combat bugs, the swarm needed robust combat units capable of direct confrontation. Practical engagements provided critical data to refine these units and identify weaknesses. The battle with the giant lizard highlighted a glaring issue: insufficient attack power. Facing heavily armored foes or potential future enemies like large mechanical units, relying solely on teeth and claws would be ineffective. Luo Wen contemplated equipping main combat units with cutting or piercing weapons to address this shortfall. The terror wolf army continued its advance, eventually encountering the dire wolf pack. Despite their shared lupin names, the two species were unrelated. There were no pre-battle taunts. Both sides charged headlong into a brutal melee. The spectacle bored Luo Wen. While smaller than the dire wolves, the terror wolves, with their hybrid genetic advantages, excelled against enemies only slightly larger than themselves. The two sides clashed with ferocity, pouncing, biting, and tearing at each other. Blood and flesh flew as casualties mounted rapidly. However, this exercise was intended to train coordinated tactics. When the battle reached a stalemate, Sarah called for air support. Over 100 storm gods arrived overhead, releasing thousands of flying kamikaze bugs. Originally designed as air-to-air biomissiles for exterminating pterosaurs, these units had been repurposed for ground targets. Recent technological upgrades significantly improved their accuracy. With a series of piercing whistles, the kamikaze bugs struck, wiping out half of the dire wolf pack in moments. Primitive creatures like these had no defense against such coordinated air-ground assaults. Massive casualties among their kin had not deterred the dire wolves' death was commonplace on the grasslands. But the screeching whistle of the missiles instilled sheer terror. Driven by fear, they scattered, turning a pitched battle into a chaotic pursuit. Agonized howls echoed across the plains. Luo Wen no longer paid attention to the situation. Terror wolves were effective in combat against smaller or similarly sized foes, or even slightly larger enemies. With some further modifications when time allowed, they could serve as a main combat unit. But for now, he had no time to indulge in creating new units, because the swarm's scouting units in the ocean had discovered an extraordinary entity. Although the Great Dawn planet had 5 continents, its oceans covered several times the land area. So, when the swarm's influence reached the coasts, the exploration of the oceans began immediately. The swarm hatched several scout units in the ocean, modeled after the odd-headed fish. However, with only one brood queen, the production of these scouts was limited to just over 3,000 due to the need to prioritize essential units and also the eggs of terror wolves. T/N, odd-headed fish was previously translated as monster-headed fish. Since the brood queen was immobile for now, the eggs were transported to the coast by the storm god after hatching inland. Fortunately, several fungal carpet seeds had been planted in advance along the coastline, ensuring their early supply lines. Thousands of odd-headed fish released into the ocean were but a drop in the bucket. Their numbers were insufficient for thorough reconnaissance, providing only a rudimentary survey of the ocean's environment and species. A detailed exploration would have to wait until Luo Wen's main body arrived, establishing a brood nest and bolstering the ranks of the brood queens. The marine ecosystem of Great Dawn Planet was peculiar. Along the coastal forests, the shallow seas seemed relatively normal, home to small-sized organisms. But the shallow waters near the grassland regions were different. Odd-headed fish discovered a massive, octopus-like creature a few dozen meters offshore. These creatures measured an astonishing 30 to 40 meters in length. Their tentacle count wasn't limited to 8 but hovered around 10. Based on prior experience, such enormous beings shouldn't be able to find enough food in the shallow seas. This observation held true to some extent. However, these colossal octopuses had developed a unique solution. Their robust tentacles enabled them to hoist their bodies ashore to hunt. Through the perspective of a scouting flying bug, Luo Wen witnessed one of these octopuses crawl onto land and drag a bull demon back into the water. Despite the bull demon's formidable defenses, they seemed useless against this predator, rendering it a mere source of meat. It wasn't just land creatures, even marine organisms forcibly integrated the bull demons into their diets. Luo Wen wondered about the design of the octopus template. Why was it so universally favored? It seemed that regardless of the planet, atmospheric and aquatic creatures were particularly inclined toward this form. Yet, from Luo Wen's extensive knowledge, these giant octopuses didn't yet qualify as extraordinary. That title belonged to another creature, one that treated these octopuses as mere playthings. A colossal shadow emerged from the deep sea, resembling a small island rising from the depths. The shadow spanned about 100 meters in length, with a pointed head, a massive and rotund body, sturdy limbs, and a long tail. This behemoth had been slumbering approximately 2,000 meters below the ocean's surface. How long it had slept was unknown, as its body was entirely concealed beneath layers of rock and coral, making it appear lifeless. Odd-headed fish had passed the area multiple times, detecting faint radioactive emissions but no signs of life. Intelligent entities hypothesized the presence of high-energy minerals. Such minerals were highly prized by the swarm. Once harvested and stored in the embryonic chambers of bioships, they significantly accelerated growth, with the rate of development varying depending on the mineral's radiation level, but at least 2 to 3 times faster than sunlight exposure. Upon detecting this potential mineral site, the swarm transported a fungal carpet seed and hundreds of worker drones to the location. The fungal carpet's robust roots penetrated the ground, secreting lichen liquid to dissolve the rock and coral, gradually extending toward the radiation source. The roots eventually reached a peculiar, scale-like fossil, though it felt no different from ordinary rock. The fungal carpet, lacking intelligence, ignored this anomaly. However, the listeners monitoring the swarm network noticed the irregularity and reported it. Despite its novelty, the visit team's intelligent entities had not yet made sense of it when the area suddenly displayed signs of life. The biosignatures grew increasingly intense. The ground trembled, and masses of rock and coral were lifted and scattered as a gargantuan creature emerged from the radiation source. Its head was 7 to 8 meters long, 6 meters wide, and 5 meters high, large, yet small compared to its 100-meter-tall frame. Its neck was exceptionally thick, almost the size of its head, giving the impression of a face and eyes embedded in its throat. The neck featured prominent gill-like structures, and its muscular body was covered in coarse, hard keratinous scales. Its robust forelimbs appeared incredibly powerful, with 4 massive claws nearly the size of its head that could flexibly grip and release. The creature's immense body, verging on obesity, was supported by disproportionately thick hind limbs, making its forelimbs appear relatively short. A long tail extended nearly 100 meters, equal to its height, while sharp dorsal fins lined its back, glowing faintly blue since its awakening. When the monster rose, Luo Wen's attention shifted entirely from Sarah's game. The Vizi team's intelligent entities exclaimed in disbelief, declaring the sight scientifically impossible. Luo Wen scoffed inwardly. They held meetings inside the pinnacle of scientific impossibility and yet judged others. Still, the monster indeed defied conventional understanding. Judging from its appearance, surface structure, musculature, and the water currents and geological shifts it caused, its body mass likely reached tens of thousands of tons. Within the swarm's technological framework, it was inconceivable how such a massive creature could sustain itself. While bioships surpassed this monster in size, most of their structure consisted of ultralight aerogel materials. It would take over 1,000 similarly sized bioships to match the weight of this single behemoth. But that was a good thing. Unknowns represented opportunities for advancement. When Luo Wen's main body arrived, uncovering its secrets would be as simple as taking a few bites, leaving no mysteries unsolved. Still, why did this creature's design feel so strangely familiar? The monster, its slumber interrupted, awoke with a foul temper. Coupled with what seemed to be an inherently violent disposition, it began venting its frustration the moment its bodily senses returned. Due to its corpulent physique, bending over was impossible for the creature. Instead, it utilized its tail. With a swift motion, the tail whipped through the water at a speed exceeding 1,000 kilometers per hour. The tail's sheer force created a cavitation effect in the water, and the purple-gray fungal carpet had no means of resistance. The fungal carpet and the ground it clung to were obliterated in a single strike. The monster followed up with several more attacks, churning the seabed into a cloud of silt and debris. Despite its overwhelming strength, however, the creature's assault had little effect on the fungal roots that had already extended tens of meters underground. After a brief frenzy, the murky waters seemed to agitate the beast further. It paused momentarily and used some unknown means to sense the direction of land. Soon after, a massive shadow emerged from the depths, making its way toward shallower waters. Though the creature's body was tremendously heavy, it displayed an unexpected agility in swimming, employing what appeared to be a form of field propulsion. The blue light along its dorsal fin flashed rhythmically from top to bottom, generating a magnetic field to propel its body through the water. The intelligent entities speculated that the creature's unnatural body proportions might also be linked to this magnetic field. The monster quickly reached the shallows, where the massive octopuses scattered in panic. However, their speed was no match for the black tech-powered monster. One of the giant octopuses was soon caught, becoming the monster's first victim. Despite its 30-meter length, the octopus was nothing more than a toy in the creature's claws. The octopus suctioned its tentacles onto the monster's arm, but the strength difference was laughable. With ease, the creature ripped off several tentacles and stuffed the octopus's main body into its maw, tearing it apart. Ink mixed with the octopus's bodily fluids dripped from the monster's sharp teeth. Curiously, it didn't eat its prey, instead discarding the lifeless carcass and moving on to chase the next octopus. The giant octopuses, unable to escape underwater, became easy targets. After 2 more were killed, they fled haphazardly toward land in desperation. The monster followed, drawing ever closer to the shore. As it approached, its massive body gradually emerged from the water. Soon, the seawater only reached its waist, and the level continued to drop rapidly. Without the buoyancy of water, the monster's unique physiology allowed it to support its immense weight, though its movements became significantly slower. Each step it took sent tremors across the ground, akin to a minor earthquake or the detonation of hundreds of kilograms of TNT. Its slow march left deep, enduring footprints in its wake. Meanwhile, the land-bound octopuses, despite their aquatic nature, managed to outpace the lumbering behemoth. Driven by sheer survival instinct, they disappeared from the monster's view. The disappearance of its prey only exacerbated the monster's irritation. Coincidentally, Sarah's gaming area was just over 10 kilometers from where the monster had made landfall. The monster's hearing seemed far more acute than its vision. The howls and growls of dueling wolves quickly drew its attention. However, given its sluggish pace on land, the battle would likely conclude long before the monster arrived at the scene. The beast seemed to understand this, its frustration mounting as its slow speed thwarted its curiosity. Suddenly, the blue light along its dorsal fin began emitting a low humming noise, and a magnetic field enveloped its massive form. Its immense belly started glowing faintly red. Woo-woo, woo-woo, the hum grew louder and faster. As the noise reached a crescendo, the monster locked onto the direction of the sound, opened its gaping maw, and the red glow surged upward from its abdomen. A beam of red energy shot forth from its mouth, traveling over 10 kilometers to the battlefield. Though much of the energy dissipated during its journey, it still managed to detonate into a mushroom cloud upon impact. Atomic breath? Thermonuclear breath? Godzilla. Luo Wen finally realized why the creature's design felt so familiar. It bore a striking resemblance to Godzilla. Although it couldn't possibly be the real thing, the resemblance was uncanny. Far away, aboard a drifting mechanical spaceship in outer space, a pale blue humanoid being emerged from a stasis pod. The extended slumber had left his body weak and his mind groggy. He shook his head slightly and glanced at the timer beside the pod. Celia, there are still over 10 years until our destination. Why have I been awakened early? Has something happened? Captain, the monitoring instruments have once again detected a fusion reaction on planet T-853. Due to our closer proximity, the detection is exceptionally clear. This is confirmed to be non-natural in origin, replied a mechanical female voice. Non-natural? Then it's artificial? It's been over 50 years. I didn't expect the Academy's hypotheses to be accurate after all. An emerging civilization, perhaps. The captain chuckled wryly. Once ostracized and assigned to this perilous mission as a form of exile, his fortunes now seemed to be turning. If he truly discovered an intelligent civilization on T-853, the wealth it would generate would be astronomical. As the captain of the exploratory vessel, his name would be etched into Riken history. Shaking his head to clear the residual effects of stasis, he exhaled deeply and addressed the empty room. Celia, which team is currently on duty? Captain, the 3rd navigation team is currently handling duties. They are en route and will arrive in approximately 51 seconds, the mechanical voice responded. Good. Awaken the 4th navigation team, the 1st and 2nd research teams, and the captain and vice-captain of the guard unit. Notify them to gather in the conference room in 2 hours, the captain ordered after a moment's thought. Understood, Celia replied before falling silent. Moments later, after a series of verification sounds, the room's doors slid open, and several pale blue humanoids in yellow and white uniforms entered. Captain Reggie, you've awakened. I assume you've received Celia's briefing. What are your next orders? Asked the lead humanoid. Lieutenant Frick, let this old man recover first, Captain Reggie said, still regaining his strength. After a deep breath, he continued, I've already instructed Celia to wake the others. We'll discuss further in 2 hours during the meeting. For now, can you tell me if anything unusual has happened during your team's watch? Captain, the 3rd navigation team took over from the 2nd 2 years ago for a 5-year rotation. Since then, operations have been smooth. Energy levels are at 76.1%, speed has been maintained at 1/9 light speed, and no abnormalities have been observed, Frick promptly reported. Excellent. Frick, it seems you've done well these past years. Now, let's wait for the others to wake, Captain Reggie said with a faint smile. 2 hours later, in the conference room at the bow of the spaceship, Captain Reggie, clad in a sleek uniform, surveyed the 20-odd crew members present. With a serious expression, he began, everyone, apart from the 1st and 2nd navigation teams and the security team, all other personnel are now gathered here. This marks the first time since our mission began that so many of us have been awakened at once. I believe you all already understand the reason for this emergency assembly. After a brief pause, Captain Reggie continued, over 60 years ago, our most advanced observation technology detected an anomalous energy burst on planet T-853 in the T-85 star system. The news brought us both excitement and anxiety. We were thrilled because, amidst the vast cosmic sea, we are not alone. But we were also uneasy because we know nothing about the nature of these potential neighbors. Judging by our own history, and considering that this is an entirely unknown species, we can imagine the range of possibilities. While a small minority called for peaceful coexistence, fortunately, most of us remained rational. That's why we initiated Operation Cat's Ear and built this very Cat's Ear spacecraft. Over 50 years ago, each of you, elites among the Riken people, boarded this ship for various reasons to embark on a mission estimated to take about 130 years. Although most of your time has been spent in stasis, life for our loved ones on our home planet has continued to move forward. His gaze swept across the room, where many crew members were lost in thought, their memories stirred. He continued, even though the Riken people's lifespan has extended to over 300 years thanks to advances in genetic technology, and our homeworld's science and technology may have advanced further during our journey, things will inevitably have changed when we return. It will no longer be the world we left behind. But if we succeed in this epic mission, wealth, power, and everything we've sacrificed will be returned to us many times over. Captain Reggie painted a grand vision for the crew, stirring their enthusiasm. The adrenaline of those just awakened began to surge as they imagined the future. Once he had lifted their spirits, he continued, after the initial energy burst observation, the Federation took this matter seriously and convened a team of nearly 10,000 experts across various fields. Their analysis concluded that the energy burst on planet T-853 was likely a small-scale nuclear explosion caused by intelligent beings. While some speculated that the species might already possess advanced fusion technology that we had previously failed to detect, the consensus among most analysts was optimistic. Judging by the intensity and frequency of the bursts, it was inferred that the species was still in the early stages of studying fusion reactions. Based on our own technological timeline, this placed their technological development roughly 300 years behind ours. Our mission, therefore, is to confirm this hypothesis. However, after we departed, there were no further energy bursts observed from planet T-853. This was highly unusual. A civilization undergoing development invariably produces experimental anomalies that register abnormal energy signatures. I have maintained communication with the home world after each awakening. Over time, as interest in the anomaly waned, some scholars even proposed that the initial energy burst was a rare natural phenomenon. The lack of subsequent bursts led to declining attention, and perhaps soon, we might have been completely forgotten. The room, initially brimming with optimism, grew somber as Reggie revealed classified information. Only the captain and the ship's primary AI had access to such knowledge. But fate has smiled upon us. Recently, planet T-853 exhibited another energy burst. This time, at a closer range, our data collection was more comprehensive. We can now confirm that this is not a natural phenomenon, it is artificial. If we seize this opportunity and uncover more information, the Riken people may gain an extraterrestrial colony, heralding a new chapter for our civilization. And every one of you here will be immortalized in history. The room erupted into applause as the crew rose to their feet, energized by the captain's words. Reggie motioned for silence and continued, before we celebrate prematurely, let us focus on our mission. Victory is within reach, but complacency is not an option. The crew nodded solemnly. The examples of others who had failed at the final hurdle were fresh in their minds. Completing this mission would make them heroes of their civilization, granting them immunity to any future repercussions. Captain Reggie, should we transmit the collected data back to the home world? Someone inquired. Given the immense energy costs of interstellar communication, only the captain had the authority to decide. During the time before all of you were awakened, I instructed Celia to transmit the observed data to the home world. The home world should soon detect this anomaly as well and send us a response. However, considering our communication speed, it will take years for their message to reach us, Reggie explained. The Riken people's communication relied on electromagnetic waves traveling at the speed of light. While delays were negligible within their home star system, interstellar communications faced significant latency. The Cat's Ear ship, the pinnacle of Riken technology 50 years ago, housed a range of facilities, observation rooms, communication rooms, the captain's quarters, command centers, rotational crew rooms, weapon bays, and various recreational areas including gyms, restaurants, baths, cinemas, and hospitals. Its weapons system, limited by its non-combat designation, comprised space torpedoes, closed defense cannons, 2 laser main guns, and multiple secondary guns. Its propulsion relied on massive solar sails crafted from ultra-thin, self-repairing Illinois resin, capable of gradually accelerating the ship to 1/8 the speed of light. Having traveled 4.3 light-years from their home star system, a one-way message took over 4 years to reach home. Round-trip communications now required about 9 years due to their continued travel. Captain, what are our immediate tasks? Someone asked. We are currently 1.1 light-years from planet T-853. In 5 years, we will begin decelerating, requiring a total of 11 years to reach the planet. During this time, I want all of you to stay vigilant. Navigation teams 3 and 4 will merge, as will teams 1 and 2, each rotating every 3 years. Research teams must maintain at least 1 active group. The security team will fully awaken in 8 years for recuperative training. As for me, I will alternate 6 months of wakefulness with 6 months of stasis. Are there any questions? Reggie outlined the tasks. Captain, no questions, the crew replied in unison. On the Great Dawn planet known to the Riken people as Planet T-853, Luo Wen remained completely unaware that a reconnaissance ship from another civilization had approached within 1 light-year of the neighboring star system. The swarm's observational technologies were all based on Luo Wen's implementation of mature theories into biological frameworks. Early on, much of this knowledge came from the ratfolk's theoretical systems. Only decades later, as more intelligent entities specialized in these fields, did the swarm begin developing its own research methodologies. However, due to the guided technological development of the ratfolk, their scientific advancements were heavily skewed, leaving them severely lacking in observational capabilities. Thus, despite the Genesis star system being slightly closer to the neighboring star system than the Riken star system, no energy signatures had ever been detected there. That is, until Luo Wen saw it firsthand through the perspective of a scout bug. Nuclear breath? Godzilla. Luo Wen was stunned. This was utterly unscientific. Here, on this world, existed a creature strikingly similar to one from his memory. He promptly named the beast Godzilla. After unleashing one long-range nuclear blast, Godzilla seemed unsatisfied. The blue glow along its dorsal fins, which had only just started to dim, began flickering faster again. The air filled once more with the intensifying hum. After about 10 seconds, energy gathered, and Godzilla opened its maw to unleash another thermonuclear breath. Another mushroom cloud erupted several kilometers away. The twin mushroom clouds wiped out most of the feral dire wolves and terror wolves. Only a few were thrown far enough by the blast wave to survive, but they were contaminated by nuclear radiation, their survival prospects uncertain. A year's worth of toys painstakingly raised were decimated by 2 blasts of radioactive spit from an unknown creature. The enraged ratfolk empress nearly teleported to the scene to fight Godzilla herself. Naturally, Luo Wen stopped her from throwing her life away. This behemoth could not die yet. Such an existence, beyond the apex of the food chain, might not have a second counterpart on this planet. Luo Wen and the intelligent entities even suspected it was not a native species. With Luo Wen's primary body still about 20 years away from arrival, he needed Godzilla alive to keep the ingredients fresh and their flavor intact. That said, a probing attack was necessary. Luo Wen doubted the current unit combinations of the swarm on Great Dawn planet could pose any meaningful threat to this heavily armored monstrosity. However, attacking it could still yield valuable data. The storm gods, having just returned to base to reload after their bombing run, were now airborne again. Soon, over 100 storm gods hovered above the beast, their 20-meter wingspans casting a massive shadow on the ground below. Godzilla sensed the anomaly above but, due to the design of its head and neck, found looking upward a challenge. After its 2 venting blasts, Godzilla's temper had calmed somewhat, but it was quickly riled up again. The beast's grotesque dorsal fins began flashing ominously, and the humming intensified. Godzilla strained to tilt its head upward, then unleashed another nuclear breath. The storm gods, having already dispersed and ascended as soon as Godzilla began its telltale pre-attack motions, mostly escaped the blast zone. Only a few unlucky ones were caught within the explosion, while the rest were merely blown far away by the shockwave, sustaining minimal damage. During Godzilla's attack interval, the storm gods regrouped and returned, each deploying flying kamikaze bugs from their backs. This was currently the swarm's most powerful offensive strategy on Great Dawn planet. The sky filled with the distinctive whistling sound of the diving kamikaze units. While this sound struck terror into the feral dire wolves, it did little to faze Godzilla. In an instant, the flying kamikaze bugs detonated upon Godzilla's massive body, creating countless explosions. Yet, despite their formidable impact, the blasts failed to penetrate Godzilla's armor. The attack, however, pushed Godzilla into a berserk rage. It let out a deafening roar, and its dorsal fins seemed to transform into glowing blue crystals. The red light in its belly spread across its entire abdomen, nearly seeping through the gaps in its scales. Then, it unleashed a nuclear breath far more potent than its previous 3. As Godzilla swung its head, the beam carved a fiery line across the sky. The resulting explosion caused catastrophic damage, far exceeding the earlier blasts. Many storm gods caught in the aftermath were reduced to ash. Seeing that even their most powerful attack couldn't harm Godzilla's armor, Luo Wen deemed further testing pointless. The storm gods, having completed their bombing mission, began their retreat. Godzilla, too cumbersome to match their speed, could only vent its frustration by firing 2 more thermonuclear breaths in their direction. Finally, it surveyed its surroundings. The grassland, regardless of where its inhabitants ranked in the food chain, had fallen silent. The once vibrant plain was eerily still, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the grass. With no more targets, Godzilla vented 2 final nuclear blasts before retreating into the sea, swimming back toward the deep ocean. Watching Godzilla's massive form disappear, Luo Wen mused that he would have to wait until his main body arrived to deploy large bioships. He refused to believe Godzilla's armor could withstand electromagnetic cannon fire. Even if it could resist the small calibers of Hawk-class ships, could it survive the firepower of flying Dragon-class ships? And if those failed, what about the megastructure-level weapons? For now, Luo Wen decided to let Godzilla roam freely for a few more years. All nearby odd-headed fish were summoned to tail Godzilla, ensuring it was under constant surveillance. Captain, we've detected another series of energy reactions on planet T-853. In just 30 minutes, there were 6 fusion reactions, the mechanical voice of Celia suddenly announced. What's going on? Could an unknown civilization have initiated nuclear warfare? What kind of experiment would require such frequent nuclear detonations? Celia, summon all awake personnel to the conference room in 30 minutes, Captain Reggie ordered with a frown. Understood, Captain. The recently adjourned crew was quickly reassembled. Everyone, I apologize for the inconvenience, but the situation is urgent. Celia has briefed you on the general context. Now, let's hear your thoughts, Captain Reggie said. Captain, with so little information, our best guess is that an unknown civilization is waging war. The frequency of fusion reactions suggests as much. However, if the conflict were quickly quelled, there might not be further detonations, one Riken member suggested. Agreed. Given their presumed research progress, it's improbable they would require such frequent fusion reactions for experiments. Moreover, if they were conducting tests within laboratories or specialized equipment, we wouldn't detect such energy signatures. Only open-air detonations yield such precise data, a researcher added. These repeated bursts likely indicate warfare. Combining this with earlier data, it seems the unknown civilization's fusion research has stagnated over the years. I suspect their technological progress lags far behind the timeline we initially estimated. Not every civilization is as exceptional as us Riken, the researcher concluded smugly. His statement garnered widespread agreement, especially the last remark, which filled the crew with pride. Captain Reggie nodded, aligning with this conclusion. If this is true, all the better. Let us, the superior Riken people, guide this primitive civilization toward enlightenment. The room erupted into applause. On Great Dawn Planet, the swarm shifted its strategic focus to the oceans. The production of the odd-headed fish scouting units skyrocketed, with storm gods tirelessly ferrying their eggs to the seas. Lua Wen intended to thoroughly survey the planet's oceans in the years leading up to his primary body's arrival. The appearance of Godzilla suggested the potential existence of other monsters, like a Skull Island kaiju or King Ghidorah, but as time passed, it became clear his fears were unfounded. Thanks to the low production cost and compact size of odd-headed fish eggs, their numbers grew to hundreds of thousands. These marine scouts, working tirelessly, mapped the ocean floor. Whenever they detected anomalous radiation, a fungal carpet seed was sent to stir up trouble. Unfortunately, they found no trace of monsters akin to Ghidorah or even a second Godzilla. Meanwhile, the continent where the swarm's base was located had been thoroughly explored, along with the other 4 continents, thanks to large numbers of scout bugs ferried over by storm gods. These smaller, cheaper flying scouts worked diligently like their aquatic counterparts. Sadly, the land yielded no significant discoveries either aside from some large primates that fell woefully short of kaiju status. With her toys annihilated by 2 nuclear breaths, Sarah could no longer train new units since the production sequences were filled with scout orders. Left with little to do, she turned her focus to monitoring Godzilla, waiting for Lua Wen's arrival. Since its rampage years ago, Godzilla had returned to its resting place. It seemed to survive solely on radiation and only killed to vent its frustration. Having recently awakened, Godzilla appeared unable to resume hibernation immediately. Instead, it emerged periodically, seemingly holding a grudge against the purple-gray fungal carpet that had disturbed it. Each time it surfaced, it destroyed large patches of the carpet along the coastline. However, its rampages only damaged the surface layers of the fungal carpet. The roots remained mostly intact, allowing the carpet to regrow swiftly once Godzilla retreated. Lua Wen shifted his focus away from Great Dawn Planet, leaving the visit team to oversee operations. Confident no major issues would arise, he concentrated on self-improvement. As the pool of gene templates available for adaptation dwindled, the swarm's technological advancements increasingly relied on Lua Wen's ingenuity. He needed to bolster his knowledge base to sustain progress. Life settled into a peaceful routine. Lua Wen assumed this calm would last until his primary body arrived on the Great Dawn Planet in over a decade. But an unexpected development disrupted all his plans. A previously lost swarm meteor suddenly reconnected to the network. During its initial flight, it had collided with a piece of space dust weighing only a few grams. Yet the high velocity of the collision caused severe damage to both sides. The dust disintegrated into finer particles, while the swarm meteor shattered into fragments. A larger spore capsule fragment decelerated and altered its trajectory, eventually captured by the gravitational pull of a passing comet. The comet consisted primarily of solid ice with a substantial amount of gaseous water on its surface. This provided the spore capsule with enough moisture to sustain its biological form. As the comet traveled, it entered the communication range of a secondary generation swarm meteor launched later. The lost capsule, after decades of drifting, was finally reintegrated into the swarm's network. Upon inspection, the spore capsule's brood queen egg was missing. However, the fungal carpet seed remained intact and functional. Unfortunately, the nearby swarm meteor relied on hydrogen-oxygen propulsion and was over a light-year away, making direct assistance impossible. Lua Wen decided to activate the fungal carpet seed, allowing it to establish itself on the comet. The spore capsule would remain concealed and act as a mobile surveillance unit and network node as the comet roamed through space. Initially, Lua Wen viewed this as a minor event, unworthy of further attention. But during a study break, curiosity prompted him to review the spore capsule's records, particularly the high-speed collision, the only instance where a swarm unit had survived such an event. Though much of the spore capsule was gone, several observation devices remained operational. After considerable tinkering, Luo Wen retrieved its historical data. What he found was astonishing. The records revealed that an alien spaceship had once passed within a few million kilometers of the comet. The spore capsule's surviving optical systems, designed as highly advanced super-telescopic eyes, typically struggled to discern distant objects. But this spaceship was impossible to miss. It was blindingly bright, radiating immense light like a miniature sun, demanding the attention of the observation systems. Shocked, Luo Wen convened an emergency meeting of the intelligent entities. In addition to the standby visit team, specialists in sociology, psychology, and other fields were summoned, amassing nearly 3,000 participants. With the visit team included, the total number of intelligent entities neared 30,000, an indication of how seriously Luo Wen regarded this matter. This marked the swarm's first encounter with an alien civilization. Judging by the ship's capacity for interstellar travel, its technological level was undoubtedly advanced. Analysis of the video footage suggested their technology might even surpass the swarm's. Calculations based on the spore capsule's observational distance and the size of the luminous object indicated that the alien ship was at least tens of kilometers long and capable of traveling at over 1/10 the speed of light. While the swarm could achieve such speeds for small bioships using electromagnetic launch platforms or traditional orbital slingshots, it was incapable of propelling larger ships at those velocities. Moreover, the footage showed the alien vessel utilizing its own propulsion system, unlike the swarm's reliance on external accelerators. The swarm's bioships, even with their electromagnetic propulsion, could neither sustain such speeds nor maintain interstellar travel outside their home star system. The alien ship's location between two star systems in interstellar space indicated it had likely originated from at least a neighboring star system. If it had come from a distant system, the implications were even more concerning. Even considering just the ship's size, propulsion, and range, the alien civilization's technological capabilities far exceeded those of the swarm. If the technological gap spanned several generations, a single one of their ships could annihilate the swarm's current forces. And that was a scenario Luo Wen could not afford to let unfold. At the moment, the displayed footage didn't reveal what kind of weapons the opposing side might have. Surrounded by a glowing energy field, it was impossible to discern whether it was a mechanical construct or a biological entity. Overlord, based on the data extracted from the footage, our calculations suggest that the target is heading toward the neighboring star system. At its observed cruising speed, it would take approximately 5 years to reach the outskirts of the Great Valley planet. And that is assuming the ship doesn't accelerate. Currently, we have no information on the target's maximum speed, so we can't estimate its fastest arrival time to the neighboring star system, reported an intelligent entity specializing in stellar observation. As the leader of a 200-person research team, he was adept at deducing various data points from celestial angles and positions. Luo Wen nodded, signaling the others to continue. Overlord, the alien vessel in the footage lacks a visible exhaust trail, making it impossible to determine the propulsion technology behind it. Perhaps their engine technology surpasses our current understanding, said Covey. Luo Wen recalled Covey as one of the first to integrate into the swarm network. In life, he had been the chief engineer for the first-generation rocket engines of the Rat Folk. After becoming an intelligent entity, he now led research in related fields. His conclusion reflected the consensus of his propulsion research group. The situation appeared increasingly unfavorable. Overlord, our analysis indicates that the unknown civilization likely detected the energy burst from Godzilla's breath on the Great Dawn planet. Such abnormal energy emissions would be highly conspicuous to advanced observational instruments, Morgan interjected. He paused before continuing. Our swarm's technological capabilities in this area were previously underdeveloped, with limited observational range. That's why we didn't detect similar energy bursts on the Great Dawn planet before. As a living organism, Godzilla must have used such a thermonuclear breath attack before. However, we can't determine how long ago it happened or which specific emission the unknown civilization detected, prompting them to send a ship for investigation, Morgan added, glancing at Luo Wen. It's possible they observed an energy burst from centuries ago, and after a prolonged journey, have only now arrived. Alternatively, they may have detected it while passing by and decided to investigate. After Morgan spoke, a discussion erupted among the intelligent entities, with group leaders taking turns to voice their opinions. But this theory is contradictory. Technology cannot reach advanced levels with severe imbalances in development, one intelligent entity argued. Indeed, if a civilization can observe such energy bursts from vast distances, its technological level must be extraordinary. Moreover, given their travel speed, it's unlikely they are merely passing by. At such speeds, interstellar travel must have specific goals, as their technology wouldn't allow for aimless wandering, another entity concurred. How is that impossible? Have you forgotten about our swarm meteors? They use random trajectories, a different entity countered. Our swarm is an exception. Sociologically and economically, only a civilization with a supreme will like ours can afford to waste resources so extravagantly, another entity retorted. Are you accusing the Overlord of wastefulness? You're twisting my words. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? Luo Wen recognized the two entities, who had frequently clashed even before becoming intelligent entities. Now, their arguments often teetered on the edge of escalation. Sensing the rising tension, Luo Wen intervened. With a thought, he assigned one to an aphid and the other to a worker ant, putting them to work harvesting and licking sugar. The menial tasks were designed to foster camaraderie and resolve their differences. The lesson was effective. Other intelligent entities with similar disputes suddenly found common ground, the atmosphere shifting into a camaraderie of shared purpose. Even the two quarrelsome entities, once returned to the meeting room, were visibly changed, united in mutual understanding and refraining from mentioning the incident. Overlord, one of them began, there's merit to human.He's argument. A highly developed civilization would naturally consolidate resources to drive progress. Such an approach demands unified ideology. If the opposing side is an advanced civilization, there's a significant chance their ideology aligns with our swarm. Agreed, Overlord, human.He echoed. The brief observation period doesn't confirm their observed speed as their maximum. If they are an advanced civilization using special means to traverse vast distances, then the data we have could be entirely misleading. That scenario seems unlikely. If their technology allows spatial traversal, they should have come to investigate long ago. However, we can't rule out the possibility that their technology only recently achieved a breakthrough, an entity remarked. My group also believes the probability of them being an advanced civilization is low. If their technology were that advanced, they would only need to send a reconnaissance unit instead of deploying such a massive vessel. Perhaps this is their reconnaissance ship? A creation of some giant biological civilization. Though unlikely, we cannot discount the possibility. But if they could traverse space directly, why not jump straight into the neighboring star system instead of stopping in the void? Maybe solar system environments are unsuitable, with too many obstacles. We don't understand the principles of spatial traversal, so there could be unknown limitations. Then why are they so far away? At its current speed, the ship will take 5 years to enter the neighboring star system. That's a valid question. Could it be another limitation? At this point, we can't confirm that they are an advanced civilization. It might be something entirely different. Let's not get sidetracked. I can't shake the feeling that their ship embodies contradictions, someone mused. Same here. To accelerate a ship several kilometers long to a tenth of the speed of light would require extraordinary technology. But their vessel emits an intense glow, indicating severe energy leakage. Advanced technology shouldn't exhibit such inefficiencies. Exactly. Agreed. I felt something was off before as well. Yes, advanced civilizations shouldn't waste energy this way. They should harness every ounce efficiently. One entity's observation quickly gained widespread agreement. But this is all speculation. We don't know what technology at that level truly looks like. It could be a work in progress, an experimental model. Why would they send an experimental model here? And so, the intelligent entities delved further into a whirlwind of hypotheses. T/N, 200 chapters. I never thought I would get this far when I started translating this novel. It's definitely been a journey, lol. What are your thoughts so far? Are you guys enjoying the novel or?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.